Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Simply Magic by Mary Ballag, narrated by Rosalind Landor.
Chapter 1. Peter Edgeworth, Viscount Whitley, frowned at the letter he had been reading as he folded it and set it down beside his breakfast plate. John Raycroft, seated at the opposite end of the table, lowered the morning paper from in front of his face and raised his eyebrows. "Bad news?" Peter sighed audibly. "I have been really looking forward to going home," he said, "despite the fact that I have enjoyed the last couple of weeks here with you and your family, and hate to drag myself away when the whole neighbourhood has been so hospitable. I have been actually eager to go at last, dash it all, but I made the mistake of letting my mother know my intention, and she has planned a grand welcome home. She has invited a house full of guests to stay for a few weeks, including a Miss Rose Larchwell, whoever the devil she may be. I've never heard of her. Have you? I tell you, Raycroft, this is no laughing matter." But his protest came too late. John Raycroft was already chuckling as he set down the paper and gave his full attention to his friend. They had the room to themselves, the rest of the family having breakfasted earlier while the two of them were still out riding. "Clearly your mother is eager to marry you off," John said. "It is hardly surprising, Whitleaf, when you are her only son, and in the wrong half of your 20s. "I am only 26, Peter protested, frowning again. "And 5 years older than you were the last time your mother tried something similar and failed," Raycroft reminded him, still grinning. "Doubtless she thinks it is high time she tried again, but you can always say no, as you did last time." Peter said again, not sharing his friend's amusement. That was an episode in his life that had been far from funny. He had outraged the ton, which collectively believed that he had come far too close to betrothing himself to Bertha Grantham to withdraw honourably, even though no formal announcement had yet been made. And he had delighted the younger male members of the beau monde, who had thought him one devil of a fine fellow for thumbing his nose at the polite world by crying off from a leg shackle at the last possible moment. Dash it, it had not been funny at all. He had been at the tender age of 21, innocent as a babe in arms, and cheerfully proceeding along the path through life his family and guardians had mapped out for him. Good God! He had even fallen dutifully in love with Bertha because it was expected of him. He had not even realized he possessed such a thing as a backbone until shock had caused him to flex it and put an end to that almost engagement in a damnably gauche and public manner. It had been a very raw and painful backbone for a long time after that, though he had flexed it again only an hour or so later by sending his uncles and former guardians packing with the declaration that since he had reached his majority, he did not need them any longer, thank you very much, though he was not at all sure he had thanked them. "The thing is," he said, "that the girl's hopes have possibly been raised, or her mamma's anyway, not to mention her father's and her sisters and brothers and grandparents and cousins. Lord." "Perhaps," John Raycroft said, "you will like her, Whitleaf. Perhaps she will live up to her name." Peter grimaced. "I probably will," he agreed. "I like women in general. But that is not the point, is it? I don't intend marrying her, or anyone else not of my own choosing, even if she is as lovely as 1,000 roses combined. And so I will be in the impossible situation of having to be courteous and amiable to her without giving the impression that I am courting her. And yet everyone else at this infernal house party will know very well why she has been invited. My mother will see to that. I tell you, Raycroft, you can wipe that grin off your face any time you like." John Raycroft laughed again as he tossed his napkin on top of the newspaper. "My deepest commiserations, old chap," he said. "It is a nasty affliction to be rich and titled and eligible, and to have been known since the tender age of 21 as a breaker of hearts. That fact only adds to your attractions, of course, at least as far as the gentler sex is concerned. But you are going to have to marry sooner or later. It is one of the obligations of your rank. Why not sooner?" "But why not later?" Peter said hastily, picking up his knife and fork and tucking into what remained of his eggs and ham. "I am not like you, Raycroft. I cannot look upon a woman across a crowded ballroom one evening, recognise her as the one and only love of my life, court her devotedly to the exclusion of all others for a whole year, and then be content to betroth myself to her and wait for another year while she gallivants off to the ends of Europe. To Vienna, to be precise," his friend said, "with her parents, who planned the treat for her eons ago. And not for a full year, Whitleaf. They will be back next spring. We will be married before the summer is out, and one of these days you will know why I would wait 3 times as long if I had to. Your problem is that you are undiscriminating. You only have to look at a woman to fall in love with her. You fall in love with everyone, and therefore with no one." "There is safety in numbers," Peter grinned reluctantly. "But I say, Raycroft, I do not exactly fall in love with women, you know. I just like them." He did too, perhaps fortunately. It was only love or any other deep commitment that he had cried off. But his liking for women, and for all people come to that, had saved him from moving from babe in arms to cynic in the course of one ghastly day. His friend shook his head. "What are you going to do, then?" he asked, nodding in the direction of the letter. "Go home and land slap in the middle of your mother's matchmaking party, or stay here at Hereford House? Why not change your mind about leaving tomorrow and stay for the full month after all? Write and tell your mamma that I was devilish disappointed when I heard you were planning to cut your visit short. Tell her my mother was broken-hearted. Tell her you feel obliged to stay for the village assembly the week after next. None of those facts would be an outright lie. In fact, the neighbourhood will probably go into deep mourning if you do not make an appearance at the assembly. It might be cancelled for lack of interest. It is a good thing I am betrothed to Alice and secure in her affections. Being with you is enough to plunge any unattached fellow into mortal gloom. No other male exists for the ladies when you are within a 10-mile radius." Peter laughed, though he was still not really feeling amused. The thing was that after 5 years of floundering around with only his own very limited wisdom to guide him, leading meanwhile the empty, aimless existence of a typical young gentleman about town, he had finally made a few firm decisions about his future. It was time to go home to Sidley Park. For 5 years he had made only brief visits there before returning to his life in London or Brighton or at one of the spas. It was time to take charge of his life and his estate, and the responsibilities that went with his rank. It was time, in other words, to grow up and be the man he had been educated to be, and actually the man he had always dreamed of being, even if the dream had been interrupted for rather too long. He had grown up loving Sidley, and the knowledge that it was his, and had been since the death of his father when he was 3. Aimless pleasure was not really for him, he had decided during the season in London this year. Neither were wild oats, though he had sown a few. He had wasted 5 years of his life, though they had not been wholly wasted, he supposed. He had learned to stand on his own feet, even if he was still not as firm on them as he hoped to be. And he had learned to filter through everything he had been taught by a loving mother and 5 sisters, and by a host of strict guardians, to decide what was important and what was to be permanently rejected. They had let him down badly 5 years ago, those guardians, not to mention his mother. But basically he had come to realize they had given him a sound upbringing. It was time to stop feeling sorry for himself and punishing himself as well as them. It was time to become the person he wanted to be. No one else could do that but him, after all. It had felt enormously satisfying to put himself finally in charge of his own life. Of course, he had promised to spend a month at Hereford House with Raycroft after the season was over, and he would honour that promise, he had decided, and go home afterward. But the closeness of the Raycroft family, the warmth of their dealings with one another and with their friends and neighbours, had only strengthened his resolve and his yearning finally to be master of his own home. And so he had decided to cut short his visit and go home to Sidley Park after only 2 weeks. It was already late August, and the harvest would be ready soon. He longed to be home for it this year, and to stay home. Now his mother's letter had put a dent in his dreams. It appalled him that she appeared to have been so little affected by the events of 5 years ago. Or perhaps she was merely trying to make amends in the only way she knew how. It was her dream to see him settled in life, with a wife and a few children in the nursery. They were interrupted before he could reply to Raycroft's invitation by the arrival in the breakfast parlour of Miss Rosamond Raycroft, John's young sister, who was looking rosy-cheeked and bright-eyed and remarkably pretty after an hour spent out in the garden gathering flowers with her mamma. Peter looked at her with affectionate appreciation as she kissed her brother's cheek, and then turned a deliberately pouting face toward him. He stood to draw back a chair for her. "I am quite out of charity with you," she said as she took the seat. "You might have agreed to stay a little longer." "You break my heart," Peter said, resuming his own place. "But I am not at all out of charity with you. I have something to beg of you, in fact, since you are dazzling my eyes with your beauty, and would have robbed me of appetite if I had not already eaten. I humbly beg you, Miss Raycroft, to reserve the opening set at the coming assembly for me." The mock pout disappeared, to be replaced with a look of youthful eagerness. "You are staying after all?" she asked him. "For the assembly?" "How can I resist?" He set his right hand over his heart and regarded her soulfully. "You ought not to have gone out into the sunshine and fresh air this morning and improved upon your already perfect complexion. You ought to have appeared here, pale and wan, and dressed in your oldest rags. Ah, but even then I fear I would have found the sight of you irresistible." She laughed. "Oh, you are staying," she said. "And I am dressed in my oldest rags, silly. You are staying. Oh, I knew you were just teasing when you insisted that you must leave tomorrow. I shall dance with you, of course I shall. You would not know how very few young gentlemen ever attend the assemblies, Lord Whitleaf, and even many of the ones who do attend play cards all evening, or merely stand about watching as if it would kill them to dance." "It probably would, Ros," her brother said. "It is a strenuous thing, dancing." "The Calverts will positively expire of envy when they know that I have already been engaged for the opening set, and by no less a person than Viscount Whitleaf," Miss Raycroft continued, clapping her hands together. "I shall tell them this morning. I promised to go over there so that we can all go out walking together. You really ought to ask Gertrude for the opening set, John. You know Mamma and Mrs. Calvert will expect it even if you are betrothed to Alice Hickmore, and Gertrude will be relieved. If she has promised to dance it with you, she will not be able to dance it with Mr. Finn, who was born with 2 left feet, both of them over-large, the poor gentleman." Peter grinned. "I'll come with you and ask her now," John said cheerfully. "Finn is a farmer, and a dashed good one too, Ros. And he could shoot a wren between the eyes at 100 paces. One cannot expect him to be an accomplished dancer, too." "Shoot a wren?" Miss Raycroft paused with her hand stretched toward the toast rack and looked stricken. "What a horrid idea! I certainly hope he does not ask me to dance." "It was merely a figurative way of speaking," her brother told her. "What would be the use of shooting wrens? Nobody would eat them anyway." "Nobody would shoot a wren for any reason at all," Peter assured the girl as he got to his feet. "They are gentle, beautiful birds. I shall accompany you on the walk too, if I may, Miss Raycroft. The weather and the countryside alone would tempt me, but even if it were raining and cold and blowing a gale, the company would be quite irresistible." She acknowledged the blatant flattery with a bright smile and eyes that still twinkled. She was 17 years old, not yet officially out, and she knew as well as anyone that he was not seriously smitten with her charms, or with anyone else's of her acquaintance for that matter. He would not have dared flatter and flirt with her if there were any likelihood that she might misunderstand. Her brother was his closest friend, and he was staying in their parents' home. "I shall go up and change my clothes and wash my hands and face," she said, getting to her feet again, the toast forgotten. "I shall be ready in 15 minutes.
"Make it 10, Woz," her brother said with a sigh. "You look perfectly decent to me as you are."
Peter, meeting her pained glance, winked at her.
"Go and improve further upon perfection, if it is possible," he said. "We will wait for you even if you take 20 minutes.
It seemed, he thought ruefully, that his decision had been made. He was not going home after all. Not yet, anyway. An hour later, Viscount Whitleaf was reflecting upon the singular handicap of possessing only 2 arms when 3 or 4 would have been far more convenient. He had Miss Raycroft on his right arm and the eldest Miss Calvert on his left, while Miss Jane Calvert and Miss Mary Calvert flitted and twittered about them like dainty, colourful birds, chattering and laughing, and John Raycroft walked nearby, swinging his arms and lifting his face to the sun and the sky when he was not beaming genially about him at the late summer countryside, and remarking that the harvest was sure to be an excellent one this year. Peter certainly hoped it would be good on his own farms at Sidley Park, too. Having once thought about it, he ached to be there for the harvest, to be able to tramp the fields in old breeches and top boots, to be with his labourers, to shed his coat and roll up his shirt-sleeves and work alongside them, to feel the sweat of honest labour along his back, to do all those things, in fact, that he had not been allowed to do as a boy, and had done only one glorious year when he was 20, and looking forward with such eagerness to reaching his majority. Dash it all! Why had he let his mother know that he intended coming this year? Why had he not simply turned up there unannounced? He sighed, but almost instantly recovered his spirits when he brought his attention back to the present. Miss Calvert was a handsome young lady, even if she did not have the enticing dimples of her younger sister, Miss Jane Calvert, or the very blue eyes of her youngest sister, Miss Mary Calvert. All 3 sisters were, in fact, renowned in the neighbourhood for their beauty. They would turn heads in a place like London, too, and would probably make decent matches even without dowries.
"You simply must consider staying for 2 more weeks, Lord Whitleaf,"
Miss Mary Calvert urged, turning to look at him and taking little backward running steps in order to keep ahead of him and the 2 ladies on his arms.
"There is to be a dance at the Assembly Rooms, did you know? And we so much want you to be there."
The blue ribbons under her chin and those beneath her bosom, they exactly matched the colour of her eyes, fluttered to her movements, and her fair curls bobbed beneath the brim of her bonnet. Trim ankles were visible beneath the swaying hem of her cotton dress. She looked very pretty indeed.
"Must I?"
he said with an exaggerated sigh. He smiled at each of the ladies in turn, and thought how very pleasant a morning this was, and how fortunate a fellow he was to have such company with which to share it, even if he would have preferred to be getting ready to go home tomorrow.
"The temptation is well nigh irresistible, I must say."
But Miss Raycroft was not to be deprived of making the grand announcement herself.
"Viscount Whitleaf decided this very morning that he will stay," she cried. "And he has reserved the first set of dances with me."
"No coercion was necessary, you see,"
Peter assured them all, as the Mrs. Jane and Mary Calvert clapped their hands, and the eldest Miss Calvert's hand tightened about his arm. All 3 of them beamed happily at him.
"How could I possibly not stay when there are 4 such lovely ladies with whom it will be my pleasure to dance? If, that is, they can be persuaded to dance with me."
But though he was flirting, and they all knew it very well, he spoke the truth too. He had seen a great deal of Raycroft's neighbours during the past 2 weeks, and he genuinely liked them all, especially the young ladies. A chorus of amused laughter greeted his final words.
"Perhaps Miss Calvert will honour me by reserving the 2nd set for me," he said, "and Miss Jane Calvert the 3rd, and Miss Mary Calvert the 4th. If, that is, I am not too late and every set has not already been spoken for by all the gentlemen hereabouts. It would not surprise me in the least if that were the case."
Another burst of merriment greeted his words, and then an assurance from all three sisters that the relevant sets would indeed be reserved and not forgotten. "As if that would be possible," Miss Mary Calvert added ingenuously.
"You had better dance the opening set with me, Gertrude,"
John Raycroft said cheerfully, and without any tactful gallantry whatsoever.
"I understand that the alternative is Finn, and Roz assures me that that would be a fate akin to death."
The ladies all laughed again. "That is very obliging of you, John," Miss Calvert said. "Thank you. Mr. Finn is kind and earnest, and I like him exceedingly well, but I must confess that he is no dancer."
It had been obvious to Peter that she did indeed like Finn, and that Finn had every intention of working up his nerve within the next year or 10 to make her an offer. "I have it on excellent authority," he said, smiling down at her, "that Finn is a good farmer, and I have had more than one conversation with him myself on the subject of crops and livestock and drainage and such, and have found him a most knowledgeable fellow."
She beamed happily back at him. They proceeded on their way between green fields just beginning to turn to gold, and thick hedgerows in which wild flowers were entangled, their collective perfumes lying heavy on the air, all the ladies chattering merrily about the coming assembly. Before the subject had been exhausted, they approached a fork in the lane, and John interrupted, pointing with his cane to the branch on the right, and explaining to Peter that it would take them back to the village by another route, whereas the one on the left led to Berkeley Court, to which the Earl and Countess of Edgecombe had still not returned. But even as he spoke, Miss Calvert exclaimed with pleased surprise, and her sisters turned their heads to look, and then went skipping off to meet two ladies who were proceeding toward them on foot from the latter direction.
"It is the Countess," Miss Calvert explained. "They are back home, John. How delightful."
Peter recognized the Countess of Edgecombe. The Earl was an acquaintance of his. He had always admired the lady, who was tall and dark and strikingly beautiful, and who had the most lovely soprano voice he had ever heard. She enjoyed considerable fame in the musical world, and travelled all over Europe performing before large audiences.
"So it would seem,"
John Raycroft said cheerfully.
"Famous!"
But Peter's eyes had come to rest upon the Countess's companion. She was a young woman, small and shapely. Beneath her green bonnet, which was a shade darker than her dress, he could see that her hair was a bright and interesting shade of auburn. She had a smiling, pretty face that did the hair full justice. She was, in fact, a notable beauty, and he gazed at her with considerable admiration. But even as he looked, a strange thought verbalized itself with crystal clarity in his mind.
"There she is," he thought.
What his mind meant by those three innocent-sounding but somehow ominous words, he did not pause to ponder. He was always admiring the pretty young ladies he met. He was always eager to make their acquaintance. He was always preparing to be obliging and charming. He was always preparing to flirt. But his heart was well guarded against any deeper feeling. Had been for 5 years. It was an unguarded thought he had just had, though. There she is. As if she was some long misplaced part of his soul, for God's sake. He might have felt a little foolish, not to mention uneasy, at the almost theatrical extravagance of his reaction to the unknown beauty, had he been at leisure to ponder it. But he was not. There was a flurry of exuberant greetings as the two parties came together at the fork in the lane. Everyone, it seemed, had an acquaintance with everyone else, except for Peter and the lady whose name he soon learned was Miss Osborne. He waited for someone to make the introductions. She had sea-green eyes, he could see now that he stood within a few feet of her. They formed a marvellous combination with her hair. Her clothes had been well chosen to complement her colouring. Lord, but she was a beauty. Why had he not met her before? Who the devil was she, apart from Miss Osborne?
"Lord Whitleaf," the Countess said, "may I present my friend, Miss Osborne? She teaches at Miss Martin's School for Girls in Bath, where I was also a teacher before I married Lucius. This is Viscount Whitleaf, Susanna."
Susanna Osborne. The name suited her, and her eyes were large and long-lashed, and surely her finest feature, though in truth he could not discern the smallest imperfection in any of the others. She curtsied. Unencumbered by Miss Raycroft and Miss Calvert, who had released their hold on his arms while greeting the ladies from Berkeley Court, he made her an elegant bow and fixed upon her his warmest, most charming smile. "Miss Osborne," he said, "an already glorious summer day suddenly seems even warmer and brighter." His female entourage laughed with collective merriment at the outrageous compliment. Miss Osborne did not, and the warm smile she had been wearing since her eyes alighted upon his party cooled considerably as she looked back at him with what in her eyes? Dislike? Contempt? It was one or the other. "My lord," she murmured in acknowledgment of the introduction, before looking away to smile more warmly again at everyone else. "But how lovely that we have met some of our friends so soon after leaving Berkeley Court," the Countess said. "Lucius and I arrived home yesterday, bringing Susanna with us from Bath for a couple of weeks before school resumes for the autumn term, and now we are on our way to pay our respects to some of our neighbours. We were going to Hereford House first, in fact. Mr. Raycroft, we were hoping to persuade you to walk back with us to visit Lucius, who was shut up with his estate manager this morning. Are you staying at Hereford House, Lord Whitleaf? You must come too, if you will. Lucius will be pleased."
"Lord Whitleaf is to stay until after the village assembly the week after next," Miss Mary Calvert announced brightly and triumphantly. "He is to dance with each of us, though I am not even speaking to Rosamond, since she has the advantage over us of living at Hereford House, and is thus to dance the opening set with him, while I have to wait for the fourth set, since Gertrude and Jane are older than I. Yet Rosamond is 2 weeks younger. It is almost provoking, Lady Edgecombe." But she laughed as she spoke to indicate that she was not seriously chagrined, and took advantage of the moment by skipping up to Peter's side and taking his right arm. She smiled up at him while Miss Jane Calvert appropriated his left arm. "Will you and Lord Edgecombe and Miss Osborne be there?" Miss Calvert asked the Countess. "At the assembly? This is the first I have heard of it, but we almost certainly will be," the Countess assured her. "It will be delightful." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Raycroft." John was offering one arm to the Countess and the other to Miss Osborne, who took it with a warm smile. Peter proceeded after them down the lane with the 4 remaining ladies, who were all more animated than ever by the addition to their numbers, and called out frequent comments and questions when they were not twittering among themselves or chattering to him. So, Miss Susanna Osborne was a schoolteacher, was she? In Bath. It was no wonder he had not met her before. What a sad waste of youth and dazzling beauty! She was probably intelligent and bookish too. Certainly she was not susceptible to male charm and flattery. Not to his particular brand, anyway. He ought to have taken more notice of the Countess's introduction and avoided flatteries altogether. He ought to have chosen instead to dazzle them both with his intelligence and erudition by rattling off the names of all the wildflowers growing in the hedgerows, preferably the Latin names. Perhaps that would have impressed her. Of course, he did not know any Latin flower names. Miss Martin's School for Girls. He allowed himself a mental grimace, even as he laughed at some witticism Miss Jane Calvert had just uttered. It sounded formidable. And she taught there. Like the quintessential lady schoolteacher, her character was totally devoid of humour. But no, that was unfair. What the devil was it he had said to her? Something about the summer day seeming warmer and brighter for her presence in it. He winced inwardly.
Good Lord, could he not have done better than that? Had he really expected her to simper all over him with gratitude at being so complimented? Sometimes he embarrassed himself. He focused his attention on the two ladies on his arms and the other two in his orbit, and flirted good-naturedly with them for the rest of the outing. Raycroft and the ladies from Berkeley Court appeared to be holding a sensible conversation, he noticed, except when interrupted by a comment or question from behind. Peter felt faintly envious. He almost never held sensible conversations with females. He flirted with them instead, and flirting had become a habit. It had not always been the case, had it? He remembered talking endlessly and earnestly to Bertha about all the subjects that had fascinated him at university, and about religion and politics and philosophy, until, that was, he had recognized the glazed look in her eyes as one of unutterable boredom. Chapter 2. Susanna Osborne had thought she was not going to be able to come to Berkeley Court, and had been disappointed, even though she had tried to tell herself that it did not really matter. She had remained at the school in Bath all summer with Claudia Martin to care for the charity pupils, who had nowhere else to go during the holiday. Anne Jewell, the other resident teacher, had gone to Wales for a month with her son David at the invitation of the Marquess of Holmere, an old acquaintance of hers. But while Anne was still away, Frances Marshall, Countess of Edgecombe, a former teacher at the school herself, had stopped off in Bath with the Earl, her husband, on the way back to their home, Berkeley Court in Somerset. They had been away for a few months in Austria and other European countries, where Frances had been engaged to sing. They had come to invite Claudia, or Anne, or Susanna to go home with them for 2 weeks. The three of them were still Frances's dearest female friends, even though she had been married for 2 years. Claudia had urged Susanna to go. She could manage the girls perfectly well alone, she had said, and there were always the non-resident teachers to appeal to if necessary. Besides, Anne would surely be back any day. But Susanna had a loyal heart. Claudia Martin had given her employment 5 years before, when she had still been a charity pupil at the school herself, and she would not easily forget her gratitude or the obligation she felt to set duty before personal inclination. She had told Frances without any hesitation at all that no, she would not go this time, and of course Frances had not argued. She had understood. But then, just the day before Frances and the Earl were to leave, Anne had come home, and there had been no further necessity for Susanna to stay too. And so here she was in Somerset during a particularly sunny and warm spell in late August. It was not the first time she had been here, but the wonder of such visits would never pall, she had been sure. Berkeley Court was stately and spacious and lovely. Frances was as dear as ever, and the Earl was exceedingly kind. The neighbours, she remembered, were amiable. She knew that Frances would go out of her way to entertain her royally. Not that any effort was necessary. Just the rare enjoyment of being on holiday was entertainment enough, especially when the setting was so luxurious. She and Frances were out for a visit to the Raycrofts, whom Susanna had particularly liked when she first met them. They had decided to walk rather than take a carriage, since the weather was lovely and they had been travelling all of yesterday. When they were scarcely half a mile on their way, they had heard cheerful, laughing, youthful voices, and had seen that the younger Raycrofts and Calverts were out walking too. Susanna had felt her heart lift with gladness. Life had seemed very good indeed, until it no longer did. Frances and Mr. Raycroft were talking about Vienna. Frances had been there very recently, and Mr. Raycroft's betrothed, Miss Hickmore, had just gone there with her parents to spend the autumn and winter months. Mr. Raycroft, tall, loose-limbed, sandy-haired, his face good-humoured more than it was handsome, had always been particularly amiable. Frances had once suggested, only half in jest, that Susanna set her cap at him, but he had shown no romantic partiality for her, and she had felt none for him. She felt no pang of regret to learn now of his betrothal, only a hope that Miss Hickmore was worthy of him. He was gentleman enough to draw Susanna into the conversation, explaining that he was as ignorant as she of what such places as Vienna were really like, having never set foot outside the British Isles himself. "It is undoubtedly a most lovely city," he said, smiling kindly at her, "though I am sure it cannot surpass London in beauty. Are you familiar with London, Miss Osborne?" She determinedly tried to concentrate upon the conversation rather than upon the other thoughts that whirled in jumbled disorder through her mind. "Only very slightly," she said. "I spent a short time there as a girl, but have not been since. I envy Francis's having seen Vienna and Paris and Rome." "Lady Edgecombe," one of the young ladies called from behind them, "do you suppose there will be any waltzes at the Assembly the week after next? I shall simply die if there is one, and Mamma forbids us to dance it, as she surely will. Is it really quite shockingly fast?" "I have no idea, Mary," Francis said, while Susanna turned her head to see who had spoken. "I did not even know of the Assembly, remember, until you mentioned it a few minutes ago. But I hope there will be a waltz. It is a lovely, romantic dance, and really not shocking at all. At least it has never seemed so to me." And there he was in the middle of them, Susanna saw with a sinking heart. One lady on each arm, as he had been when she first set eyes on him. The other two were hovering about him as if he were the only man in the world of any significance, an opinion with which he undoubtedly concurred. She was not inclined to think kindly of him, though she would concede that he could not be blamed for his name. Viscount Whitleaf. She turned suddenly cold at the remembered name, as she had done a few minutes ago when Francis introduced her to him. He was, without any doubt, the most handsome gentleman she had ever set eyes upon, and she had thought so even before she was close enough to see that he had eyes of an extraordinary shade of violet. He looked as if his valet might well have poured him into his coat of dark blue superfine and his buff pantaloons. His Hessian boots looked supple and expensive, even with their shine marred by a light coating of dust from the lane, and his shirt was white and of the finest linen. His tall hat sat upon his dark hair at just the right angle to look slightly rakish but not askew, and he had the physique to display such clothes to full advantage. He was tall and slender, though his shoulders and chest were broad and his calves were shapely. If there were any physical imperfection in his person, she certainly had not detected it. The very sight of him among the Raycrofts and the Calverts had filled her with awed wonder. Then Francis had mentioned his name. And he had bowed with studied elegance, so out of place on a country lane, and smiled with practised charm, and paid her that lavish, ridiculous compliment while looking so deeply into her eyes that she would not have been surprised to discover that the hair on the back of her head was singed. He had white, straight, and even teeth to add to all his other perfections. There had been delighted laughter from the other young ladies, but Susanna would not have known what to do or how to reply, even if she had not still been stunned from hearing his name. Her mind had been paralyzed, and it was only by sheer chance that her body had not followed suit. Even if he could not help his name, Susanna thought now, remembering that it was not any Viscount Whitleaf against whom she held a grudge, nevertheless she already disliked him quite heartily. A gentleman ought to set about making a strange lady feel comfortable, not throw her into confusion. She did not know much about men, but she could recognize a vain and shallow one when she met him, one so wrapped up in the splendor of his own person that he expected every woman he encountered to fall prostrate at his feet. Viscount Whitleaf was such a man. He lived up to his name. She had accepted Mr. Raycroft's offered arm with gratitude, but with every step she had taken along the lane since, She had felt the presence of Viscount Whitleaf behind her, like a hand all along her spine. She resented the feeling, and despised herself for allowing it. Of course, the name Osborne would probably mean nothing whatsoever to him, and he could not really be blamed for that either. He had been only a boy, but he ought to remember. It ought to be a name burned on his brain as his was on hers. She wished fervently now that Anne had not returned to Bath when she had, and that she had not come to Berkeley Court with Francis and the Earl. She wished herself back in the safety of the school, in the dreary, endless safety. Though why should she? And why should she allow her holiday to be ruined by a shallow, conceited, careless man who clearly thought he had only to look at a woman with those fine violet eyes for her to fall head over ears in love with him? Susanna turned to face the lane ahead again, unconsciously squaring her shoulders and lifting her chin as she did so, and asked Mr. Raycroft where he would go if he could choose anywhere in the world. Would he choose Greece, as she would? "Greece would be well worth a visit, I believe, Miss Osborne," he replied, "though I have been told that travel there is very uncomfortable indeed. I am a man who enjoys his creature comforts, you see." "I do not blame you at all," Francis said, "and I can assure you that I have not yet seen a country to rival England in beauty. It feels very good to be home again." They reached the village soon after that and stopped to speak with Mrs. Calvert, who came outside the house to greet them, though they declined her invitation to step inside. When they continued on their way without the Calvert sisters, Viscount Whitleaf walked ahead with Miss Raycroft on his arm, and the two of them chattered merrily all the way to Hereford House, obviously very pleased with each other's company. The two visitors drank tea with the Raycrofts and exchanged civilities for half an hour before Frances got to her feet and Susanna followed suit. "I do not suppose," Frances said, "you would care to go walking again, Mr. Raycroft, after having been out once. Perhaps we may hope for you to call at Berkeley Court tomorrow." "I seem to recall," Viscount Whitleaf said, "that your original invitation included me too, ma'am. And indeed I would care to go walking again today. I look forward to paying my respects to Edgecombe. Raycroft, are you coming too? Or am I to enjoy the pleasure of having two ladies to myself for the walk to Berkeley Court?" Susanna's eyes flew to Mr. Raycroft's face. She was vastly relieved when he expressed himself ready for further exercise. Her relief was short-lived, however. She desperately hoped to manoeuvre matters so that she would walk with Francis or Mr. Raycroft, but as fate would have it, he was saying something to Francis as they descended the garden path, and it was natural that he should offer her his arm after they had passed out through the gate. That left Susanna to walk behind with Viscount Whitleaf. She could hardly have imagined a worse fate. She glanced up at him in a sort of sick dismay, and clasped her hands firmly behind her back before he should feel obliged to offer his arm. Whatever were they to talk about? She was horrified to discover that she could feel him down her right side like a fever, even though there was a foot of air between their shoulders. Her stomach muscles were tied in knots, not to mention her tongue. She despised the fact that she could feel none of the ease that Miss Raycroft and the Calvert sisters had felt with him earlier. He was only a man, after all, and a shallow man at that. He was not anyone she would wish to impress. All she need do was be polite. Not a single polite topic presented itself to her searching brain. She was 23 years old, and as gauche as a girl just stepping out of the schoolroom for the first time. But then, she had never stepped outside the schoolroom, had she? She was 23 years old, and had never had a beau. She had never been kissed, but such sadly pathetic thoughts did nothing to calm her agitation. She might have spent the past 11 years in a convent, she thought ruefully, for all she knew about how to step into the world of men and feel at ease there. By the time they were halfway to Berkeley Court, by Peter's estimation, he had spoken 6 words and Miss Osborne had spoken 1. "What a lovely day it is," he had said as a conversational overture at the outset, smiling genially down at her, or at the brim of her bonnet anyway, which was about on a level with his shoulder. "Yes." She walked very straight-backed. She held her hands firmly clasped behind her back, an unmistakable signal that she did not want him to offer his arm. He wondered if she simply had no conversation, or if she was still bristling with indignation because he had compared her to a summer's day, though he was in good company there, was he not? Had not Shakespeare once done the same thing? He rather suspected that it was indignation that held her mute, since she had been speaking in more than monosyllables with Mrs. Raycroft less than half an hour ago, though he would swear her eyes had never once strayed his way. He would have known if they had, since his eyes had scarcely strayed anywhere else but at her. He had been puzzling, he still was, over that strange thought he had had when his eyes first alighted on her. There she is. There who was, for the love of God? It was a novel experience to be in company with a lady who clearly did not want to be in company with him. Of course, he did not usually find himself in company with lady school-teachers from Bath. They were, perhaps, a different breed from the women with whom he usually consorted. They were quite possibly made of sterner stuff. "You were quite right," he said at last, merely to see how she would respond. "This summer day was not really made warmer and brighter by your presence in it. It was a foolish conceit." She darted him a look, and in the moment before her bonnet brim hid her face from view again, he was dazzled anew by the combination of bright auburn hair and sea-green eyes, and by the healthy flush the fresh air had lent her creamy, flawless complexion. "Yes," she agreed, doubling her contribution to their conversation since leaving Hereford House. So, she was not going to contradict him, was she? He could not resist continuing. "It was my heart," he said, patting it with his right hand, "that was warmed and brightened." This time she did not turn her face, but he amused himself with the fancy that the poke of her bonnet stiffened slightly. "The heart," she said, "is merely an organ in the bosom." "Ah, a literalist." He smiled. "With the function of a pump," he agreed. "But how unromantic a view of it. You would put generations of poets out of business with such a pronouncement, Miss Osborne, not to mention lovers." "I am not a romantic," she said. "Indeed," he said. "How sad. There are no such things, then, you believe, as tender sensibilities? There is no part of one's anatomy or soul that can be warmed or brightened by the sight of beauty?" He thought she was not going to answer. They came to the fork in the lane where they had met a couple of hours ago, and followed Raycroft and Lady Edgecombe onto the branch that led to Berkeley Court. "You make a mockery of tender sensibilities," Miss Osborne said, so softly that he bent his head toward her in case she had more to say. She did not. "Ah," he said, "you think me incapable of feeling the gentler emotions. Is that what you are saying?" "I would not so presume," she said. "But you would. You already have so presumed," he said. He was rather enjoying himself, he discovered, with this curiously serious, prim creature who looked so like an angel. "You told me I made a mockery of tender sensibilities." "I beg your pardon," she said. "I ought not to have said such a thing." "No, you ought not," he agreed. "You wounded me to the heart, to that chest organ, that mundane pump. How differently we view the world, Miss Osborne. You listened to me pay you a lavish and foolish compliment, and concluded that I know nothing about the finer human emotions. I, on the other hand, looked at you, serious and disapproving, and felt, as if I had stepped into a moment that was simply magic.
And now, she said, you make a mockery of me.
She had a low, sweet voice, even when she sounded indignant. She was small in stature and very slender, though she was curved in all the right places, by Jove. He wondered how well she controlled a class of girls, most of whom undoubtedly wished themselves anywhere else on earth but at school. Did they give her a rough time? Or was there steel in her character, as there appeared to be in her spine? He would wager there was steel, and not a great deal of tenderness. Poor girls. I fear, he said, that with a few foolish words I have forever condemned myself in your eyes, Miss Osborne. Shall we change the subject? What have you been doing with your school holiday up until now?
It was not really a holiday, she said. Almost half of the girls at the school are charity pupils. They remain there all year long, and some of us stay too to care for them and to entertain them.
Us? He asked.
There are 3 resident teachers, she told him. There used to be 4 until Francis married the Earl 2 years ago. Now there are Miss Martin, Miss Jewell, and I.
And you all give up your holidays for the sake of charity girls? He asked. She turned to look at him again, a level, unsmiling look, in which there might have been some reproof.
I was one of them, she said, from the age of 12, until Miss Martin made me a junior teacher when I was 18.
Ah, well, extraordinary. He was walking and talking with an ex-charity schoolgirl turned teacher. It was no wonder they were having a difficult time of it communicating with each other. 2 alien worlds had drifted onto the same country lane at the same moment, none too happily for either. Though that was not quite true. He was still enjoying himself.
There is no question of giving up our holidays, she continued. The school is our home, and the girls our family. We welcome a break now and then, of course. Anne, Miss Jewell, has just returned from a month in Wales with her son, and now I am here for 2 weeks. Occasionally Claudia Martin will spend a few days away from the school too, but in the main I am happy. We are all happy. To be busy. A life of idleness would not suit me. She was a prim miss right enough. She had nothing whatsoever to say about the weather, and had only brief reproaches to offer when he would have spoken of hearts and sensibilities. But she could wax eloquent about her school and the notion of teachers and charity pupils being a family. Lord help him. But she was more gloriously lovely than almost any other woman he had set eyes upon, and the word almost might even be withdrawn from that thought without any great exaggeration resulting. He had often thought fate was something of a joker, and now he was convinced of it. But the apparently huge contrast between her looks and her character and circumstances had him more fascinated than he could remember being with any other woman for a long time, perhaps ever. The implication being that idleness suits me very well indeed. He laughed. Miss Osborne, you speak softly but with a barbed tongue. I dare say your pupils fear it. She was not entirely wrong, though, was she? His life was idle, or had been for all of 5 years anyway. It was true that he intended to reform his ways and put idleness behind him in the very near future, but he had not really done so yet, had he? Thinking and planning were one thing, doing was another. Yes, as he was now, today, Miss Osborne was quite right about him. He had no defence to offer. He wondered what it must be like to have to work for a living. "I spoke of myself, sir, my lord," she said, "in answer to your question. I made no implication about you." She had small, dainty feet, he could see,
which was just as well considering her small stature. He had noticed during tea that her hands were small and delicate. Miss Susanna Osborne disapproved of him, probably disliked him too. In her world, people worked. What had it been like, he wondered, to be a charity girl at the school where she now taught? "Do you like teaching?" he asked. "Very much," she said. "It is what I would choose to do with my life, even if I had myriad choices." "Indeed?" He wondered if she spoke the truth, or only said what she had convinced herself was the truth. "You would choose teaching even above marriage and motherhood?" There was a rather lengthy silence before she replied, and he regretted the question. It was unmannerly, and might have touched her on the raw, but there was no recalling it. "I suppose that even if I could imagine myriad choices," she said, "they would still have to be within the realm of the realistic." Good Lord. "And marriage would not fit within such a realm?" he asked, surprised. He did not realize until he found himself gazing at the tender flesh at the arch of her neck that she had dipped her head so far downward that she must have been able to see nothing more than her own feet. He had embarrassed her, dash it all. He was not usually so insensitive. "No," she said, "it would not." And of course he might have known it if he had stopped to consider. How often did one hear of a governess marrying? Yet a school teacher must have even fewer opportunities to meet eligible men. He wondered suddenly how the Countess had met Edgecombe. He had not even known before today that she had been a school teacher at the time. There must be an interesting story behind that courtship. In his world, women had nothing to hope for or think about but marriage. His sisters had not considered their lives complete until they had all followed one another to the altar with eligible mates in order from the eldest to the youngest at gratifyingly young ages, gratifying to them and even more so to his mother. "Well," he said, "one never knows what the future holds, does one? But you must tell me sometime what it is about teaching that you enjoy so much. Not today, though. I see we are approaching Berkeley Court. We will talk more when we meet again during the next 2 weeks." She stole another quick glance at him, and he laughed. "I can see the wheels of your mind turning upon the hope that such a fate can be avoided," he said. "I assure you it cannot. Neighbours in the country invariably live in one another's pockets. How else are they to avoid expiring of boredom? And I am to be at Hereford House for the next 2 weeks, just as you are to be at Berkeley Court. I am glad now that I decided not to return to my own home tomorrow as I had originally planned." He spoke the truth, and was surprised by it. Why on earth would he wish to extend an acquaintance with a woman from an alien world who disliked and disapproved of him? Just because she was dazzlingly beautiful? Or because he could not resist the unusual challenge of coaxing a smile and a kind word from her? Or because with her there might be a chance of actually conversing sensibly about her life as a teacher? His conversation and his life had been far too trivial for far too long. "I dare say," she said, "you will be busy with Miss Raycroft and the Misses Calvert." "But of course," he chuckled. "They are delightful young ladies, and who can resist cultivating delight?" "I do not believe," she said, "you expect me to answer that." "Indeed not," he agreed. "It was a rhetorical question. But I will not be busy with them all the time, Miss Osborne. Someone might misconstrue my interest in them if I were. Besides, with them I have felt no moment of magic." He smiled down at her bonnet. "I would ask you," she said, as their feet crunched over the gravel of the terrace before the house, her voice as cold as the Arctic ice, "not to speak to me with such levity, my lord. I do not know how to respond. And moreover, I do not wish to respond. I do not wish to have you single me out on any future occasion. I wish you would not. Dash it all. Had he offended her more than he realized? Am I to look your way whenever we are in company together during the coming weeks, then, and pretend that I see only empty air? He asked her. I fear Edgecombe and his lady would consider me unpardonably ill-mannered. I shall bow to you each time instead, and remark upon the fineness or inclemency of the weather, without drawing any comparisons with your person. Shall I? Will you tolerate that much attention from me? She hesitated. Yes, she said, ending their conversation as monosyllabically as she had begun it. Edgecombe must have observed their approach, and was coming out through the front doors and down the horseshoe steps to greet them, a smile of welcome on his face. "You did persuade him to come, then, Francis," he said, setting one hand at the small of the Countess's back and smiling briefly and warmly down at her. "Raycroft, good to see you again. And Whitleaf is staying with you. This is a pleasure. Do come inside. Did you enjoy the walk, Susanna, and did you find Mrs. and Miss Raycroft at home?" He smiled kindly at the schoolteacher and offered her his arm, which she took without hesitation. "We met Miss Raycroft at the fork in the road," she said. "She was out walking with her brother and the Calvert sisters. We walked back to the village together and then on to Hereford House, where we took tea with Mrs. Raycroft. It was indeed a pleasant outing. There can be nowhere lovelier than the Somerset countryside." Her voice was light and happy. Peter smiled ruefully to himself as he followed them up the steps and into the house, the Countess between him and Raycroft. By the time he stepped over the threshold, Miss Osborne was already moving off in the direction of the staircase, without a backward glance. "You will wish to entertain Mr. Raycroft and Lord Whitleaf in the library, Lucius," the Countess said. "We will not disturb you." "Thank you," he said, setting a hand at her back again. "The vicar called. I dare say by now you know all about the village assembly the week after next." "Of course," she said. "I said we would attend," he told her, "on condition that there be at least one waltz. The vicar has promised to see to it." He grinned at her, and she smiled back, her face alight with amusement, before turning to follow Miss Osborne up the stairs. "Right!" Edgecombe turned his attention back to his visitors, rubbing his hands together as he did so. "Shall we step into the library? We will have some refreshments, and you can both tell me everything I missed in London during the season. I have heard that you are finally betrothed to Miss Hickmore, Raycroft. My felicitations. A fine choice, if you were to ask me."
Chapter 3. "I disliked him intensely," Susanna replied bluntly when Frances asked her what she thought of Viscount Whitleaf. "Did you?" Frances looked surprised. "But he is rather good-looking, is he not? And very charming, I have always thought." Susanna did not comment on his looks, though it seemed to her that he was considerably more than just rather good-looking. "Calculatedly charming," she said, as she removed her bonnet and fluffed up her curls with the visual aid of the mirror in her bedchamber, while Frances stood in the doorway, twirling her own bonnet by its ribbons. "He does not utter a sincere word. I doubt he has a sincere thought." "Oh, dear!" Frances laughed. "He did make a poor impression on you. I suppose he tried to flirt with you." "You heard what he said when we first met," Susanna said, turning from the mirror and gesturing to the chair beside the dressing-table. Frances stepped into the room, though she did not sit down. "I thought his words rather amusing," she admitted. "He did not mean to offend, you know. I dare say most ladies enjoy such flatteries from him." "He is shallow and vain," Susanna said. Frances set her head to one side and regarded her friend more closely. "It might be a mistake to jump too hastily to that conclusion," she said. "I have never heard of any vice in him. I have never heard him called a rake or a gambler or a ne'er-do-well or any other of the unsavoury things one half expects to hear of a young, unattached gentleman about town. Lucius likes him, and so do I must confess, though I have never been an object of his gallantry, it is true." "I do not understand," Susanna said, "how those girls can be so taken in by him." "Miss Raycroft and the Calverts," Frances said. "Oh, but they are not really, you know. He is Viscount Whitleaf, high-born, enormously wealthy, and quite out of their orbit. They understand that very well, but they enjoy his attentions, and who can blame them? Life in the country can be exceedingly dull, especially when one rarely travels farther from home than 5 miles in any direction, and he is very skilled at flirting without ever favouring one particular lady above all others, and therefore inspiring hope in her that can only lead to disappointment. Women understand him very well, I dare say, and look for husbands elsewhere. Society often works in such ways." "I am very glad, then," Susanna said tartly, "that I do not belong to society. It all sounds very artificial to me." But as she caught her friend's eye, she first smiled and then dissolved into unexpected laughter. "And just listen to me," she said when she caught her breath, "sounding like a dried-up prune of a spinster schoolteacher." "And looking like anything but," Frances said, joining in the laughter. "I suppose he flirted on the way back to Berkeley Court too, the rogue, and you responded with a sober face and a severe tongue. The poor man! He must have been utterly confounded. I wish I could have listened." They laughed together again. Perhaps she had overreacted, Susanna thought. Perhaps she would not have judged him quite so severely if he had been introduced to her as Viscount Jones or Viscount Smith, or anything but Viscount Whitleaf. "Anyway," she said, "I have always said that I will hold out for a duke or nobody. I believe a mere viscount must count as nobody." They both chuckled at the absurdity of her words. A mere viscount, indeed. "Come along to my sitting-room with me," Frances said, "and we will order up some tea and have a comfortable cose until the visitors have gone away. It was rather a long walk on such a warm day, was it not? I am thirsty again, but it felt so good to stretch my legs. I have done enough sitting in a carriage during the last few months to last me for the next year at the very least." Susanna followed her to the small sitting-room of the private apartments she shared with the Earl and sank into a comfortable brocaded easy-chair while Frances pulled on the bell-rope to summon a servant. But Frances had not finished with the topic of the Viscount. "Of course," she said, "you are quite right to be wary of Viscount Whitleaf, who is well known for having an eye for beauty, but who may not have realised at first that you are far too intelligent to respond gladly to empty flirtation and dalliance. You were certainly wise not to be dazzled by him. But, Susanna, there has to be someone out there who is just perfect for you. I firmly believe it. And I so want to see you contentedly settled in life. Mr. Burney, our vicar, was new here just before we left for Europe, and so I do not know him well, but he is pleasing to look at and has refined manners, and is unattached. At least he was 6 months ago, and he cannot be a day over 30 if he is that. Then there is Mr. Finn, a gentleman farmer, Lucius's tenant. He is earnest and thrifty and worthy and quite personable in appearance, but I believe you met him last time you were here." "I did," Susanna said, her eyes twinkling. "I believe he is sweet on the eldest Miss Calvert." "You may be right," Frances admitted, "but I am not yet convinced she is sweet on him. Well, let us dismiss him just in case she is, or just in case he is not heart-free. There is also Mr. Dannon. He owns his own property and is in possession of a modest fortune, I believe. Certainly he appears to be comfortably well off. You have not met him. He was away the last time you were here. In Scotland, I believe. He is short in stature, but then so are you. Otherwise he is well enough favoured. Of course, he is—" "Frances!" Susanna interrupted her, laughing. "You do not have to matchmake for me." "Oh, but I do." Frances sat on a love-seat, facing her friend's chair, after giving her order to the housekeeper, and gazed earnestly at her. "You and Claudia and Anne are still my dearest female friends, Susanna,
and I fervently wish for you all to be as well settled and contented as I am. Surely there must be enough unattached gentlemen in this neighbourhood for all of you." Susanna laughed again, even more merrily, and after a moment Frances joined in. "Well, for one of you, anyway," she said. "I cannot seriously imagine Claudia ever marrying, can you? And Anne is so attached to David that I dare say she would be unwilling to risk subjecting him to a stepfather who might mistreat him. David Jewell was an illegitimate child, Anne never having been married."
"So I am the one," Susanna said.
"And so you are the one," Frances said, reaching for both her hands and squeezing them tightly. "You are so very pretty, Susanna, and so sweet-natured. It seems unfair that fate landed you in a girls' school at the age of 12 and has kept you there ever since, far from the world of men and potential courtships." "It is not unfair," Susanna said firmly, pulling her hands free, "except perhaps to the hundreds and thousands of other girls who were not so privileged. And you know how much I love the school, and all the girls, and Claudia, and Anne, and even Mr. Keeble and the other teachers." Mr. Keeble was the elderly school porter. "I do know it," Frances said with a sigh. "Just as I loved teaching, until Lucius forced me to admit how much more I wanted to sing, and how very much more I wanted him. Well, I will say nothing else on the subject. And here comes the tea." They were quiet while the tray was brought in and set down, and while Frances poured the tea and handed Susanna her cup. "And so there is to be an assembly in the village the week after next," Frances said. "We arrived home at the perfect time." "An assembly will be wonderfully exciting," Susanna said. "Even a little frightening. I have never been to any such thing." "Oh," Frances looked at her with sudden realization. "Of course you have not. But you have danced at the school forever, Susanna, demonstrating steps for the girls. Now at last you will be able to put your skills to work at a real dance. And you need not be afraid that you will make a cake of yourself and everyone will notice. This is a country assembly with country people who will go to enjoy themselves, not to observe one another critically. And if that suddenly wary look has anything to do with the fact that Viscount Whitleaf will be there too, you silly goose, I will be wishing that he were to take himself off back home to Sidley Park before the fateful night. You must not allow yourself to be intimidated by him. Sidley Park. Susanna's heart sank again at the name. Why did Viscount Whitleaf have to be a friend of Mr. Raycroft? And why did he have to be staying with him at Hereford House now of all times? For so many years, 11 in fact, there had been no real reminders of her childhood and its abrupt, ghastly ending. She had been able to convince herself that she had forgotten. "Oh," Frances continued, "and Lucius has bullied the vicar into seeing to it that there will be at least one waltz at the assembly. Have I ever told you about our first waltz together, in a dusty assembly room above a deserted inn, with no one else present? No heat, though it was the dead of winter, and no music." "No music?" Susanna laughed. "I hummed it," Frances said. "It was the most glorious waltz ever waltzed, Susanna. Believe me, it was." They lapsed into a companionable silence, while Frances's dreamy expression and slightly flushed cheeks indicated that she was reliving that waltz, and Susanna wondered if anyone would dance with her at the assembly. Oh, how she hoped so. She would not even think about the waltz. Just one set. Any set. She knew the steps of the waltz, though. It was a dance Mr. Huckabee, the dancing master, always taught the girls at school. He was not, however, allowed to dance it with any of them, but only with any teacher who was willing to oblige for demonstration purposes. That had used to be Frances. Now Susanna and Anne, and sometimes Mademoiselle Etienne, the French teacher, took turns. Susanna loved the waltz more than any other dance. Not that there was anything even faintly romantic about performing the steps with Mr. Huckabee. It was true, especially when an audience of girls, many of them stifling giggles, looked on. But she had always dreamed of waltzing in a glittering, candle-lit ballroom in the arms of a tall, handsome gentleman who smiled down into her eyes as if no one else existed in the world but the two of them. "I am not a romantic," she had said earlier to Viscount Whitleaf. What an absolute bouncer of a fib. She lived a busy, disciplined life as a schoolteacher, and she did indeed love her job. She had spoken the truth about that. But her dreams were rich with romance, with love and marriage and motherhood. All those things she would never experience in the real world. As if I had stepped into a moment that was simply magic. She had wanted to weep when he spoke those words, so meaningless to him, so achingly evocative to her. How she longed for the magic of someone to love more than anyone or anything else in life, of someone to love her in the same way. For an unguarded moment, she pictured herself waltzing with Viscount Whitleaf, those laughing violet eyes softened by tenderness as they gazed into her own. But she shuddered slightly as she shook off the image and reached for a ginger biscuit. She must certainly not begin sullying the splendour of her dreams by imposing his image on them. And then she thought of something else he had said. "You wounded me to the heart, to that chest organ, that mundane pump." She almost ruined her aversion to him by chuckling aloud with amusement. Frances would think she had taken leave of her senses. And then she thought again of Sidley Park. She had lived until the age of 12, only a few miles away from it, though she had never actually been there. She had known it as the home of Viscountess Whitleaf, though she had always known too that the young Viscount lived there, as well as his 5 sisters, who bore the name of Edgeworth. She recalled that when she had first heard Frances speak of the Earl of Edgecombe, she had had a nasty turn, wondering if he was of the same family, until she had realised that the names were not identical. But apart from that, she had done a good job of holding the memories at bay. They were just too excruciatingly painful. She had heard that some people blocked painful memories so effectively that they completely forgot them. She sometimes wished that could have happened to her. A specific memory came back to her then. She must have been 5 or 6 years old at the time, and was playing close to the lake with Edith Markham, when they had been joined by a young boy, a few years older than they. He had asked them with great good humour and open interest what they were doing, and had squatted next to Susanna on the bank to see if there was a fish on the end of her makeshift fishing line. "Oh, hard luck," he had said, when he had seen that there was not. "I dare say the fish are not biting today. Sometimes they do not, or so I have heard. My mamma will not let me go fishing. She is afraid I will fall in or catch a chill, instead of a fish. Ha! Did you get it? Catching a chill instead of a fish. Does your mamma fuss you all the time? Oh, I say, you have the greenest eyes, don't you? I have never seen eyes of just that colour before. They are very fine, and they look very well with your red hair. I dare say you will be pretty when you grow up. Not that you are not pretty now. I do beg your pardon, I forgot my manners for a moment. A gentleman never lets a lady believe that perhaps she is not pretty. May I hold the rod? Perhaps I will have better luck than you, though I dare say you have had more practice." But no sooner had he seated himself on the bank and taken the rod from her, looking bright and happy and friendly, than an older girl had appeared and told him in a hushed, rather shocked voice that he ought not to be playing with that little girl. And then another girl, even older, had come rushing up to catch him by the hand and pull him firmly away from the bank and tell him that he must never, never go so close to the water again. He would fall in and die, she had said, and then what would they all do to console themselves? Edith had gone off with them, And later Susanna had learned that they had come from Sidley Park on an afternoon visit, Viscountess Whitleaf with the young Viscount, her son, and her daughters. Susanna had not thought of that incident for years and years. She was surprised she remembered it at all. Were that friendly, talkative, overprotected little boy and the Viscount she had met this afternoon one and the same then? But they must be. She had liked him then, and wanted him for a friend. She had hoped he would visit again, but though she believed he had, she had never seen him again. Even then they had been worlds apart. "We have been invited to spend the evening with Mr. Dannon and his mother tomorrow," Frances said. "It will be something for you to look forward to, and you will have a chance to take a look at him and find out if you like what you see." She chuckled at the look on Susanna's face, and then they both laughed together. Peter had spoken quite truthfully about neighbours in the country frequently coming together, either for impromptu walks and rides and drives and daytime calls at one another's homes, or for more formal entertainments like dinners and carriage excursions and garden parties. The evening of the day after he first met Susanna Osborne offered one such formal gathering. Dannon's mother had recently come from Scotland, where she lived with a widowed brother, to spend a few weeks with her son, and so he had invited his neighbours to meet her at an evening of cards and music followed by supper. The Raycrofts were among the first to arrive, but by the time Peter looked up to observe the arrival in the drawing-room of the Earl and Countess of Edgecombe with Miss Osborne, Miss Krebs was seated beside him on a sofa. The Mrs. Jane and Mary Calvert were sitting close by, one on a chair, the other on an ottoman, and Miss Raycroft was leaning on the back of the sofa, having declined his offer to allow her to sit. They were talking, almost inevitably, about the assembly. Miss Krebs had asked him about the waltz, and whether it was embarrassing to dance a whole set face-to-face with one partner, and actually touching that partner all the time. There had been a flurry of self-conscious giggles from the other ladies at the question, and then they had all fallen silent in order to hear his answer. "Embarrassing," he had said, looking from one to the other of them in mock amazement. "To be able to look into a lovely face while my one hand is at the lady's waist and the other in hers? I cannot think of any more congenial way to spend half an hour. Can you?"
"Oh," Mary Calvert said with a deep sigh, "but Mamma will insist that it is too fast a dance for any of us to perform, and I am not talking about tempo."
"The beauty of the waltz, though," Peter said, "is that it is danced in public with every mamma able to keep an eye upon her daughter and upon her daughter's partner. No man with a grain of sense would attempt anything remotely indiscreet under such circumstances, would he, despite what he may wish to attempt?" They were all in the middle of a burst of merry and slightly risque laughter when Peter looked up, and his eyes met Susanna Osborne's across the room. Ah, well, if someone had told him that a lightning bolt had penetrated the roof and the ceiling and the top of his head to emerge through the soles of his feet on its way through the floor, he would not have contradicted that person. Which was the strangest thing, really, when one came to think of it, considering the fact that in the brief moment before she looked away, he saw neither stars in her eyes nor adoration in the rest of her face. Quite the contrary, indeed. Her look made him uncomfortably aware of how he must appear sitting here, surrounded by young beauties and laughing his head off with them. Vain, shallow popinjay. He did not catch her eye again for all of the next couple of hours or so while he conversed with almost everyone else, played a few hands of cards, and then turned pages of music at the pianoforte while several of the young ladies displayed their talent at the instrument or twittered merrily about it. All the other men, he noticed, went to extraordinary lengths to avoid such a chore, though they did applaud politely at the end of each piece. It seemed unsporting of them to keep their distance, even though they were probably having interesting conversations about farming and hunting and horses and such things. as he had done yesterday with Edgecombe and Raycroft in the library at Berkeley Court. When one was at a mixed entertainment, though, one ought to make oneself available to the ladies. Miss Osborne, he was interested to observe, did not sit in a corner looking severely and disapprovingly about her at all the frivolity and vice. Money was actually changing hands at the card tables, though in infinitesimal amounts, it was true. Rather, she moved about among several groups with the Countess, until Dannon himself appropriated her and engaged her in conversation while the Countess moved on. He was doing most of the talking, Peter noticed. He had observed on other occasions that Dannon liked nothing better than a captive audience for his monologues. She looked even lovelier tonight than she had yesterday, if that was possible. She was not wearing a bonnet tonight, of course, and he could see that her hair was cut short. It hugged her head in bright, soft curls that were less fiery than red, warmer than gold, but with elements of both. She wore a cream-coloured gown that showed off her hair colour to full advantage. He deliberately stayed away from her. She had made her wishes quite clear yesterday. Perhaps he would not have spoken to her at all if he had not sat down beside Miss Honeydew after supper, because he saw that she was all alone. Miss Honeydew was the elderly sister of a former vicar, now deceased. She had, he suspected, never been a beauty, since her top teeth protruded beyond her upper lip, and they, and her long nose and face, gave her a distinctly horsey appearance. Her hair always managed somehow to escape in untidy grey wisps from beneath the voluminous caps she wore. She squinted myopically at the world through large eyeglasses that were forever slipping down her nose and listing to the left. Her head seemed to be in a constant nodding motion, whether from habit or infirmity it was not clear, and there was an air of general smiling vagueness about her. The neighbours, Peter had noticed during the past 2 weeks, were invariably kind to her, and she had been included in various groups earlier in the evening. But he guessed that she lived a lonely existence, with no children or grandchildren, or even nieces and nephews to claim her or fuss over her. And so he went to sit beside her and engage her in conversation. She was asking him if he had heard of the upcoming assembly when Miss Osborne walked by. Miss Honeydew grasped her by the wrist, shook her arm back and forth, and beamed up at her. "Miss Osborne," she said, "there you are. I am delighted that you are staying at Berkeley Court again. This is the first chance I have had all evening to speak with you." She had been talking with, or listening to, Dannon when the Countess had spent some time with Miss Honeydew earlier. Miss Osborne smiled kindly down at Miss Honeydew, without looking at Peter. "How are you, ma'am?" she asked. "It is a pleasure to see you again." "This young lady," Miss Honeydew said, looking at Peter while her hand still held Miss Osborne's wrist, "was remarkably kind to me the last time she was here. She came to visit me one afternoon when I had hurt my foot and could not get about, and she read to me for longer than an hour. I have eyeglasses, but I still find it difficult to read. Print in books is so small these days, do you not find? Sit down, child, and talk to me. Have you met Viscount Whitleaf?" She had no choice then but to look at him, though it was a brief glance, as she sat on a stool close to Miss Honeydew's chair. "Yes," she said, "I have had the pleasure, ma'am." "Miss Osborne," he said, "what a pleasant day it has been. I looked up several times during the course of it, but not once did I observe a single cloud in the sky, and the evening is almost as balmy as the day, or was when I left Hereford House." She looked at him again, her green eyes grave. He smiled at her. He had promised to make nothing but bland conversation about the weather when they were forced into company with each other. He saw a sudden gleam of understanding in her eyes. She came very close to smiling. "I believe," she said, "I saw one fluffy cloud at noon, my lord, when I was returning from a drive with Francis. But it was a very little one. and I dare say it soon floated out of sight. He was utterly charmed as his eyes laughed back into hers. She was capable of humour, even wit, after all. But she coloured suddenly and looked back at Miss Honeydew. "I will walk over to your cottage and read to you again one day, Mum, if you wish," she said. "I will enjoy it."
"I should like it of all things,"
Miss Honeydew cried, nodding her head more forcefully than usual.
"But you cannot walk all that way, child. It must be all of 3 miles from Berkeley Court."
"Then I shall ask—" Miss Osborne began. But Peter, totally forgetting his resolve to stay away from her and talk only about the weather when they did come face to face, yielded to a more impulsive instinct. "For your pleasure, ma'am," he said to Miss Honeydew, "I would be prepared to go to considerable lengths. It is your pleasure to have Miss Osborne come to your cottage to read to you, and you will not be disappointed. You will allow me, if you please, to bring her there myself in my curricle." As if it were Miss Honeydew's permission that was needed. "Oh," Miss Osborne said, perhaps indignantly. "Oh," Miss Honeydew said, enraptured, her thin, arthritic hands clasped to her bosom.
"How exceedingly kind you are to an old lady, my lord."
"Old lady?" He looked about the room in some surprise. "Is there an old lady present? Point her out to me, if you would be so good, ma'am, and I shall go and be kind to her." She laughed heartily at his sorry joke, drawing several glances their way. Peter guessed that she did not often laugh with genuine amusement.
"How you tease," she said. "You are a rogue, my lord, I do declare. But it is exceedingly kind of you to offer to bring Miss Osborne to me. You will both stay to tea when you come. I shall have my housekeeper make some of her special cakes."
"Your company and a cup of tea will be quite sufficient to reward me, ma'am," he said. "Ah, and Miss Osborne's company too." As if that were an afterthought. Miss Honeydew beamed happily at him. "It is settled, then." He looked at the younger woman. "Which afternoon shall we decide upon, Miss Osborne?" She was looking back at him, the colour high in her cheeks, an expression in her eyes he could not interpret, or perhaps he simply did not want to. And her eyes were not actually looking directly into his own, he noticed, but somewhere on a level with his chin. It struck him then that, even apart from the fact that she did not like him, she might also be a little intimidated by him, or at least by his title. Perhaps the way he had greeted her when they were introduced was so far beyond her experience that he had made her uncomfortable. Worse, perhaps he had humiliated her. What was it she had said before they parted? "I would ask you not to speak to me with such levity, my lord. I do not know how to respond." It was a disturbing thought that perhaps he had been less than the gentleman with her. "Will you allow me to drive you to Miss Honeydew's in my curricle?" he asked. "It will give me great pleasure." "Thank you, then," she said.
"Tomorrow?"
Miss Honeydew asked eagerly. Miss Osborne looked at her, and her expression softened. She even smiled. "If that will suit Lord Whitleaf, ma'am," she said. "It will," he said. "Ah, I see that Miss Moss must have found the music she was looking for earlier. She is beckoning me to come and turn the pages for her. You will excuse me?" Miss Honeydew assured him that she would. Miss Osborne said nothing.
"You looked,"
Miss Moss said, giggling with a group of other young ladies as he came up to the pianoforte,
"as if you needed rescuing."
"Actually," he said, "I was enjoying a comfortable coze with Miss Honeydew. But how could I resist the chance of being surrounded by music again, and by beauty?"
"Miss Osborne will keep her company," Miss Krebs said. "She does not need you too, Lord Whitleaf."
He humoured the young ladies and flirted good-naturedly with them for the rest of the evening, while wondering if Miss Osborne would find some excuse not to ride in his curricle with him tomorrow. Somehow, he realised, he had been aware of her all evening, even, oddly enough, when they were in different rooms, or when both his eyes had been focused upon the sheets of music so that he could turn a page at the right moment. He had not been similarly aware of any other woman. Dash it all! One day of the 14 they would both spend in this neighbourhood had already passed. Was he going to be content to allow the remaining 13 to slip by too, without at least making an effort to overcome her aversion to him and make a friend of her? A friend? Now that was a strange notion. Women and friendship, deep friendship anyway, did not usually go together in his thoughts. He had come to think of them as mutually exclusive interests. What exactly was his motive then? But did there have to be one? She was an extraordinarily pretty woman, and he was a red-blooded male. Was that not motive enough? He was not usually so self-conscious about his approaches to women, but then he had never before known a lady schoolteacher from Bath, except, without realising it, the Countess of Edgecombe. Anyway, he would have to see what tomorrow brought. At least they would be alone together for the 3-mile drive to Miss Honeydew's and back again, if Miss Osborne did not find some way out of accepting his escort, that was. And if it did not rain. Chapter 4. Francis's matchmaking schemes were going to be doomed to disappointment, Susanna thought as she tied the ribbons of her straw bonnet beneath her chin the following afternoon. They were green to match her favourite day dress, not that she had many others to compete with it. The Reverend Burney, good-looking in a fresh-faced, boyish sort of way, had been polite to her last evening. He had even conversed with her for a short while at the supper table, expressing an interest in a school that took in almost as many charity girls as paying pupils. But there had been nothing approaching ardour in his manner toward her. Mr. Dannon, short, as Francis had warned, and slightly balding at the crown of his head, but not by any means unpleasing of countenance, had engaged her in conversation for almost an hour before supper, even though he was the host and ought to have circulated more among all his guests. But she had asked him about Scotland, his mother's country of birth, and he had proved to be the sort of man who needed very little prompting to talk at great length on a subject of personal interest to him. His descriptions had been interesting, and she had not minded at all having to listen to them, but she had not felt the smallest spark of romantic interest in him. Or he in her, she guessed. Miss Calvert was indeed interested in Mr. Finn, and he in her. "Ah, you are ready," Francis said from the open doorway of Susanna's room. "Viscount Whitleaf is here. He is downstairs talking with Lucius." Susanna grimaced and reached for her gloves. Her stomach felt suddenly queasy, and her knees less than steady. "I wish I were going to walk to Miss Honeydew's cottage," she said. "You know we would have called out a carriage for you before we allowed that to happen," Francis said. "But he was there when I offered to go read to Miss Honeydew," Susanna explained, "and he felt obliged to offer to take me in his own conveyance. Poor man, I was horribly embarrassed." Francis laughed and moved aside to allow Susanna to step out of her room. "I do not suppose he minded in the least," she said. "He is nothing if not gallant to ladies." "It is very sweet of you, Susanna, to be willing to give up an afternoon for Miss Honeydew. I try to call on her a few times whenever we are at home. It has never occurred to me, though, to offer to read to her, despite the fact that I remember you did it the last time you were here, too." By that time they were downstairs and approaching the front doors. They were open, and Susanna could see the Earl of Edgecombe and Viscount Whitleaf standing just outside them at the top of the horseshoe steps. They turned at the approach of the ladies, and the Viscount swept off his hat and bowed. "It is a glorious day again," he said, his eyes laughing at Susanna. "Today there are definitely a few clouds in the sky. I counted 12 on my way over here, but they are small and white and harmless,
and actually add to the beauty of the sky."
Susanna might have laughed out loud, or at least smiled, if she had not just stepped outside and seen the vehicle in which she was to ride. Francis and the Earl must wonder why he was making such an issue of what ought to have been a passing mention of the weather. But she had seen the vehicle. He had said last night that he would escort her in his curricle, but she had been too caught up in the knowledge that he was going to drive her to reflect upon the fact that she had never ridden in one before. And this was no ordinary curricle. It was, she guessed, a gentleman's racing curricle, light and flimsy, its wheels large, its seat looking small and fragile and very far up off the ground. "And the occasional shade is welcome," Francis said. "It is very warm today."
"Miss Honeydew seems determined to ply us with tea and cakes after Miss Osborne has read to her," the Viscount said. "We may be gone for quite a while, but you may rest assured that I will return Miss Osborne safe and sound." "Whitleaf is a notable whip, Susanna," the Earl said with a laugh as they all descended the steps to the terrace. "You need not fear for your safety."
"I am not afraid," she said. "It is just that I have never ridden in a curricle before." And the seat looked even higher, and the whole thing flimsier from down here, and marvellously elegant. The horses, which were being held by one of the grooms from the stable, looked alarmingly frisky. But even before she need start worrying about the journey itself, how on earth was she going to get up there? Fortunately, it proved easier than it looked. She climbed up to the seat with no dreadful loss of dignity, though she clung to the Viscount's hand as she did so. She moved over on the seat as far as she could go, but even so, when he joined her there and gathered the ribbons into his hands, his outer thigh and hip were touching hers, and there was nothing she could do about it. And she had thought 2 days ago, when they were walking back to Berkeley Court from Hereford House, that she had never felt more uncomfortable in her life. She had known nothing then about discomfort. He gave the horses the signal to start. The curricle swung into motion, and her hand took a death grip on the rail beside it. For a few moments she could think of nothing but her own safety, or lack thereof.
"I will not let you fall," he said as they moved from the terrace onto the lane, "and I will not spring the horses. Unless you ask me to do so, that is."
"Ask him to—" She laughed and turned her head toward him. He looked back, and she felt all the shock of discovering that their faces were only inches apart.
"Laughter, Miss Osborne?" he said, raising his eyebrows. "You are not enjoying the ride by any chance, are you?"
She was terrified. Her toes were curled up inside her shoes. Her hand was still gripping the rail hard enough, or so it seemed, to put 5 dents in the metal, and every muscle in her body was clenched. The hedgerows rushed past them somewhere below her line of vision. The little clouds dashed by overhead. The horses trotted eagerly down the lane, their chestnut coats gleaming in the sunshine. The seat swung effortlessly on its springs. She laughed again. "This is wonderful!" she cried. Then, of course, she felt terribly foolish. How gauche of her! She was behaving like a child being given a rare treat, and yet she did not feel like a child as she became aware again of his thigh and shoulder brushing against hers. His laughter mingled with her own. He had caused her a largely sleepless night, she recalled. She had dreaded this afternoon and the thought of being alone with him again. What would she talk about? She had no wish to talk with Viscount Whitleaf of all people. Even apart from the name he bore, she had decided on her first acquaintance with him, on her first sight of him, that he was shallow and frivolous. And yet she had not been able to forget that he had been sitting with Miss Honeydew when most of the other young people had avoided her all evening whenever they could do so without appearing ill-mannered, and that he had made her laugh with that foolish but surely kindly meant flattery about an old lady. And he had voluntarily doomed himself to the tedium of an afternoon at Miss Honeydew's cottage. He had not, as Susanna had led Francis to believe, been trapped into offering her a ride in his curricle. He might easily have avoided doing so. "You certainly enjoyed yourself with all the young ladies last evening," she said. "They would have been perfectly happy if there had been no other gentleman present." "I did," he admitted, turning the curricle onto the fork of the lane that led directly to the village, with hands that looked very skilled indeed on the ribbons. "Enjoy myself, that is. It is a pleasure, you know, to listen to young ladies chatter, and to turn the pages of their music when one knows that doing so makes them happy. But your barbed tongue was at work again, was it not? Would they have been happy with only me? I doubt it. Miss Calvert would not have been happy if Finn had not been there. Perhaps you did not notice that she spent some time in his company. And Miss Krebs was very happy indeed when Moss asked her to reserve a set for him at the assembly. So happy that she allowed him to fill a plate for her at supper and sit beside her. Miss Jane Calvert would have spent a less enjoyable evening if she had not had the Reverend Burney in her sights for most of the time. And you would have sat all alone for an hour if Dannon had not been there." "Mr. Dannon was the host," she protested. "Besides, I was not talking of myself." "And as a final word in my defence," he said, "it might be pointed out that all the gentlemen had an equal opportunity to gather at the pianoforte and turn pages of music." She could not think of an answer to that one. "Is this a racing curricle?" she asked. "The thing is, you see," he said, "that no self-respecting gentleman below the age of 30 would want to purchase for himself a curricle that could not race." "And I suppose," she said, "you do race in it?" "Now, what would be the point," he asked her, "in owning a racing curricle if all one did with it was crawl about country lanes as I am doing now?" "Is this crawling?" she asked. She had been finding the speed exhilarating, and had been feeling very daring indeed. "My poor chestnuts," he said, "will never forgive me for the indignity of this journey." She laughed. He turned his head again to smile down at her. "What?" he said. "I am not about to find myself at the receiving end of a lecture about the danger of risking my neck and those of my horses by dashing fruitlessly along the King's Highway merely for the sake of winning a race. The last one, by the way, was from London to Brighton, and honesty forces me to confess that I lost it by a longish nose." "Why should it concern me?" she asked him, "if you risk your neck?" "Now that, Miss Osborne," he said, "was unkind." "I suppose," she said wistfully, "it is the most glorious feeling in the world to fly along as fast as your horses can gallop. Or simply to fly." She had a recurring dream in which she was a bird, free to soar into the blue and ride the wind. "I have a curious suspicion," he said, "that my first impressions of you were quite inaccurate, Miss Osborne." His words jolted her into a realization that she had actually been talking with him, and even rather enjoying herself. And already they were passing through the village. They were halfway to Miss Honeydew's cottage. "Your silence speaks loudly and accusingly," he said, as he touched his whip to the brim of his hat, and she raised her free hand to wave to Mr. Calvert, who was walking along the village street in the direction of his home. "Obviously you believe that your first impressions of me were accurate." Did she? He enjoyed spending his time flirting with young ladies. He owned a racing curricle, and had raced it all the way from London to Brighton. She had seen nothing that suggested there was any substance to his character, though he had sat with Miss Honeydew last evening and been kind to her. "You still dislike me," he said with a sigh, though it seemed to her that he was amused rather than upset in any way. "I do not," she began. "Ah, but I believe you do," he said. "Do you not teach your pupils that it is wicked to lie? Is it something about my looks?"
You know very well, she said sharply, that your looks are perfect. It was only after the words were out that she wished that she could recall them. Goodness, she must sound like a besotted schoolgirl. "Oh, I say," he said, laughing. "Is that true? My eye colour is not effeminate." "You know very well it is not," she said indignantly. How had the conversation suddenly taken this uncomfortably personal turn? "I have a cousin," he told her, "who has the same colour eyes. I have always thought they look so much more appropriate on her." "I would not know," she said, "since I do not know the lady." "It is not my looks, then," he said, "unless you happen to have a bias against perfection. There would be little logic in that, though. It must be my character, then." "I do not dislike you," she protested. "There is nothing I find objectionable about your character, except that you do not take anything seriously." "That," he said, "is very akin to those annoying pronouncements with which certain people preface nasty remarks. I do not wish to be critical, old chap, but—" the condemnation in that "but," and in your "except that." "You think me a shallow man, then?" The words had not been phrased as a question, but he was waiting for an answer. Well, she was not going to deny it merely because good manners suggested that she ought. He had asked. "Yes, my lord," she said, gazing along the road and wondering when Miss Honeydew's cottage would come into view. "I do." "I suppose," he said, "you would not believe me if I told you I sometimes entertain a serious thought or two, and that I am not entirely shallow." She hesitated. "It would be presumptuous of me to call you a liar," she said. "Why?" He had dipped his head even closer to hers, so that for a moment, before he returned his attention to the road, she could feel his breath on her cheek. "Because I do not know you," she said. "Ah," he said. "What would you say, Miss Osborne, if I told you that despite my admission of a moment ago, I still think you beautiful beyond belief, but also harsh in your judgments and without feelings, incapable of deep affection or love?" She bristled. "I would say that you know nothing about me or my life," she said, trying in vain to move farther to her side of the seat. "Precisely," he said, a note of satisfaction in his voice. "We do not know each other at all, do we? How do you know that I am not worth knowing? How do I know that you are?" She gripped the rail beside her more tightly. "But surely," she said, "we have no wish to know each other anyway, and so the answers to your questions do not matter." "But they do to me," he said. "I certainly wish to know who Miss Susanna Osborne is. I very much wish it, especially after discovering the surprising fact that she would love to race to Brighton in a curricle. That I would not have guessed about you in 1,000 years." "I would not," she began. "Too late," he said. "You have already admitted it in so many words. I have a strong suspicion that you might be interesting to know. And I feel the need to be known, to justify my existence to someone who believes me to be worthless." "That is not what I said," she cried. "I would never say such a thing to anyone. But do you feel such a need with all the ladies you meet? Do you feel the need to know and make yourself known to the Mrs. Calvert and Miss Krebs and Miss Raycroft?" "Good Lord, no," he said, and laughed. "Why me, then?" she asked, turning her head to frown at him. "Only because I do not respond to your flatteries as other women do?" "That is a possibility, I suppose," he admitted. "But I hope there is another. There is a gravity about you when you are not laughing at the danger and exhilaration of riding in a curricle. I suspect that, horror of horrors, it stems from superior intelligence. Are you an intelligent woman, Miss Osborne?" "How am I to answer that?" she asked him in further exasperation. "It is one of the things I need to discover about you," he said. "The Countess of Edgecombe has invited you here out of friendship, not obligation, or so I have been led to believe. The Countess is a woman of intelligence. I would imagine that her friends must be intelligent too. And of course you are a teacher and must have an impressive store of knowledge rattling around in your brain. But I need to discover for myself if I am right." She was speechless, and the reality of the situation suddenly hit her. It must be reality. None of her muddled and troubled dreams last night had conjured quite this scenario. Here she was talking quite freely with Viscount Whitleaf of all people, and actually rather enjoying herself. "Do you think, Miss Osborne," he asked her, "we could be friends if we tried very hard? Shall we try?" She stared at his face in profile, but she could see no mockery there. "It is not possible, even if you are serious," she said. "We are from different worlds, almost from different universes. Besides, men and women do not become friends with each other, even if they are of the same world." "You had better not tell Edgecombe or the Countess that," he said, raising his eyebrows. "Nevertheless, I might have agreed with you until yesterday. I am not in the habit of making friends of any of the women I have known, but you refuse to allow me to flirt with you, you see, and so you leave me with no alternative but to befriend you." "Or to ignore me," she said sharply. "That is not an option," he told her, and he grinned. "This is absurd," she said. "Utterly absurd." "Then humour me," he said. "Will you? Will you allow me to try to be your friend even if you will not be mine? I really do not think I can wax eloquent about the weather alone for 12 more days." She laughed unexpectedly. At the same moment she was aware that the curricle had slowed, and looked up in some surprise to see that they had arrived at Miss Honeydew's cottage. "Ah!" He turned his head to look intently at her. "This is better. You are laughing again. I have been leading up, again, to asking you what it is about teaching that you so love. But, yet again, our arrival at a destination has thwarted me. You will give me the answer, if you please, during the return journey." "Lord Whitleaf," she said, as he jumped down from his seat and looped the ribbons over the top bar of a painted white fence that surrounded the garden, "you can have no possible interest in my teaching career." He raised both arms and lifted her to the ground before she could think of looking for safe foot and handholds. He made her feel as if she weighed no more than a feather. He also made her feel as if she were running a slight fever. "And you, Miss Osborne," he said, keeping his hands on either side of her waist, "can have no idea what would interest me. Can you?" He waited for her answer. "No," she admitted. He grinned at her and released her. They both turned to greet Miss Honeydew, who had come to the front door to hail them. She was dressed in what was very obviously her Sunday best, and she was glowing with happiness. Susanna was terribly afraid that Frances might be wrong after all. She was terribly afraid that Viscount Whitleaf might be very dangerous indeed. Chapter 5. After the first flurry of greetings was over, they must have lasted a good 15 minutes by Peter's estimation, he went back outside to tend his curricle and his horses. Then, having discovered several loose boards in the fence, but no handyman on the premises, he went in search of a hammer and nails, found them in the stable that doubled as a garden shed, left his coat there, and made the repairs himself, despite the fact that the housekeeper gawked at him as if he were the unfortunate possessor of 2 heads when she came to the door to see what was creating the noise. And then, because a scruffy little terrier dog had barked incessantly at him since his arrival, and danced about him and even attempted to nip his wrists and ankles,
until informed that it would do so at its own peril, he decided that the animal needed more exercise than a prowl about the garden provided. He found an old leather leash in the shed, brushed it free of cobwebs, attached it to the dog, and took it for a brisk walk along some narrow country lanes, until, on the way back to the cottage, he removed the leash so that it could dash about in all directions, beside itself with exuberant glee at discovering such wide open spaces and the freedom to explore them. The stable, which had been built to accommodate 3 horses and a small carriage, would only just take his 2 horses. The curricle had to remain outside. Peter set about tidying the area and creating more space. And then, because the new space looked as if it had not seen either a broom or a pail of water in some time, he gave it both before spreading some fresh, clean-smelling straw, which he had found piled up behind the building. By the time he entered the house by the kitchen door, he was feeling grubby and sweaty, and really rather pleased with life. This was turning into the most pleasant afternoon he had spent since coming to Hereford House. He washed his hands and his arms up to the elbows in water the flustered housekeeper poured for him, rolled down his shirt-sleeves, and shrugged back into his coat, not an easy task without the assistance of his valet, and stepped into the sitting-room, where Miss Osborne was reading aloud but quietly, while Miss Honeydew sat in a chair nearby, her head resting against the cushioned back, her eyes closed, her cap askew, her mouth wide open, snoring softly. His eyes met Miss Osborne's. He stepped back out into the corridor, cleared his throat, scuffed his boots on the wood floor, called out a second, more effusive thank you to the housekeeper for the water, and reappeared in the doorway. Miss Osborne was closing the book, and Miss Honeydew was sitting erect and wide awake. She was straightening her cap and beaming with happiness. "What a wonderful reading voice you have for sure, Miss Osborne," she said. "I could listen to you all day long. And how splendid to have 2 young persons come to tea. I do hope the afternoon has not been a tedious one for you, Lord Whitleaf, though I dare say it has. I cannot tell you how much your kindness at Miss Osborne's has meant to me. You must both be ready for your tea." "It has not been a tedious afternoon by any means, ma'am," he said, seating himself. "I was thinking to myself only a few moments ago that I have enjoyed this afternoon more than any other since I came into Somerset." "Oh, what a rascal you are!" Miss Honeydew clapped her hands with glee and laughed heartily. Susanna Osborne looked back at him reproachfully. "You will surely fry for your sins," she told him an hour later, after they had waved goodbye to Miss Honeydew in the doorway of her cottage and were on their way back to Berkeley Court. "The most enjoyable afternoon of your stay here, indeed. I heard you hammering at the fence, and the housekeeper came and whispered to me that you were cleaning out the stable and wanted to know what she ought to do about it." "I took the mutt for a run too," he said with a chuckle. "I thought its yapping might well drive you insane." "Why did you do it all?" she asked, sounding rather cross. "Because I cannot stand being idle," he said. "But no, you would not believe that, would you? You believe me to be nothing but idle. Perhaps I wished to impress you." "And you flattered Miss Honeydew without ceasing for almost an hour," she said. "She was delighted, even though she did not believe a word you said. She will doubtless live on the memory for days or weeks to come." "Is there anything wrong with that?" he asked her. "She is lonely, is she not?" "There is nothing wrong with it," she said, still sounding cross. "You are kind. You are very kind." Ah, she was cross because she had been proved at least partly wrong about him, was she? "But frivolous and idle too," he said, realizing suddenly that the elusive perfume he had tried to identify all the way to the cottage was not perfume at all, but soap. It was very enticing, nevertheless. So were the soft warmth of her thigh and her arm. She did not reply, and he chuckled. "It is quite unsporting of you not to contradict me, Miss Osborne," he said. "Shall we use the return journey to discover if there is anything about each other that might make it possible for us to be friends?"
"Or impossible," she said.
"I perceive," he said, "that you are of the half-empty glass school of thought, Miss Osborne, while I am of the half-full school."
"Then we are quite incompatible," she said.
"Not necessarily so," he said. "Some differences of opinion will provide us with topics upon which to hold a lively debate. There is nothing more dull than two people who are so totally in agreement with each other upon every subject under the sun that there really is nothing left worth saying." But why the devil it had popped into his head earlier, and even last evening, that he wanted her as a friend, he had no idea. Except that he knew he could not make her into a flirt, perhaps. She would not allow it, and neither would he. He would flirt with his social equals, with those who knew the rules of the game. He would not flirt with an indigent schoolteacher. She had been a charity pupil at the school where she now taught for the love of God, whom he might inadvertently hurt. But he could not simply ignore her. Good Lord, what was it he had thought 2 days ago when he first set eyes on her? There she is. The words still puzzled him and made him strangely uneasy. It would be a novel challenge to try again to make a friend of a young woman, one who did not particularly like him, and one who claimed that they were closer to being universes apart than worlds. Well, challenges were meant to brighten the dull routine of life. Not that routine was always dull. Sometimes he longed for it. It was what he had grown up with and expected of the rest of his life, a quiet routine, a fulfillment of duty that was self-imposed rather than enforced from above, as it had been all through his boyhood. He had expected very little of his life, really, only a sort of heaven of home and hearth and domestic contentment. Most of his current friends would cringe if they knew that of him. Even Raycroft, his closest friend, would be astonished. "Tell me what you like so much about teaching," he said. He felt rather than saw her smile. "It is something I am capable of doing well," she said, "and something I can constantly work upon to improve. It is something useful and worthwhile." "Educating girls is worthwhile?" He asked only because he guessed the question would provoke her into saying more. "Girls have minds just as boys do," she said firmly, "and are just as hungry for knowledge and just as capable of learning and understanding. It is true that most of them grow up to lives in which they do not need to know very much at all, but then I suspect that holds true of most men, too." "Like me?" he asked. "I believe there is a saying," she said tartly, "that if the shoe fits, one ought to wear it." He chuckled softly. "But most men would argue," he said, "that educating girls gives them brain fever at worst and makes them unattractive at best. Or perhaps I have got the worst and the best mixed up." "I dare say," she said, "those men are insecure in their masculinity and fear that women may outshine them. How mortifying it would be if they had to ask a woman for the square root of 81. She was a delight. He had already seen several different facets of her character, but he could always rely upon the prim schoolteacher to keep making an appearance. The square root of 81, indeed. "Ouch," he said, wincing noticeably. "But would there ever be such an occasion? I cannot for the life of me think of one. What is the square root of 81, anyway?" 9, they said in unison. He laughed, and after a brief moment so did she. He wondered if she realized what a dazzling combination laughter was with her looks. He wondered, too, how often she laughed. Perhaps it was more often than he had suspected the day before yesterday. Perhaps she brought light and joy to that school in Bath. "But that is not your cue," he said, deliberately sobering, "to fire all sorts of obscure and tricky questions at me."
My masculinity is a fragile enough commodity without being put to that sort of test."
"I doubt that," she said fervently, and then laughed again when he looked at her sidelong and pulled an abject face. He chuckled once more before turning into the lane from the village that would eventually bring them to the fork into Berkeley Court.
"And in case you are neglecting to ask for fear of the answer, Miss Osborne, I detect no signs of brain fever in you, and you are certainly not unattractive. Quite the contrary, in fact."
"I would rather," she said after a brief silence, "that you not try to flatter and flirt with me. You must speak sensibly with me if we are to be friends."
"We are to be friends, then?" he asked her. "Very well. Let me be honest. You are quite devoid of any discernible attraction. A small, slender stature combined with shining auburn curls and sea-green eyes and regular features is all quite unappealing, as I am sure you must be aware."
When he turned his head to snatch a look at her, she was smiling broadly and looking straight ahead.
"Friends need not be unaware of each other's attractions," he said. "Tell me how you occupy your time when you are not teaching."
"You do not know much about the world of employment, do you, Lord Whitleaf?" she asked. "There is not much time that is not taken up with work. When I am not in the classroom, I am supervising games in the meadow beyond the school, or organising dramatic presentations, or watching over the girls during study sessions, or marking papers, or examinations, or, well, there is almost always something to do. But when there is some leisure time, usually late in the evening, I spend it with my friends, the other resident teachers. We usually gather in Claudia Martin's sitting room, or sometimes, if it is daytime, and there is the rare luxury of a spare hour, I go out walking. Bath is a lovely city. There is much to see there."
Ah, yes. They were from different universes, but he admired her sense of purpose.
"Now it is your turn," she said. "You must tell me something of yourself."
"Are you sure you really wish to know about my idle, empty life?" he asked her, his eyes twinkling.
"You were the one who thought there could be a friendship between us," she reminded him. "There can be no friendship if only one party gets to ask the questions. Tell me about your childhood."
He gave the matter some thought. "It was filled with women, a familiar pattern with me, Miss Osborne. My father died when I was 3 years old. I have no memory of him, alas. I do think it unsporting of him not to have waited at least another 2 or 3 years. I was left with my mother and 5 elder sisters. I dare say my parents had despaired of producing an heir, and were jubilant when I finally put in an appearance. By that time my sisters too must have been aware that a family without an heir was a family headed for certain disaster, and indeed I came along only just in time to avert it. I was the apple of every female eye as I grew up. I could do no wrong in their sight. I was petted and cosseted and adored. No boy was ever more fortunate than I."
She had turned her head and was looking steadily at him. "There was no man in your life, then?" she asked.
"Oh, several," he said. "There were official guardians and self-appointed guardians, all of whom ruled my estate and my fortune and me, and arranged everything from my education to the reading and answering of my mail. It was all done for my benefit, of course. I was very fortunate."
"I suppose," she said, "they did no more than your father would have done if he had lived."
"Except that then there would have been a relationship," he said. "Perhaps there would have been some sharing, some love."
He was turning at the fork in the lane as he spoke. Perhaps he would not have spoken so unguardedly if he had not been thus occupied. Good Lord, he did not usually even think such abject thoughts. He felt quite embarrassed. "You missed your father," she said softly. He glanced down at her.
"You cannot miss what you never had, Miss Osborne," he said. "I do not even remember him."
"I missed my mother," she told him.
Yet she died giving birth to me."
"Ah. It is odd, is it not," he said, "to miss people one never knew, or knew so far back that there is no conscious memory left. I was inundated with love from my mother and sisters, and yet, perversely, I wanted a father's love. Did your father love you?"
"Oh, yes," she said, "but I ached for my mother. I used to weave dreams about her. I could always picture her arms reaching out to me, and I could always hear her voice and smell roses when she was near. But I never could see her face. Is that not strange? Sometimes even the imagination lets one down. How foolish." She looked away and fell silent, and it seemed to him that she was suddenly as embarrassed as he had been a couple of minutes ago at making such an admission about the child she had been. Neither of them said any more on the subject. They were approaching Berkeley Court, and Edgecombe and the Countess were walking across the lawn before the house to meet them. But something subtle had changed between them, he sensed. Perhaps everything. They had shared something of themselves with each other, and he would never be able to return to a relationship of simple banter with her. They had, in other words, taken a step toward friendship with each other, as he had wanted, and yet the realization was slightly unsettling. Banter was safer. So was flirtation.
"Miss Osborne,"
he said as he drew the curricle to a halt just before the others came up to them.
"Is it possible for us to be friends, do you think?"
"But we are to be here for only 12 more days, she said.
"You brought her back in one piece, I see, Whitleaf,"
Edgecombe said, striding up to the vehicle and reaching up a hand to help her down.
"Congratulations. Francis would have been upset with you if you had not."
"And you are not looking nearly as frightened as you were when you left here, Susanna," the Countess said. "Did you enjoy the ride and your visit?" Peter declined their invitation to go inside the house for refreshments. He would be expected back at Hereford House, he told them, and left after bidding them all a collective farewell. This time, he noticed, Susanna Osborne did not hurry into the house without a backward glance. She stood with the other two to watch him on his way. He had also noticed she had not said that it was impossible for them to be friends, or that it would be possible either. It struck him as he drove away that perhaps it would be better if she had protested. He was not at all sure that friendship was safe. It was a surprise to Susanna to discover that she had actually enjoyed the afternoon, not just the part of it she had spent with Miss Honeydew, but all of it. She was even more surprised to discover that she actually rather liked Viscount Whitleaf. He might be a basically shallow man who liked nothing better than to flirt with every woman he set eyes upon, but he also had a good sense of humour. More important, he was definitely a kind man, and not totally indolent either. He had actually mended Miss Honeydew's fence and cleaned out her old stable. He had taken her bad-tempered little dog for a walk. He had been careful not to embarrass her when he had discovered her asleep in her chair while Susanna was still reading to her. And then, at her urging, he had eaten 3 of the cakes she called her housekeeper's specialty, even though it must have been clear to him after the first bite that they were undercooked and doughy at the centre. She had discovered, when she had found herself quite unable to resist asking him about his childhood, just as if she knew nothing at all about it, that indeed he had been cosseted by his mother and all his sisters, and ruled by his male guardians. He could not be blamed in any way, then, for what had happened to her father, and she could not blame him simply for having the name Whitleaf. But despite the softening of her attitude toward him, Susanna could not see any possibility of their becoming friends. It was an absurd idea. They had nothing whatsoever in common. And yet the idea had a certain appeal. She had never had a male friend. Mr. Huckabee and Mr. Upton, the art master, were not quite friends,
though they were colleagues with whom she shared a mutual respect, and Mr. Keeble was just a friendly acquaintance, a sort of father figure, as he guarded the door of the school from every imaginable or imaginary wolf. In the coming days she saw further evidence of Lord Whitleaf's kindness. After dinner at the Raycrofts one evening, he offered to take the one empty place at a card table that no one else seemed eager to fill, even though he knew that his partner was to be old Mrs. Moss, who was deaf and indecisive, and invariably played the wrong card when she did make a decision. And though the two of them lost all 5 of the hands they played, he succeeded in keeping everyone at the table amused, and in convincing Mrs. Moss that it was his clumsy play that had ensured their defeat. And when, after church on Sunday, Susanna overheard the vicar greet Miss Honeydew and tell her how gratifying it was to see her at church despite the rain that had been falling earlier, she also heard Miss Honeydew tell him that Viscount Whitleaf had brought a closed carriage to her cottage early enough that she had had time to get ready to come. The Earl of Edgecombe told Francis and Susanna, after he had taken Mr. Raycroft and the Viscount on a tour of the home farm one morning, that when they had passed the labourers' cottages, and he had stopped to call upon one of his men who had cut his hand rather badly the week before, the Viscount had wandered off to talk with some of the wives, who were outside their homes pegging out their washing, it being Monday and therefore laundry day. He had been discovered half an hour later, without his coat or hat, perched on a ladder, held by one woman and 2 children, and making an adjustment to a line that dragged too close to the ground when weighed down by wet clothes. All the neighbourhood women and children had been gathered around, calling up advice. And of course, the Earl added, chuckling, they were all gazing worshipfully up at him too, when he did not have them all doubled up with laughter, that was. And he did not forget that he wanted to be Susanna's friend. She saw him every day. They never spent longer than half an hour alone together at a time. He was too discreet for that, and if he had not been, she would. She certainly did not want to arouse any gossip in the neighbourhood, nor did she want to make Francis uneasy. But almost always when they met, he contrived to exchange a few private words with her, or to take her apart from the company for a short while. She came to look forward to those brief interludes as the highlight of her days. After playing cards with Mrs. Moss at the Raycrofts' dinner, for example, he approached Susanna, asked if he could fetch her a cup of tea, and when she said yes, told her that perhaps she ought to come with him if Dannon would excuse her, so that he would be sure to add just the right amount of milk and sugar. She had been seated beside Mr. Dannon for all of an hour, listening to stories about his Scottish ancestors, some of which she had heard before. "You were beginning to look cross-eyed with boredom," Viscount Whitleaf told her.
"Oh, I was not," she protested indignantly. "I would not be so ill-mannered."
"But it is interesting to note," he said, "that you do not deny that you were bored. Anyway, I have rescued you. What are friends for?" She laughed, and they stood talking to each other for a while beside the tea-tray, until Mr. Crossley and Miss Krebs joined them. One afternoon he rode over to Berkeley Court with Miss Raycroft and her brother, and the 3 of them stayed for tea. But when Mr. Raycroft rose to leave, his sister protested that she wanted to see some watercolours of Vienna the Countess had brought back from Europe, and promised to show her, since Vienna was where Alice Hickmore was spending the winter. Mr. Raycroft sat down again to continue his conversation with the Earl. Francis took Miss Raycroft up to her room, and Viscount Whitleaf invited Susanna to stroll out on the terrace with him until his companions were ready to leave. He told her, at her prompting, about his years at Oxford, where he had studied the classics. It seemed from what he said that he actually had studied, not merely used the years away from home to kick up his heels and enjoy life. Her opinion of him took another turn for the better. The next day was chilly and blustery, but Susanna and Francis decided to walk into the village anyway for fresh air and exercise, and for Francis to deliver a basket of food to a former housekeeper at Berkeley Court, who had celebrated her 80th birthday the month before, when Francis and the Earl were still away. Susanna wanted to buy some new ribbon to trim the old gown she would wear to the assembly. She explained that to Viscount Whitleaf, whom they met as he was striding along the village street after escorting 2 of the Calvert sisters home from Hereford House, and at his suggestion Frances proceeded on her way to deliver her basket, while he escorted Susanna to the village shop, where she made her purchase before being taken to the village inn to be treated to a glass of lemonade and a pastry. And then he offered to escort them both back to Berkeley Court, insisting, when Frances protested, that he could never deny himself the pleasure of having a lady for each arm as he walked, and that he hoped she would not deny him that pleasure. "Far be it from me to cause you any such misery," Frances said with a laugh, taking one of his arms while Susanna took the other. "And thank you." He talked about music with Frances, skillfully drawing Susanna in too. He had, she realized, considerable conversational skills when he chose to use them, and considerable knowledge too. If Susanna felt some small disappointment in the friendship, it was in the fact that Viscount Whitleaf had not solicited her hand for any of the sets at the assembly, which was fast approaching. He was, of course, engaged to dance at least the first 4 sets. She remembered that from the day they had met. Perhaps he had promised all the others too. Or perhaps friends did not feel the need to dance with each other. No one had yet reserved any sets with her. She was almost sure, of course, that the Earl would dance with her, and probably Mr. Raycroft too, perhaps even Mr. Dannon. But how lovely it would be! What a crowning delight to dance with Viscount Whitleaf! It would be something to tell her friends about, something to relive in memory all the rest of her life, and if it happened also to be the waltz. But she would not dwell upon that slight disappointment. Already this was turning into a holiday that would buoy her spirits all through the autumn term at school. She must not be greedy. Perhaps he would ask her when the evening came, or perhaps, if he had no free sets, he would at least find some time to come and talk with her, so that she would feel less of a wallflower. It did not matter. She had a gentleman friend. What startling stories she would have to share with Claudia and Anne when she returned to Bath. In the meantime, the holiday was still not at an end. Chapter 6. The whole neighbourhood had been invited to an afternoon picnic at Berkeley Court, and fortunately the good weather had returned for the occasion after a few days of clouds and winds and chill. Peter was greatly enjoying himself, despite memories of an affectionate, subtly reproachful letter that morning from his mother, whose house party was proceeding without him. If he were there at Sidley Park now, he thought, he would very possibly be attending just exactly the same type of event as he was here, except that there he would know that one in particular of the young ladies present had been selected as a potential bride for him, Miss Rose Larchwell, and he would know that his mother's fond, anxious eyes were following him wherever he went. There he would feel all the burden of being loved dearly by someone he had forgiven, though he had not forgotten. Perhaps it would have been better not to have forgiven, or at least to have forgiven conditionally. Perhaps he ought to have made it crystal clear to her that he would not accept any further interference in his life, especially as a matchmaker. Perhaps he ought to have told her that Sidley could no longer be her home. But she had been so broken-hearted, for him as well as for herself, and he had been only 21. Besides all of which, he had loved her, and still did. She was his mother. And so she seemed to feel it was her mission in life to atone, to find him a bride in place of the one she had lost for him. He shook off the thought of what might be proceeding at Sidley and concentrated on what was happening at Berkeley Court. Here he could relax and enjoy himself with whomever he chose, or with whoever chose him. The picnic site was a wide, grassy bank close to the narrower end of a large lake, at some remove from the house. There was a picturesque 3-arched stone bridge spanning its banks nearby. The waters from a river flowed rather swiftly beneath it into the lake. From the centre of the bridge, where he stood for a while early in the afternoon with Miss Raycroft, Miss Mary Calvert, and Miss Krebs, he could see that the swiftness of the water was caused by a waterfall farther back along the river among the trees. He gazed appreciatively at the scene while they chattered about the upcoming assembly. Part way along the bank on the far side of the lake, there was a pretty octagonal wooden pavilion. He walked there a little later with Finn, Miss Calvert, Miss Jane Calvert, and Miss Moss, and her brother. They sat inside the structure for a while admiring the view, talking merrily and laughing a great deal. Most of the conversation there, too, concerned the assembly, to which they were all looking forward with eager anticipation. It was the first, apparently, since last Christmas. After they had returned to the picnic site, Peter sat for a while on one of the blankets that had been spread for the convenience of the guests, conversing with the Countess of Edgecombe and a few of her older neighbours. In answer to their questions, she told them something of her recent singing tour of Europe. The sky was blue and cloudless, the sun warm without being oppressively hot. There was a very light breeze. It was a perfect summer day. The boats were proving popular. There were 4 of them, each designed for no more than 2 persons, 1 rower and 1 passenger, though Peter found himself with 2 ladies squeezed onto the seat facing him every time he was at the oars. He made no complaint. Why should he, when there was a pair of ladies to admire each time instead of 1? In their flimsy summer finery and bonnets, they all looked good enough to eat, and they were all clearly enjoying the rare treat of a lovely summer day coinciding for once with an outdoor social event.
"The last time we were invited to a picnic," Miss Mary Calvert said, trailing one hand in the water, "it rained cats and dogs all day and all night. Do you remember, Rosamond? It was for the retirement of the old vicar, and we all had to be crammed into the vicarage and pretend that we were not hugely disappointed."
Peter did not speak with Susanna Osborne for all of the first hour or so. Each day since their visit to Miss Honeydew's, he had found himself looking forward to spending some time with her, but each day he had felt the necessity of having to keep their encounters short, since he could not simply include her in the crowd of young ladies who often hung about him for long spells at a time. She would not have appreciated the frivolity of the group conversation. Having an actual lady friend was a novel venture for him, but he was very aware that his interest in her might be misconstrued by others if he was not careful. And so he was careful never to single her out immediately at any entertainment, and even when he did, to spend no more than half an hour with her. Earlier in the afternoon, he had bowed to her on the terrace when he arrived, made some deliberately bland observation about the weather, just to see the light of amusement in her eyes, and turned his attention elsewhere. And then he had proceeded to enjoy himself, as had she. The Reverend Burney, the fair-haired, fresh-faced young vicar, took her for a row on the lake, and engaged her in earnest conversation the whole time. Peter watched them. Dannon, that prize boar, took her walking along the near bank with Raycroft and the Countess, and then he kept her standing close to the water for all of 15 minutes after the other 2 had returned to the picnic site. Peter knew, because he timed what was obviously a monologue. Crossley, a widower in his 40s, fetched her a glass of lemonade on her return, and sat with her for a while, pointing out features of the view with wide arm gestures. Peter knew, because he watched. It struck him suddenly that her own assessment of her marriage prospects was quite possibly over-pessimistic. Poor and dowerless as she must be, she had not failed to catch the eye of almost every eligible bachelor in the neighbourhood. But she was surely far too sensible to marry Dannon, and too lively to consider Burney. And Crossley was too old for her. He could be her father, for God's sake. In fact, the very thought of her marrying any of the present prospects made Peter quite unreasonably irritable. and he was being unreasonable. Surely any half-decent marriage was preferable to life as a spinster schoolteacher. At least, that was what he knew any of his sisters would tell him. But even as he was wool-gathering with such thoughts, and neglecting the ladies who chattered about him, someone suggested a game before tea, and a chorus of enthusiastic voices was raised with a dizzying variety of suggestions, which ranged from cricket to hide-and-seek. Cricket could not be played, however, unless someone dashed back to the house for all the necessary and bulky equipment. Besides, Miss Moss complained with the obvious support of most of the other ladies, cricket was really a man's game, and hide-and-seek was not practical, as the trees did not grow thickly on this side of the lake, and there were very few other hiding places. All of the other suggestions were rejected too, for one reason or another. It seemed they were to proceed gameless to tea after all, until Miss Osborne spoke up. "How about boat races?" she suggested. There was a swell of excited approval, and then the inevitable dissenting voice. "But there are too few gentlemen to row all of us," Miss Jane Calvert pointed out. "Some of us would have to stand and watch." The other ladies looked at her in dismay, all of them, it seemed, with mental visions of being among the excluded. "But who is to say," Miss Osborne asked, "that the men have to have all the fun? I was thinking of races in which all of us would row, and none of us would be passengers." "Oh, I say," Moss said, and laughed. "That is the best idea I have heard yet, Susanna," the Countess said. Peter folded his arms and pursed his lips.
"But I have never rowed a boat," Miss Raycroft protested. "Neither have I," Miss Krebs wailed. "I could not possibly." "We must think of something else, then," Miss Mary Calvert said. But Miss Osborne raised her voice again, more firmly than before. "What?" She looked about at the circle of those who had gathered to choose a game, and it was immediately apparent to Peter's amused eye that she had forgotten herself and had slipped into an accustomed role of teacher rallying unenthusiastic pupils. "We are going to miss the chance of taking the oars ourselves and demonstrating that we are not just decorative ornaments who must always be passengers. We are not going to strive to beat the men."
"Oh, I say," Moss said again, while Peter grinned and caught an identical expression on Edgecombe's face.
"Beat the men!"
Miss Krebs half shrieked again. She looked as if she were close to swooning. A few of the other young ladies were giggling, but they looked definitely interested.
"There are only 4 boats," Miss Osborne pointed out. "We will have to have elimination heats. Across the lake to the pavilion and back again ought to be far enough. The ladies will compete against one another, and the men against one another. At the end there will be a race between the winning man and the winning woman. Then we will see what sort of competition the lady will offer the gentleman." She was flushed and bright-eyed and full of energy and enthusiasm. A born leader, Peter guessed, gazing at her, intrigued and not a little dazzled. And she was going to get her way too, by Jove. Despite the misgivings with which almost all the young ladies had greeted the initial suggestion, especially when they had known that they were not to be mere passengers in the boats, they were now fairly bouncing with eagerness to get the races underway. "This is going to be the best picnic ever," Miss Mary Calvert declared with youthful hyperbole as she flashed Peter a bright smile.
Had Miss Osborne told him she was the games teacher at school? He seemed to recall her saying something to that effect, though he had not taken much notice at the time. A games teacher? Was there such a thing as a games teacher at a girls' school? For the next hour there was far more bouncing up and down and cheering and squealing and laughing, and some good-natured derision, on the bank than there was great expertise shown in the water. A few of the races were close. Miss Calvert narrowly beat the Countess, though Miss Moss and Miss Mary Calvert were left far behind, an outcome brought about by the twin facts that each of them moved in circles as much as they moved in a straight line, and that neither of them could stop giggling. Raycroft beat Dannon by a nose, a come-from-behind victory that resulted from a final, impressive burst of speed, while Finn and Moss were only a boat length or so back. A few of the races were runaways by the winner. Miss Osborne in her heat, for example, Peter in his. She beat Miss Calvert in the run-off ladies' heat too, and he beat Edgecombe in the men's, though only by half a boat length. And so everything came down to the final race, and everyone without exception gathered on the bank, even though the Countess laughingly protested that they must all be half-starved and would flatly refuse any further invitation to one of her entertainments. They would have tea, she promised, the moment a winner was determined. "I dare say it will not be Miss Osborne," Raycroft remarked cheerfully, but with a lamentable lack of either tact or gallantry. Miss Raycroft punched him on the arm, and the other ladies' voices were raised in collective indignation. Both Peter and Susanna Osborne laughed. He grinned at her, and she looked back, bright-eyed and determined. She looked absurdly small and fragile to be taking on such a challenge, and quite irresistibly attractive too, by Jove. There was something attractive about an athletic woman, he thought in some surprise. The young ladies seemed uncertain whom they should champion. They solved the problem by clapping and jumping up and down and calling their encouragement indiscriminately to both contestants. Most of the older people were intent upon offering advice to Miss Osborne, who was climbing into one of the boats with Edgecombe's assistance. Most of the other men were unashamedly partial. "I say," Moss called, "you had better win, Whitleaf. It would be a ghastly humiliation to us all if you did not." "You have the honour of our sex on your shoulders, Whitleaf," Crossley agreed. "I think you had better not win, my lord," the Reverend Burney advised. "Gentlemanly gallantry and all that." But his suggestion was met by a burst of derision from the men and a chorus of indignant protest from the ladies. Susanna Osborne took the oars and flexed her fingers about them. Everyone stood back. Edgecombe told them to take their marks. There were some urgent shushing noises, and then they were off. Peter grinned across at the other boat as soon as they had cleared the shore, but Miss Osborne was concentrating upon setting her stroke. She had learned much during the past hour, he noticed. She had learned not to dip her oars too deeply into the water, and thus impede her progress rather than help it. Now she was skimming along quite neatly with the minimum of effort. It was actually amazing what strength was in those small, fair-skinned arms. The brim of her straw bonnet fluttered in the breeze. He had not told anyone, and Raycroft had not divulged his secret, that he had been a member of the rowing team at Oxford. Even against the men he had not put out his finest effort. Now he kept his boat just ahead of Miss Osborne's as they approached the pavilion, the halfway mark. She manoeuvred with only slight clumsiness as she turned her boat. There was a great deal of noise proceeding from the opposite bank, he could hear. Susanna Osborne was laughing. She glanced across at him as she straightened out her boat for the return journey, and he grinned back at her, pausing for a moment. "If you dare to patronize me," she called to him, "by allowing me to win, I shall never forgive you." "Allow you to win?" He raised his eyebrows and waggled them at her. "How would I ever live with the shame of losing to a woman?" He settled into rowing just ahead of her again, while the screams from the bank became fevered. He turned his head to grin at her again when the race was almost over, intending to put on a spurt and leave her at least a boat length behind. But he turned at just the wrong moment. A sudden gust of a breeze caught his hat and tipped it crazily over one eye. He lifted a hand hastily to save it from the ignominious fate of being blown into the water, and lost his oar instead. Oh, it did not exactly slip all the way into the lake, but it did get caught at an awkward angle in the rowlock, and had to be wrestled into place again. In the meanwhile, his boat had veered slightly off course. Susanna Osborne had also planned a final burst of speed, he soon discovered, and they were close enough to the bank that he had insufficient time to catch up. She won by a hair's breadth. They were both laughing helplessly as she turned to look at him in triumph, and she looked so dazzlingly vital that he would have conceded 1,000 victories to her if she had asked it of him. Though he had not actually conceded that one, had he? It had been an honest win, though he might have made it impossible, of course, by doing less dawdling and grinning along the way. The female vote, he discovered, had deserted him utterly in favour of their own champion. The ladies bore her off in triumph to the blankets, where the picnic baskets awaited them. "Shall I die of mortification now?" Peter asked, grinning at Edgecombe, who held the boat while he stepped out. "Or shall I eat first?" "I think you had better die now, Whitleaf," Raycroft said. "Our sex will never live down the disgrace in this neighbourhood, old chap. I would not be surprised if it makes the London papers and you will never be able to show your face there again." "But you have made the ladies happy," Edgecombe said, slapping him on the shoulder, "and that is the best any man can ever hope for in this life. You had better come and eat, or Francis will be offended." "I must say," Crossley said, "that for such a small lady, Miss Osborne put on a jolly good show at the oars." The young ladies had taken pity on Peter by the time he sat down for tea. A group of them sat with him and assured him that he would certainly have won the race if his hat had not almost blown off. But the mention of that inglorious moment sent them off into peals of merry laughter as they all tried to outdo one another in a description of just how he had looked when it happened. He laughed with them. Susanna Osborne was seated on one of the other blankets. He could not hear her talking, but he was aware of her at every moment. And finally he could wait no longer. The boat race did not count as time alone together, and soon after tea the guests might begin to take their leave. He would be quite out of sorts if he missed his chance and had to go a whole day without a private conversation with her. He got to his feet and smiled down at the young ladies before any of them could get up too. "I had better go and eat humble pie before Miss Osborne," he said. She looked up as he approached her group and smiled. "Miss Osborne," he said, "you must come and walk with me, if you will, and allow me to congratulate you on your victory. I was soundly defeated." He held out a hand for hers and helped her up. "Thank you," she said, brushing the creases from her dress. "Yes, indeed you were." She laughed as she took his offered arm. And suddenly, it seemed to him, the pleasure of the afternoon was complete. The sky seemed bluer, the sun brighter, the air warmer. It was too bad. It really was that a friendship between a man and a woman could not be conducted at long distance. They would not be able to correspond with each other after they both left here. It would not be at all the thing. And there were only 5 days of the 2 weeks left. It was very unlikely they would ever see each other again after that. Dash it, but he would be sorry to say goodbye to her. However, 5 days were still 5 days, and not 4. Had he not described himself to her as a man with a half-full glass attitude to life? And there was the rest of this afternoon, too. He did not believe anyone would remark too pointedly upon his spending half an hour alone with the woman who had beaten him at the boat race. Yes, he would allow himself the luxury of half an hour today. He led her off in the direction of the bridge. Chapter 7. Susanna had thoroughly enjoyed the picnic, especially the final boat race. She realized, of course, that Viscount Whitleaf could have reached the finish line long before she had even turned at the pavilion if he had chosen, though she knew, too, that he had had no intention of allowing her to win. The satisfaction of actually doing so had been immense. She had enjoyed every moment of the afternoon, but she had to admit as she walked in the direction of the bridge, her hand drawn through the Viscount's arm, that now her pleasure was complete. Finally, she was to spend a short while alone with her new friend. And she did indeed like him. There was always laughter and gaiety wherever he happened to be, and yet, when he and she were together, there was almost always more than just laughter and gaiety. She felt that she was getting to know him as a person and discovering that he was not nearly as shallow or self-centred as she had thought at first. And she felt that he was interested in her as a person, and not just as another woman with a reasonably passable face. There was magic, she thought, in discovering a new friendship in an utterly unexpected place. "I suppose," she said, "this afternoon was not the first time you have rowed a boat."
"It was not," he admitted.
"Though I do not suppose," she said, "you were allowed to do it as a boy."
"How did you guess?"
He grinned down at her.
"Not when I was at home, at least. I did all sorts of things at school and university that had never been allowed at home, on the theory that what my mother and sisters did not see would not cause them grief."
She remembered how one of his sisters had pulled him away from the bank of the lake where he had been trying to fish with her line, horrified that he might fall in and die. An eager, active little boy had not even been allowed to sit at the water's edge with a fishing line in his hand.
"I cannot remember the last time I was vanquished in a boat race," he said as they stepped onto the bridge. "Accept my most heartfelt congratulations."
She laughed. "Someone has to keep you humble."
"Unkind," he said. "I did admit to having lost a curricle race, if you will remember."
"By a long nose," she said. "I wonder how long. An elephant's trunk stretched on the rack, perhaps?"
"Sometimes," he said, "I believe that your tongue must be sharp enough to slice through a slab of tough beef."
She laughed again.
"And had you rowed before this afternoon?" he asked her. "Please say yes. My humiliation will be complete if the answer is no."
"A few times long ago, when I was a child," she said. "But I have not tried it since."
"And where was that?" he asked.
"Oh, where I grew up," she said vaguely. They stopped by unspoken consent when they reached the middle of the bridge. She had crossed it before, on her last visit to Berkeley Court, but there had been no opportunity this afternoon until now. The sun beamed down upon them from a cloudless blue sky. A slight breeze cooled her face. She could hear the river rushing beneath the bridge. If she turned her head, she would see the sunlight sparkling on the lake water behind them. All her senses were sharpened. She could feel his body heat. She could smell his cologne. It was an intensely pleasurable feeling. She felt awash in contentment.
"I noticed," he said, "when I sat inside the pavilion earlier, that the reflection of the house is perfectly framed in the lake water. That particular spot was obviously chosen with great care by the landscape artist. He must have been a master of his art."
"Oh, yes," she agreed. "I am sure he was."
"Do you suppose that waterfall has been as artfully positioned as the pavilion?" he asked. "Is it there in that exact spot for maximum visual effect from here?"
"Perhaps it was the bridge that was deliberately placed," she suggested.
"Or both," he said. "My money is upon its being both."
"But can nature be so ordered?" she asked him.
"Assuredly so," he told her. "Do we not often plant flowers and vegetables in ruthlessly regimented rows and beds for our own convenience and pleasure? And can we not create a waterfall if we wish? We manipulate nature all the time. In fact, we often make the mistake of believing that we are its masters. And then a storm blows in from nowhere and lifts the roofs off our houses and floods them and reminds us of how little control we have, and how helpless we are in reality. Have you noticed that once mighty structures that have been abandoned are soon taken over by nature again? Wildflowers grow in the crevices of once impregnable castle walls, and grass grows on palace floors where kings once entertained the elite of an empire.
"I find that thought reassuring more than frightening," she said.
I have heard of how ugly some parts of the country are becoming with the slag heaps from coal mines and other waste products of industry. I do not suppose those activities will end any time soon. But when they do end, if they ever do, perhaps nature will reclaim the land and erase the man-made ugliness and create beauty again.
I have an uneasy feeling, he said, that if we continue to stand here, someone or other is going to feel invited to join us. I do not wish to be joined. Do you?
No. She looked up at him, her cheeks warming at the admission.
And if we walk toward the pavilion, the same thing might happen, he said. I can see that there is a path beside the river on the other side of the lake. My guess is that it goes as far as the waterfall.
It does, and beyond, she told him. It is part of the wilderness walk that begins close to the house and extends all about the lake. I have walked along parts of it with Francis, but I have never been to the waterfall. The path is rather rugged in that area, and there had been a lot of rain just before I came here last time. The Earl thought it might be unsafe.
He looked down at her thin shoes. Is it too rugged, he asked, for someone who just won 3 separate boat races, including, to my eternal shame, the final one?
I have always thought, she said, that the walk must be at its wildest and loveliest by the waterfall.
We will walk there and back then, he said, and hope that no one else is adventurous enough to follow us.
She took his arm again, and they proceeded on their way. Susanna wished as they walked that she could seal up every minute in a jar and take them all with her into the future. She did not believe she had ever been as happy as she was when they turned onto the river path, and she could feel confident that they would be alone together for at least half an hour. She could not think of anyone with whom she would rather share such beauty and solitude.
"Ah, magnificent," Viscount Whitleaf said, stopping on the path when they were in the shade of a forest of tall trees, and looking back to where the waters of the river bubbled and foamed beneath the bridge to join the calmer lake water, which was indeed sparkling in the sunshine. He was genuinely admiring the scenery. It was something that just a week ago she would not have expected of him. She had judged him to be a man who could be happy only when surrounded by adoring females.
I think Berkeley Court must be one of the loveliest estates in England, she said. Not that I have seen many others.
Or any.
He turned his head, and his eyes smiled at her. One other, she said, stung. The place where I grew up.
He raised his eyebrows. And where was that? You have never spoken of your childhood, have you? Except that you missed your mother.
It does not matter, she said.
She wondered what he would say if she told him, and he realized that they had once been neighbours of sorts. She wondered if he would have any memory at all of that day by the lake, when he had visited with his mother and sisters, and they had met briefly. And she wondered if he would remember everything that had happened later. But a painful churning in her stomach warned her not to say any more, or think any more about that. "Now, Miss Osborne," he said with mock severity, "one of the cardinal rules of friendship is that one withhold nothing from the friend."
But that is not so, she told him. Even friends need private spaces, if only within the depths of their own soul, where no one else is allowed to intrude.
He was looking fully at her, obviously pondering the truth of what she said. "There are deep, dark secrets from your past that you would rather keep, then, are there?" he said, waggling his eyebrows. "Very well, then. But you grew up on an estate, did you? As a daughter of the house?"
"As a daughter of a servant of sorts," she said. "He was a gentleman, but he was without property or fortune, and so had no choice but to work for a living. And so I suppose I am a lady by birth, even if only just. Are you satisfied?"
He smiled slowly. and it struck her that the creases at the corners of his eyes would be permanently etched there when he was older. They would be an attractive feature. "That I have not made a friend of a chimney-sweep's offspring?" he asked her. "That would have been enough to send me off into a fit of the vapours, would it not? The path slopes upward rather sharply from here, I see, though there are several large flat stones to act as steps. Are you sure you're up to the climb?"
"Are you?"
She laughed at him. "Earlier on," he said, "I thought I heard the echo of something you told me several days ago, though it might have been my imagination. You are not a games teacher by any chance, are you, Miss Osborne? In a girls' school?"
"I am," she said. "I teach games, and sometimes I cannot stop myself from participating in them. I was always good at them when I was a pupil myself. Yes, there are girls' schools that teach more than embroidery and deportment."
"Heaven help us," he said, wincing. "I was about to play the gallant and offer my hand for the climb instead of my arm. I will still do so, in fact. If I do not need to haul you up the path, you can haul me." He took her hand in a firm clasp, and she thought for one absurd moment that she might well weep. It seemed to her that no one had ever held her hand before, though surely her father must have done so when she was a child. There was such intimacy in the gesture, such an implied bond of trust. His hand was slender and long-fingered. It was also strong and warm, and somehow very masculine. Something tightened in her breasts, and her inner thighs suddenly ached, though they had not even begun the climb yet. Something fluttered low in her abdomen. She had, she admitted, grown very fond of him very fast. Belatedly, it occurred to her that perhaps it had not been a good idea, after all, to agree to be his friend. Next week, when she was back in Bath, she was going to miss him, and she knew that the missing him would bring considerable pain, even grief. But there was no point in thinking of that now. It was too late to make a different decision and keep her distance from him. And she was not sure she would have decided differently, even if she had known then what she knew now. Her life had been so very sheltered. She must not regret walking out into the sunshine, even if only for a brief while. And he was someone about whom the sun seemed to shine. Hand in hand, they clambered up the steep path, even though it was not in any way treacherous, and she did not really need his support, or he hers. They stood, hand in hand, and breathless when they stopped halfway up to look down over the steep bank to the fast-flowing water below. The dappled surface of the river and the lights and shades cast on the greenery by the sun shining through tree branches created a stark contrast with the bright, open, calm lake still fully visible off to their left. The magic of it all assaulted her anew, the beauties of nature at their finest, and a new friend. They did not exchange a word. They did not need to. Their thoughts were in perfect harmony. She could sense that. After a few minutes they resumed the climb, while the rushing sound of the waterfall drowned out all other sounds, except, she noticed, the shrill song of an invisible bird. They scrambled the last few feet to the crest of the rise, on a level with the top of the waterfall. The view was breathtaking. Susanna could feel droplets of water cool on her face. Although the lake was still in view, as well as the other picnickers, there was an air of wild seclusion here. Perhaps it had something to do with the sound of the water. They stood hand in hand gazing at the waterfall until Viscount Whitleaf looked behind him. "Ah," he said, "a grotto built artfully into the hillside to look like a natural cave. I almost expected to see it there. And of course it is facing in just the right direction. Capability Brown and his ilk could always be relied upon to provide such conveniences on wilderness walks. Shall we sit for a while?" "It ought to be cool in there," she said hopefully. Climbing had been a warm business, even though the trees had protected them from the direct sunlight for much of the way. The grotto was provided with a wooden bench that circled the inner wall. It was the perfect shelter from sun or wind or rain or simple weariness, a place to sit and feast the senses on the beauties provided by nature, even if man had lent a helping hand. The opening to the outside world was framed on 3 sides with lush green ferns. The waterfall was centred in their line of vision, just as the reflection of the house was from the pavilion on the lake. Ferns grew thick on the steep banks on either side, and trees stretched above. There were the smells of water and greenery and earth, and of course there was the sound of rushing water, and of the song of the lone bird. "I like friendship," he said softly, after they had sat in silence for several minutes. "It enables one not to talk." He chuckled. "Does that make sense?" "Yes," she said. "Silence is an uncomfortable thing between casual acquaintances or strangers." "Like you and me the day we met," he said. "Were you uncomfortable?" "Very," she admitted. "Why?" She had taken her hand from his when they sat down in order to settle her skirts about her. Now she realized her hand was in his again, though she did not know how it had got there. Their clasped hands were lying on her skirt on the bench between them. "You were Viscount Whitleaf," she said. "Handsome, fashionable, obviously wealthy, sure of yourself, a man of the world." "Shallow," he added, "conceited, flirtatious." "I judged too hastily," she said. She was aware for several silent moments that he was looking at her. "And there was another reason," she said hastily. "You were Viscount Whitleaf. I grew up not far from Sidley Park." "Good Lord," he said after a moment or two of silence. "Osborne. He was Sir Charles Markham's secretary for years when Markham was a government minister. I thought of him when you were introduced to me, but Osborne is not an entirely uncommon name. I did not dream. When I come to think of it, though, I recall that he did have a daughter. You?" "Yes," she said, considerably shaken. She had really not intended telling him who she was. "Did we ever meet?" he asked. "Once," she said. "You came down to the lake where I was playing with Edith, but 2 of your sisters came and took you away. One of them did not like the fact that you were playing with me, and the other was afraid you would fall in and drown." "I don't remember," he said. "But wait. Was there something with a fishing line?" "Yes," she said. "You wanted to try mine. You thought you might have better luck than I had had. But actually I do not believe there were any fish in that lake. I never heard of anyone catching any there." "That was you," he said. "I do remember. Vaguely, anyway. And it would be as well, she thought, if the memories were left there, vague and unspecific. "Your father died," he said. She turned her head and looked sharply at him. "Yes." "I am so sorry," he said, "though it seems a little late to commiserate with you. It was sudden, was it not? A heart attack?" Ah, he really did not know then. He really had been sheltered by all his various guardians. "Yes," she said. His heart stopped, which was certainly not a lie. "I am sorry," he said again. "But tell me how you ended up as a charity pupil at Miss Martin's school in Bath." She had never spoken about her past. Deep as was her trust in her 3 closest friends, she had never entrusted them with the whole of her story, just as they had never revealed everything of their past to her. Friends really did need secret places inside themselves, but he already knew more than they ever had. She closed her eyes for a few moments. "I do beg your pardon," he said, squeezing her hand more tightly. "Please forgive me for arousing what are obviously painful memories." She had learned to cope with her essential aloneness, not even to dwell upon it. And she did have her employment now and friends who were almost as good as family. But there had been a time when she had felt like a helpless babe, all alone and abandoned in a vast and hostile universe. She doubted there was any worse feeling. Even her very survival had been in question. "Mr. Hatchard sent me to the school," she said. "He is Claudia Martin's solicitor and agent in London. He sought me out when I was seeking a position through an employment agency. At first, when he asked me if I had ever been to Bath, I thought he had some employment to offer me there. But then he explained that there was a place at a school there for me if I wanted it, as a pupil. He told me that someone he represented was willing to pay my fees, that, in fact, I would be one of several charity pupils." She could clearly remember the mingled relief and humiliation with which she had listened to his wholly unexpected offer. "And you accepted?" Viscount Whitleaf said. "I really had no choice," she told him. "I was staring starvation in the face. I had had only one promising interview, for a position as a lady's maid. I had said at the agency that I was 15, though I was only 12. But the lady who interviewed me did not believe me and dismissed me out of hand. She was not the housekeeper, as I had expected, but my prospective employer herself. She told me that since she was going to have to put up with the maid who was hired, she was going to have the choosing of her. I was terrified of her, even though she was very young herself. And yet I have always had the strange conviction that she must have had something to do with Mr. Hatchard's finding me." "Really?" he said. "How else would he have found me, and why else would he have singled me out?" she asked. "London is teeming with destitute girls, and her name keeps popping up in connection with the school in the most puzzling way. Claudia Martin was once her governess, but left in outrage at her unruly behaviour and haughty manners. Then she turned up unexpectedly at the school one day, after I was there, and asked Claudia if she needed anything. Poor Claudia was outraged. But the school has a secret benefactor, you see. It seems never to have occurred to Claudia that perhaps it is Lady Holmere herself, but I wonder if perhaps it is." "Lady Holmere," he said. "She was Lady Freya Bedwin before her marriage," she explained, "sister of the Duke of Bewcastle, and then she married the Marquis of Holmere, who just happens to have his home and estate in Cornwall, in the exact place where Anne Jewell lived before she was recommended to the school as a teacher." "I know the Bedwin family," he said. "Bewcastle is a close neighbour of my cousin Lauren, Viscountess Ravensburg." He grinned. "I do not imagine that being Lady Holmere's governess would have been a comfortable thing, and I would guess that you had a fortunate escape in not being taken on as her maid. She is a formidable lady. But you think it was she who sent you to Bath? Interesting." "I may be wrong," she said. And if she had needed any further reminder that he was of a different world from her own, here it was. He actually knew Lady Holmere and the Bedwin family. His cousin was a viscountess. But such knowledge was no longer a cause for intimidation. She and Viscount Whitleaf were indeed friends, she believed, though only for a short while. Soon they would return to their separate worlds. She withdrew her hand from his, smoothed out her skirt without looking at him, and got up to step outside the grotto and stand on the path looking out on the waterfall. He followed her out. "I have been very fortunate in my life," she said. "Once I had settled at the school, I was very happy there.
And since becoming a teacher, I have been happier."
"In some ways," he said, "I envy you." She looked up sharply into his face to see if he joked. What a very strange thing to say. But he was squinting off toward the waterfall and seemed to be talking to himself rather than to her. He had certainly not been joking. When he looked back at her, he was smiling again. "Are you preparing to dance the night away at the assembly tomorrow?" he asked her.
"It is a country entertainment, Lord Whitleaf," she said. "I dare say it will be over well before midnight."
"One of the first things I noticed about you," he said, "was that you are literal-minded. Hearts as organs in the chest, for example. My poet's soul still winces over that one. Let me rephrase my question, then. Are you preparing to dance the evening away?"
"I am preparing to enjoy myself," she said. "I have never been to a ball, or even a country assembly."
"Never?" He looked arrested. "You do not know how to dance, then?"
"Learning to dance is a necessary part of any lady's education," she said. "Even if she is only a charity pupil. We have a dancing master at the school, Mr. Huckabee. I learned from him, and now I often demonstrate the dances with him while the girls look on."
"But you have never danced at a ball," he said quietly. She felt horribly embarrassed then. That was one pathetic piece of information she ought to have kept to herself.
"We should go back," she said. "It must be getting late. Everyone will be thinking of going home, and our long absence will be remarked upon."
"Miss Osborne," he said abruptly, "will you dance the first waltz with me at the assembly?"
"Oh!"
She stared at him, filled with such longing that for a moment she could not even speak.
"Oh," she said then, "there is no need to ask such a thing, just because I told you it will be my first assembly, and I am in a sense your friend."
He seized her hand again then, but not just to hold. He raised it to his lips and held it there for a few moments while he looked intently into her eyes over the top of it. "What does this, in a sense, mean?" he asked. "How can two people be friends in a sense? Either we are or we are not. I have asked you to waltz with me because I wish to waltz with you, and no one else. Sometimes motives are as simple as that." She had watched her hand held against his lips, and she had felt it there, not just with the hand itself, but with every cell in her body. No man had ever made her such a courtly gesture before. Ah, no one had. And it felt very good indeed. It felt more than just good. And then his face blurred before her vision, and she realized in some horror that her eyes had filled with tears. She tried to pull her hand away, but he held on to it, his grasp tightening. "Susanna," he said, "have I upset you? I do beg your pardon. Do you not wish—"
"Yes," she said shakily, dashing her free hand across her eyes. "I do. I will. I mean, it would give me the greatest pleasure to waltz with you, my lord. Thank you."
But her stomach felt as if it had performed a somersault inside her. He had called her Susanna. How foolish to be so affected by that slight breach of good manners, by that wonderful sign of friendship. He bowed elegantly over her hand and grinned at her. "The evening preceding that waltz will be dull indeed," he told her, his free hand over his heart. Ah, he had seen that she was upset and otherwise discomposed, she realized, and so he was deliberately lightening the atmosphere by teasing her, even flirting with her. Oh, he was a kind man.
"Nonsense, Lord Whitleaf," she said with a laugh that came out on a strange gurgle. "I have not forgotten that you are engaged to dance at least the first 4 sets of the evening with other partners, You cannot pretend that the prospect of so much female company is dull." He chuckled. "But I had engaged to dance with them," he said, "before I even met you. Once I did, I became impervious to all other female charms."
"Flatterer?" She clucked her tongue and laughed again, with genuine amusement this time, and withdrew her hand from his.
"I am speaking the truth, you know," he added. "I have found that friendship is far more stimulating than flirtation."
"The female population of England would go into a collective decline if they heard you say such a thing," she said. "We must go back."
"Must we?" he said. "Or shall we run away and stay away for ever and ever? Do you ever wish you could do that?"
"No." But she gazed wistfully at him. Sometimes she did wish it. She had run away once, but in her dreams she could sometimes fly.
"You once told me you were not a romantic," he said. "Are you not an adventurer either?"
"No," she said. "My feet are firmly planted on the ground."
"And your heart firmly pumping away in your chest," he said, reaching out one hand to brush his knuckles lightly beneath her chin. "I am not quite sure I believe you, Miss Osborne, on either count. But you are right, I suppose. If we are not to run away together, we had better return."
He fell into step beside her, and they proceeded on their way in a silence that soon became companionable again. But a nameless yearning grew in her as they descended the path, a yearning perhaps to throw caution to the winds and step out of herself entirely into an unknown what? Adventure? Romance? Neither was being offered her with any seriousness, and she would refuse even if they were. Dreams were all very well, as long as one never confused them with reality. The reality was that she was walking beside Viscount Whitleaf along the Wilderness Walk at Berkeley Court during a lovely summer afternoon. The reality was that she was going to waltz with him tomorrow evening at her first ever assembly. Even after that, there would still be 3 days of her holiday left. There was nothing whatsoever wrong with reality. Reality was very close to being perfect. And even after those 3 days were over, there would be Anne and Claudia waiting for her in Bath, and the security of her teaching position. There would be the other teachers and the girls, including several new ones. There would be all the challenge of a new school year to prepare for, and pleasant memories of her holiday.
"A penny for your thoughts,"
he said, after they were down the steep part of the path and were drawing closer to the lake. "I was realizing how many blessings I have to count," she said.
"Were you?"
He looked more closely at her.
"In my experience, people count blessings only when they are feeling sad. Are you sad?"
"No," she said. "How could I be?" He heaved a deep sigh, which he did not immediately explain.
"It beats me," he said after a short silence. "But I feel melancholy too."
Mr. Dannon and Mr. Raycroft were coming across the bridge to meet them with Miss Moss, Miss Krebs, and Miss Jane Calvert. Soon the two groups came together, and a great deal of chatter and laughter ensued. By the time they reached the picnic side of the bridge, Mr. Dannon had taken Susanna on his arm, and Viscount Whitleaf had offered one of his to Miss Krebs and the other to Miss Jane Calvert. Mr. Raycroft was walking beside them. The Viscount was telling them that he had thought it was the late afternoon sunlight that was dazzling his eyes at the centre of the bridge, until he realized that it was their presence there that had been doing it. The rogue! But of course they were not taken in by such flatteries for a single moment. The tone of their laughter told Susanna that. He was being kind to them, bringing happiness and gaiety to their day. He had also donned a mask of frivolity. Or maybe it was not a mask at all. Maybe he had a gift for spreading joy. And yet he had said just moments ago that he felt melancholy. Could he feel both? Yes, perhaps so. She was feeling both. She was living through one of the most joyful afternoons of her entire life. And yet soon they would go separately back into their own very separate universes. Chapter 8. The mood of slight melancholy that had oppressed Susanna after the picnic had disappeared without a trace by the time she arrived with Francis and the Earl of Edgecombe at the assembly rooms above the village inn the following evening. She doubted she had ever been more excited in her life, though she tried very hard not to show it, without a great deal of success, it seemed. "Well, Susanna," the Earl said as he handed her down from the carriage, "you are fairly sparkling, I must say. Jewels would be superfluous." She was wearing none, of course, but then neither was Francis. Susanna suspected that despite the fact that her friend wore a gorgeous royal blue satin gown, which was clearly expensive and made by the most skilled of seamstresses, Francis was actually making a deliberate effort not to outshine either Susanna or her less affluent neighbours. Francis linked her arm through Susanna's as they stepped inside the inn, leaving the Earl to follow them in. "I know just how you must be feeling," she said. "I remember how I felt that night in Bath when Lucius's grandfather and sister had invited me to a ball in the upper assembly rooms. I was half frightened to death and half elated to death. Do you remember?" "Claudia, Anne and I noticed at the last moment that part of your hem was down," Susanna said, "and we were all involved in stitching it up again with you inside it, in the school hallway of all places, when Mr. Keble let the Earl of Edgecombe in, or Viscount Sinclair as he was then." They both laughed at the memory, and there was a low chuckle from behind them to indicate that the Earl appreciated the joke too. The room where the dancing was to take place would probably appear small and plainly decorated in comparison with any London ballroom, Susanna guessed when they entered it. It was certainly smaller and plainer than the upper assembly rooms in Bath, to which she had taken a party of girls from the school on a sightseeing walk one afternoon. But these rooms were full of people she knew and felt comfortable with, and everyone was dressed smartly for the evening. The noise level was high with the excited voices of ladies and young girls and the hearty, booming voices of men trying to talk above them. There was a great deal of laughter everywhere, and the orchestra members were making their own contribution to the noise as they tuned their instruments on a small dais at one end of the room. It all appeared splendidly dazzling to Susanna. She was at her first ball. In her mind she called it that even if, strictly speaking, it was but an assembly. And she was going to dance. The Earl had asked her to reserve at least one set for him, though he had not spoken for any one in particular. Mr. Dannon, at the end of yesterday's picnic, had solicited her hand for the all-important opening set, and Viscount Whitleaf had asked her for the first waltz. She could hardly wait for that particular set. There was to be only one, and yet, even as the impatient thought entered her mind, she chastised herself. This was sure to be the most exciting evening of her life. She would not wish the first half of it away. She wanted to live every moment of it, from first to last. Mrs. Raycroft and her daughter came to meet them as soon as they appeared in the doorway, and Miss Raycroft exclaimed with awe over Francis's gown, and admired Susanna's hair, which Francis had insisted her own maid dress for the evening. "And is that the ribbon you bought in the village shop?" she asked, surveying the hem of Susanna's pale green gown, about which the darker green ribbon had been sewn in 2 rows. "It gleams in the candlelight, does it not? It looks very smart. Viscount Whitleaf told us you had purchased it." "My gown needed to be made more festive for the occasion," Susanna explained. "I have never worn it to a ball before." After that, all was a whirlwind of activity and excitement, as neighbours greeted neighbours and gentlemen searched out their partners for the opening set. Susanna had been forced to admit in the privacy of her own heart that she found Mr. Dannon something of a bore. They had spent several hours in each other's company during the past 2 weeks, but she doubted he knew anything about her, except that she was a schoolteacher from Bath. She, on the other hand, knew surely all there was to know about his Scottish ancestors and heritage. But her lack of romantic interest in him really did not matter at all, as he led her out onto the floor and placed her in the line of ladies, while he took his place opposite her among the gentlemen for the opening set of country dances. There had surely never been a happier moment. The eldest Miss Calvert stood to her left, opposite Mr. Raycroft, and Rosamond Raycroft stood next to Miss Calvert. Viscount Whitleaf, across from her, smiled indulgently and said something that had her laughing merrily. Briefly, he caught Susanna's eye, but he was too polite to withdraw his attention from his partner for longer than a moment or two. Just feeling him close filled Susanna with an even warmer glow of happiness. But soon she had thoughts for nothing except the dance, as the orchestra struck up with the music, and the line of gentlemen bowed while the line of ladies curtsied. Music filled her ears as the floor vibrated to the rhythmic thumping of many feet, and dancers twirled and promenaded and circled about one another. The air grew warmer and heavier with the mingled scents of perfumes and colognes and flowers. The very candles in the candelabrum and wall sconces seemed to move with a lilting rhythm in time to the music. And she was a part of it all. Ah, she was a part of it all. She would perhaps have felt some disappointment when the set came to an end, except that Mr. Raycroft had already asked her before it began if she would dance the second with him, and the Earl claimed the third set. By the end of that she was feeling flushed and warm and breathless, and wanted the evening never to end. Mr. Finn approached and asked for the fourth set, but when he came she was seated beside Miss Honeydew, who was fanning herself and looking rather faint, and admitted when Susanna asked that she had not eaten anything since luncheon. Susanna thanked Mr. Finn and asked if he would excuse her, and then took Miss Honeydew into the refreshment room, fetched her a cup of tea and a plate of food, and sat with her while she ate, her foot tapping out the rhythm of the dance music coming from the other room. But she did not mind missing the dance. Mr. Crossley had already asked for the next, and the one after that was to be the waltz. Viscount Whitleaf was looking extremely handsome tonight, in a brown-tailed evening coat with ivory satin breeches, a dull gold-embroidered waistcoat, and white, crisp linen. He was also, Susanna had noticed, a graceful dancer, and one who looked as if he were enjoying himself. Whenever she glanced at him, he was smiling, his eyes on his partner. His partners, of course, were ecstatic. Mr. Crossley led Susanna toward Mrs. Raycroft at the end of the next set, and stood conversing with them there, while Viscount Whitleaf and Francis, who had been dancing together, approached across the floor. Susanna fanned her hot cheeks and watched him come. How very much she liked him. "Goodness," Francis said, "that was a vigorous dance. I am quite robbed of breath. Thank you, Lord Whitleaf." "Ma'am?" He bowed. "It was entirely my pleasure." "But I simply must recover my breath quickly," she said. "The waltz is next, and I have been looking forward to it for longer than a week. So has Lucius." The Earl of Edgecombe was striding across the floor toward them, his eyes on Francis. Viscount Whitleaf made Susanna a slight bow. "This is my dance, Miss Osborne, I believe," he said. "It is, my lord." She curtsied and discovered that the evening really could turn brighter and even more exciting. "Do you waltz, Miss Osborne?" Mr. Crossley asked her, sounding surprised and even perhaps a little disapproving. "I know the steps, sir," she said. "I learned them at school, from a dancing master who was a stickler for doing all things correctly." "He is indeed," Francis agreed. "I have even given permission for Rosamond to waltz with Mr. Moss," Mrs. Raycroft said, "since both my son and Viscount Whitleaf have assured me that it is danced at Almack's. And if you are to waltz, Lady Edgecombe, then it must be unexceptionable."
"We fell in love with the waltz the first time we danced it together," the Earl of Edgecombe said. "It was in an assembly room not unlike this, was it not, Francis?" Mr. Crossley was silenced. Viscount Whitleaf held out a hand, and Susanna placed her own on top of it. He led her out onto the empty dance floor. They were the first there. They could probably have waited 5 minutes longer, but oh, she was glad he had not waited. This was the moment she had anticipated eagerly ever since he had asked her yesterday. She was going to waltz with him. The happiness of it all was almost too much to bear. "Well," he said when they were alone together, though they were of course surrounded by their fellow guests, "what is your verdict on your first assembly? Not that I really need to ask, I believe."
"It is that obvious." She pulled a face. "But I really do think it is splendid, and I do not care how gauche I sound to you. This is my very first ball, at the age of 23, and I am not even going to pretend to be indifferent to it all."
"Ah, but it is splendid," he said, holding her eyes with his own, as he had done with each of his partners. "Far more splendid, in fact, than any other ball or assembly I have ever attended in my 26 years. Which was a Banbury tale if ever she had heard one. She laughed again.
"Oh, but I believe you did not complete that thought," she said. "Were you not supposed to add that it is more wonderful because I am here?"
"I was going to say that," he told her, "but I thought you would accuse me of flattery and flirtation."
"Indeed I would," she said. "But really, are you enjoying yourself? I know that all the other young ladies are thrilled that you are here."
"The other young ladies," he said, setting one hand over his heart. "Not you, too." But she laughed and fanned her face. Talking nonsense, even mildly flirting, could be enjoyable after all, she thought, when both parties were well aware that it was nonsense they spoke.
"I will remember this," she said, "all my life."
"This assembly?" he asked her. "Or this waltz?" The smile was arrested on her face for a moment.
"Both, I hope," she said. "Unless I fall all over your feet during the waltz. But then I suppose I would remember all the more."
Other couples were gathering around them. The orchestra members were tuning their instruments again. "If you fall over my feet," he said, "it will be because of my unpardonable clumsiness, and I shall atone by going home and burning my dancing shoes. No, correction. I shall atone by burning my dancing shoes and then walking home." She laughed once more, and then stopped laughing. He had set his right hand behind her waist and taken her right hand in his left. She lifted her left hand to set on his shoulder. She could smell his cologne. She could feel his body heat. She could hear her heartbeat throbbing in her ears. His violet eyes gazed very directly into her own. They smiled slightly. Oh, she thought, the magic of it, the sheer, wonderful magic. Then the music began. It occurred to her afterward that a number of other couples had taken to the floor with them. She even had one fleeting memory of seeing the Earl of Edgecombe twirling Frances about one corner of the room, holding her rather closer than Mr. Huckabee would approve of. She could recall the swirling colours of the ladies' gowns, the warm glow of the candles, the sounds of voices and laughter, the sight of a number of people gathered at the sidelines watching. But at the time she was oblivious to it all. She was aware only of the music and the dance, and the man who held her. She performed the steps faultlessly, if a little woodenly for the first couple of minutes, and she held her body stiff and as far distant from his as the positioning of their arms allowed. But then came the moment when she raised her eyes from his intricately tied neckcloth to look into his own eyes, and he smiled at her, and she relaxed. "Oh," she said a little breathlessly, "I do remember how." "And so," he said, "do I. I hope I live up to the exacting standards of your Mr. Huckabee." She laughed. "Yes, I would have to say you do." They did not speak after that, but it seemed to her afterward that they gazed into each other's eyes the whole time they danced. It ought to have caused intense discomfort. Gazing into another person's eyes from such a short distance, even when conversing, always gave her the urge to take a step back or to glance away from time to time. But she felt no such urge with Viscount Whitleaf. They danced, it seemed to her, as if they were one harmonious unit. She remembered the quickly suppressed mental image she had had almost 2 weeks ago of waltzing in his arms. That dream had come true after all. And oh, it was exhilarating beyond words. But it could not last forever, of course. Eventually she could sense that the music was coming to an end. "Oh," she said, "it is over." She had been quite unaware of the passing of time. "But it was lovely," she added after the music had stopped altogether. "Thank you, my lord. Will you take me to Francis?" She must not be greedy, she told herself. She might well have been doomed to watch everyone else waltz while she pretended to be enjoying herself as an onlooker. She would always have this memory of her first, and probably her last, waltz. "It is customary, you know," he said, leaning his head a little closer to hers, "for a man to lead his partner at the supper dance into the refreshment room. Will you take supper with me?" "Is it supper time already?" she asked as she looked about to see that, yes, indeed, the room was fast emptying. "Oh, I am so glad. Yes, I will, thank you." And so she thought happily as he led her off to the refreshment room. Her half-hour with him was to be extended, even if they were to sit with other people. What a very precious evening this was. With only 3 days left of her stay at Berkeley Court, it had become a fitting finale for a memorable holiday, though there were still 3 days left. Chapter 9. Peter found them 2 seats wedged between the teapot and the window before going to the food table. One thing a person could always count upon at a country assembly, he thought appreciatively as he filled plates for them both, was plenty of good food. "Where will you go when you leave here?" Miss Osborne asked him, after he had set down their plates and fetched some tea and seated himself opposite her at their small table. "Will you go home?" "To Sidley Park," he said. "Not immediately. I do not wish to intrude upon the end of my mother's latest house party there." "There is a house party at your own home, yet you are not there to host it." She raised her eyebrows as she selected a small cucumber sandwich and bit into it. "The thing is," he said, "that my mother is desperately trying to marry me off. There is someone there whom she wishes me to court, and all the other guests would have been well aware of the fact if I had gone there." "You do not wish to marry?" she asked him. "I most certainly do not," he assured her. "Or at least, I do not wish to be trapped into a marriage not entirely of my own choosing." Her eyes laughed into his. "I absolutely do not want my mother choosing my bride," he said. "I dare say," she said, "she loves you." "She does," he agreed, "but love can sometimes be a burden, you know. She first tried to marry me off when I was 21 years old and still wet behind the ears." "You did not love the girl?" she asked. "I did." He grimaced. "I was head over ears in love with her, because I was expected to be, of course. I was a cocky boy, Miss Osborne, and was thoroughly convinced that I was my own man. But in reality, I did everything I was expected to do. I thought I loved her." "But you did not really?" She set one elbow on the table against all the rules of etiquette and rested her chin in her hand. She gazed steadily at him. "What happened?" Oh, good Lord! He was not prepared to go there with her. He smiled, though the expression felt somewhat crooked. "One could say that I had an awakening," he said.
It was really quite spectacular. I woke up one morning an innocent, cheerful babe, my head in the clouds, stars in my eyes, and I went to bed that same night a cynical old man, with my eyes open to all the ugly realities of life. My almost engagement was the biggest casualty. The woman I had loved so devotedly, but no longer loved at all, left the next morning with her family, and I never saw any of them again. Fortunately, they live far to the north of England and seem never to come near London, though I did hear that she married less than 6 months later. The loss of Bertha was not the biggest casualty, though, was it? His relationship with his mother was that. He had never been what can only be described as a mother's boy, but he had loved her totally. She had been perfect in his eyes. When all was said and done, though, all he had really discovered about her on that day was that she was human. And dash it all, had he actually been talking about that event, no matter how vaguely, to Susanna Osborne? He never spoke about that episode. He rarely even thought about it. He grinned sheepishly at her. "I was left with a rather rakish reputation as a breaker of female hearts," he said. "Entirely undeserved. She did not have a heart." She continued to gaze at him. "And so my mother's ongoing concern over my marital state, or my unmarital state, is a continual burden," he said, "though she means well." "One's family can be a burden," she said softly, "even if one's mother died at one's birth and one's father died when one was 12. His eyes sharpened on hers, but she was gazing through him rather than at him, he thought. "Was there no other family for you?" he asked her, "on either side?" It had seemed strange to him, when he thought about it after the picnic, that the Markhams had not found anyone of her own to take her in, or, failing that they had not done something themselves to make provision for her. She had been only 12 years old, for the love of God, and he had never thought of the Markhams as heartless people. What the devil had she been doing alone in London, looking for employment at the age of 12? "I do not really know," she said, her eyes focusing on him again. "My father had quarrelled with his family, and would never even talk about them whenever I asked. He would never talk about my mother or her family either. Perhaps, like me, he did not enjoy memories of the past. Who did when those memories were painful? And yet it seemed odd, even cruel, that Osborne had not told his daughter anything about her heritage. Perhaps he had not expected to die young. No one did really, did they? Perhaps he had had no warning of his impending heart seizure, and so Susanna Osborne had no one. Her mother had died at her birth, and Osborne had told her nothing that would in any way have brought her mother alive for her. In her childhood dreams, she had never been able to put a face on her mother, even an imaginary one. He must remember Susanna Osborne the next time he thought to complain about the number of sisters and nieces and nephews' birthdays he was expected to remember. "Will you go home after the house party is over, then?" she asked. "I planned to go home the very day after I met you," he said. "Finally, after 5 years of being away from it as much as I could, I was going back. But a couple of hours before you and I met, I had my mother's letter telling me of the house party she had planned in my honour, complete with eligible marriage prospect." "And so you are not going after all?" she asked. He shrugged. Was he going to go? He was no longer sure. Sidley was his mother's home as well as his, as it had been since her marriage to his father, and she ruled it with firm efficiency as she always had done. He was not sure they could both live there now. He was no longer her biddable little boy. He was even less sure, though, that he was prepared to ask her to leave, or even insist that she make her home in the dower house at Sidley. She was his mother, and cruelty had never come easily to him. "Your finest asset and your greatest problem," Susanna Osborne said, "is that you are very kind." He realized, startled, that he had spoken his thoughts out loud.
"That sounds very like weakness,"
he said, embarrassed, as he tackled the food on his plate. "Kindness is not weakness," she said firmly.
"It was kind to stay away from her party?" he asked.
She gazed at him, her chin in her hand again. The food on her plate had hardly been touched, he noticed. She sighed. "What you need," she said, "is a dragon to slay."
He chuckled. "And a helpless maiden to rescue."
"Tell me your dreams," she said.
"Those bizarre wisps of things that flit through my head when I am asleep?" he asked, grinning at her.
But she did not smile back. She would not allow him to make light of the question. "Your dreams," she said. He pushed his plate away from him and thought for a few moments.
"They are not grand things at all," he said. "I dream of tramping about my own land with a stout staff in my hand and dogs panting at my heels. I dream of knowing the land from the inside out, working it, knowing the feel of its soil between my fingers, the thrill of seeing crops I have helped plant poke green and fragile above the earth. I dream of knowing my workers and their families, of knowing their dreams, and working with them to bring harmony to all our lives and aspirations. I dream of being master of my own home, and my own life at last. I dream of knowing my neighbours in such a way that I can drop in on them at any time of the day or evening, or they can feel free to drop in on me without any discomfort. I dream of a time when being Viscount Whitleaf does not set me apart from most other mortals who live in the vicinity of my home. There. Is that enough?"
"Yes," she said, smiling. "I am glad you convinced me that we could be friends. I am glad to have known you. I like you." He felt strangely touched by her words.
"Well now."
He laughed softly.
"That is praise indeed. Miss Susanna Osborne likes me."
She sat back in her chair and lowered her hands to her lap.
"I was not being sarcastic," he told her. "I have always assumed that most people of my acquaintance like me. I do not believe I am a difficult fellow to get along with, but I do not recall anyone's actually saying so. The words coming from you warm my heart, that pumping organ in my chest."
Her smile held genuine amusement this time.
"Tell me your dreams," he said.
She looked instantly wistful. "Oh," she said, "I have no dreams, really. I am contented with what I have."
"If that is true," he told her, "it is the saddest thing I have heard in a long while. We all need dreams, but I do not believe that you have none. I can see from your eyes that you have plenty."
"From my eyes?" She looked suddenly wary. "Eyes cannot speak."
"There you are wrong, Miss Literalist," he said. "Eyes can be very eloquent indeed. Yours more than most. Tell me your dreams. I have told you mine, and we are friends, are we not? I am not likely to shout with derision or stand on my chair to announce your secret dreams to the whole company."
"They are as humble as yours," she said, smiling again. "A home of my own. I lived in someone else's house for my first 12 years, and since then I have lived at the school in Bath. I dream of a home of my own in a place like this, where there are neighbours and friends. It does not have to be large. A cottage would suffice, and a small garden where I could grow flowers and vegetables and create beauty and plenty around me. And my ultimate dream." She stopped and bit her lower lip, but she continued when he said nothing.
A husband and a few children. A family of my own to cherish and to be loved by, she said. I do not dream of wealth or grandeur, only of love. There. You did insist. Those are my dreams. And they were indeed humble ones. No woman, he thought, should be denied her own home and family if she wished for them, and yet she believed they were impossible dreams for her. Were they? She was beautiful beyond belief and sweet-natured, and yet where, apart from here, would she ever go to meet eligible men? Perhaps he could. But no, he could not. He certainly could not. There was no point in beginning to plot or scheme. Besides nothing. Both their cups of tea, he noticed suddenly, had a greyish film of coldness covering the surface. Both their plates were still almost full of food. "Let me get you a fresh cup of tea," he suggested. But her face showed surprise when she looked beyond him, and, glancing over his shoulder, he could see that they were alone. Sounds of music and merriment were coming from the main room. The final set of the evening was already in progress. "Good Lord," he exclaimed. "Are you engaged to dance this set?" "No," she said. "Neither am I," he said in some relief. "It is exceedingly warm in here, is it not?" "Yes," she said. "Shall we stroll outside?" he suggested, "until everyone else is ready to leave?" She hesitated for only a moment. "That would be pleasant," she said. And so, 5 minutes later, they were strolling along the village street, past the crush of carriages and servants waiting to pick up their respective passengers, past the shop, the churchyard, and the vicarage, and the church itself. She had taken his arm, and after a few minutes he clasped her hand in his, lacing their fingers and pressing her arm to his side. "Being here for these last 2 weeks has reminded me of how very much more I enjoy the country than London or Brighton or any other large centre," he said. "I think I really must go home as soon as my mother's house party has ended. Perhaps I will not have missed the whole of the harvest. And perhaps... well, never mind." "Perhaps," she said, "your dream really will come true one day soon. I hope so. You belong with people like these." "I would not have enjoyed these 2 weeks half as much, though, if I had not met you," he told her, and was surprised by the sincerity of his words. They were the sort of empty, meaningless words he usually spoke when flirting. "The 2 weeks are not quite at an end," she said. "There are still 3 days left. Oh dear, only 3 days." Her tone was wistful. After those 3 days for her, of course, there was only a return to school and work to look forward to, though he knew from what she had said on other occasions that she genuinely enjoyed teaching. He knew, too, she had just admitted it, that the idea of teaching for the rest of her life fell far short of her dreams. They had stopped outside the church, in the shadow of an elm tree. "Do you wish you could stay longer, then?" he asked. "Oh, no," she said. "All good things must come to an end, and it is time to go back. It is just that this has been the loveliest holiday I have ever spent, and there is a certain sadness in knowing that it is all but over." "Has it been made lovelier by the fact that I have been here?" he asked her. Again, it was the sort of question he would ask when flirting with a woman, and he would smile, and she would smile, and they would both know he meant nothing by it. But Susanna Osborne was giving serious consideration to the question, and he waited for her answer as if it was somehow important to him. "Yes," she said softly, "I have valued our friendship." She was, he noticed, already referring to it almost in the past tense.
Soon it would be fully in the past. It was very unlikely that they would meet again after they left here. He never went to Bath, and she almost never left it. Friendship, he repeated softly, bending his head closer to hers. It does not seem a strong enough word, does it? Are we not a little more than just friends? And what the devil did he mean by that? But unfortunately, it was only later that he thought to ask himself the question. At present, he was caught up in an uncharacteristic moment of seriousness and sincerity. "Oh, don't say so," she cried, and he could hear distress in her voice. "Please don't say so. Don't spoil what we have shared. Don't flirt with me." "Oh, good Lord!" "Flirtation is the farthest thing from my mind," he assured her. Yet, if it was not flirtation, what was it exactly? He had the dizzying feeling that he had inadvertently steered his boat into uncharted waters. And then, because he had tipped his head downward and she had not moved, their foreheads touched. He closed his eyes and did not move. Neither did she. He felt a sudden, deep melancholy again, even worse than he had felt yesterday after their walk to the waterfall. He opened his eyes, moved his head slightly, and brushed his lips over hers, but only for a brief, mad moment before lifting his head and gazing off toward the church. Their hands were still clasped tightly, he realized. He was aware of her ragged breathing for a few moments, and had a ghastly thought. That was probably, no, undoubtedly, her first kiss, and yet it hardly qualified for the name. But he could not now make the occasion more memorable for her by returning his lips to hers and doing the deed more thoroughly and more expertly. It would be the very worst thing he could do. He ought not to have kissed her at all. He just did not go about toying with the sensibilities of innocent young schoolteachers, or with his own, for that matter. Good Lord, they were just friends. Just friends. "I think," she said softly, "we ought to go back to the inn, Lord Whitleaf. I see that people are coming out, and I cannot hear music any longer." He ought to apologize, dash it all. But that would draw attention to what had not really been a kiss at all. He could still feel the shock of her warm, soft mouth against his. Dash it all! Why had he not listened to her when she told him over a week ago that a friendship was impossible between a man and a woman? He had used the example of Edgecombe and the Countess to prove her wrong, but he had failed to consider the fact that they were lovers as well as friends. A single man and a single woman could not be both. Nor could they be just friends, it seemed. The devil of it was that he wanted her, sexually, and it simply would not do. "I will escort you," he said, vastly relieved that the assembly had ended in time to avert further indiscretions. Edgecombe and the Countess were waiting outside their carriage. Other people and carriages and horses milled about them in high-spirited disorder as everyone called good night to everyone else. Peter smiled and looked cheerfully about him. "Miss Osborne and I have been wiser than all of you," he called as they approached the crowd. "We have been strolling quietly out here and enjoying the cool air." She too, he saw when he glanced down at her, was smiling brightly. "Francis," she said, "this has been a lovely evening, has it not? Thank you so much for bringing me." Edgecombe smiled kindly down at her while offering his hand to help her into their carriage. The Countess bade Peter a good night before climbing in after her. Edgecombe vaulted in behind, and within moments their coachman was manoeuvring the carriage out of the crowd. Peter heaved a silent sigh of relief as he lifted a hand in farewell, and then gave his attention to Miss Raycroft, who had grasped his arm and was prattling excitedly to him about the delights of the evening. 'But he was only half listening to her. "What you need is a dragon to slay," she had said, while they were still inside the refreshment room. "What you need is a dragon to slay." When Francis tapped on the door of Susanna's bedchamber, Susanna mumbled something that was certainly not "come in," but she must not have spoken clearly enough. Francis turned the knob, opened the door a crack, and peered around it. "Oh, you are still up," she said, opening it wider when she saw, in the light of a single candle burning on the dressing-table, that Susanna was standing by the window. "I thought you might welcome someone with whom to mull over your first-ever ball. You were very quiet on the way home after saying it was a lovely evening." "A lovely evening, Susanna? Is that all?" "Lucius said you were probably too shy with him to talk volumes, but now I have left him in our bedchamber, and it is just you and I." She stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. "Oh," Susanna said brightly as she busied herself with closing the curtains, and realized even as she did so that now she would have no excuse not to turn around. "It was all very pleasant, was it not?" "Now it is only pleasant. And lovely, too. Is that not damning the evening with faint praise?" Francis laughed softly, and then she felt silent as her friend fussed with the fall of the curtains. "Susanna, you are not crying, are you?" "No, of course I am not," Susanna protested, but her brief words ended on an ignominious squeak. "You are? Oh, you poor dear," Francis exclaimed, hurrying across the room toward her. "Whatever happened?" Susanna laughed shakily and fumbled in the pocket of her nightrobe for her handkerchief as she turned. Francis, too, she saw, had undressed, ready for bed. She was wearing a long, flowing dark blue dressing gown, and her dark hair lay loose down her back. "I feel very foolish at getting caught being a watering pot," Susanna said after blowing her nose, "especially on such an inappropriate occasion. They are not tears of grief, I do assure you. Quite the contrary. It really was a wonderful, wonderful evening, was it not? I'll remember it all my life. I danced every set but two. It was all quite beyond my wildest dreams. And even one of those two I could have danced. Mr. Finn offered to lead me out, but Miss Honeydew was feeling a little faint, and I took her to the refreshment room instead. And during the last set, Viscount Whitleaf and I strolled outside where it was cool rather than dance." She went and sat on the bed, and, when Francis took the chair beside the dressing-table, she drew up her legs so that she could hug her knees and tucked the folds of her robe about her feet. "Ah, this feels just like old times," Francis said with a smile. "I still miss you and the others, you know, and life at school, and those times when two or more of us would sit up talking far too late into the night. Which is not to say I would give up my present life to return there, but, well, even happy choices involve some sacrifice. And most of us, I suppose, would like to both have our cake and eat it, if only it were possible." "Did you enjoy the evening?" Susanna asked. "Of course I did," Francis said. "I always enjoy a local assembly better than any grand ball, and this one was made special by the fact that you were there, and that you had a number of agreeable partners, and that there was a waltz, and I was able to dance it with Lucius, and see that you were dancing it too. Yes, it was all quite nearly perfect." "I will have a great deal to tell when I return to Bath," Susanna said. "Among a dizzying number of other things, I will be able to tell Claudia and Anne, and Mr. Huckabee, that I actually waltzed at a real ball, or at a real assembly anyway, and with no less a personage than a viscount. Not quite a duke, perhaps, but close enough." She had always made a joke with her friends of her determination to snare a duke one day. She smiled, and then rested her forehead on her up-drawn knees.
"It is lovelier than any other dance," Francis said with a sigh. "It is so, romantic." "Yes." Susanna closed her eyes and remembered the glorious wonder of it. It had seemed to her that she had almost floated over the boards beneath her feet without actually touching them. It had seemed as if waltzing and her dream of flying free had become one and the same, except that waltzing had not been done alone, but with a man who had held her in the circle of his arms and smelled of musk cologne and masculinity. For the space of that one set of dances, dream and reality had touched and merged, and she had known complete happiness, one of those rare interludes in any life. It had been sheer magic. She would always remember, half with wonder, half with a sort of pain. For a while, she feared, the pain might outweigh the wonder. And then, quite unexpectedly and ignominiously, the tears were back and soaking into her robe, and she uttered a quite audible hiccup as she tried to control them. "Oh, goodness," she said, fumbling in her pocket for her handkerchief and managing to produce a shaky laugh. "What an idiot you will think me." There was a brief but disconcerting silence. "Susanna," Francis said then, "you have not fallen in love with Viscount Whitleaf, have you?" Susanna jerked her head upward and gazed horrified at her friend, wet, reddened eyes and all. "No!" she exclaimed. "Oh, no, Francis, of course I have not. Whatever put such a silly notion into your head?" But the trouble was that her tears seemed to be beyond her control tonight. Her eyes filled again, and she felt 2 tears spill over onto her cheeks. She mopped at them hastily with her handkerchief and held it to her eyes. "Oh, my poor dear," Francis said softly. "But you are quite wide of the mark. Oh, this is very silly of me," Susanna wailed. "I am not in love with him, Francis. Truly I am not. But I do like him exceedingly well, you see. We have even become friends during these 2 weeks. And tonight I waltzed with him. But now that the assembly is all over, I cannot help remembering that the holiday is almost over, that within a few days I will be returning to Bath. Don't mistake me, I look forward to going back. It is my home and my other friends are there, and the prospect of a new teaching year with some new girls, and the return of the old is always exhilarating. But just at the moment I am contemplating the sadness of saying goodbye to you and Lord Edgecombe and everyone else here." "Including Viscount Whitleaf," Francis said softly. "Yes." Susanna smiled wanly as she put her handkerchief away again. "Including him." "But he is just a friend?" Francis asked, frowning, her eyes looking troubled even in the candlelight. "Yes," Susanna assured her, making her smile brighter. "Of course that is all he is, you silly goose." Friends do not kiss. He had kissed her under the elm outside the church. Or was it pathetic to call that brief brushing of lips a kiss? She knew, though, that she would remember it for the rest of her life as a kiss, her first and doubtless her last. Friends do not kiss. But they were friends. There was nothing else between them but friendship, in fact. She did not want there to be anything else. There could be nothing else. She rested her forehead on her knees again. "Susanna." Francis had got up from her chair and come to sit on the side of the bed. She set a hand between her friend's shoulder blades and patted her back gently. "I am so sorry. I am so sorry." Susanna concentrated upon taking deep, steadying breaths and holding the tears at bay. She had never been a weeper. Tonight's tears were quite uncharacteristic of her. "He is just a friend," she said when she could be sure her voice would be reasonably steady. But friends can become very dear, Francis. My heart would break if I had to say goodbye to you or Anne or Claudia and knew it would be forever."
"Your heart is breaking, then?" Francis asked.
"No. Oh, no, of course not," Susanna said. "It is just a figure of speech. I will be sad when this fortnight is over. Very sad, and also grateful for the many happy memories. But it is not even quite over, is it? There are 3 more days to enjoy."
"I feel so very helpless," Francis said after a minute or two of silence. "I feel absolutely wretched for you, Susanna. But I do not know what to say or what comfort to offer." It was obvious that Francis did not believe any of her protestations concerning Viscount Whitleaf, and because Susanna did indeed feel miserable about having to say goodbye to him, though truly they were only friends, she bowed her head and said nothing for a minute or two longer.
"You have been a comfort to me just by being here," she said firmly at last, getting off the bed to stand beside it. "By being a friend. It was a lovely evening, Francis, the most wonderful of my life, and it has been a lovely holiday. You must forgive me, please, for shedding a few sentimental tears because it is almost all over. Now, do go back to Lord Edgecombe. I need my beauty sleep even if you do not."
Francis took her hands and squeezed them, kissing her on the cheek as she did so. "That's my girl," she said. "That's my brave Susanna. Good night, then. I do hope you will sleep well." Susanna folded back the bedcovers as soon as she was alone, snuffed the candle, and climbed into bed. She pulled the sheet up to her chin and closed her eyes, and was again waltzing with him, and sharing dreams with him in the refreshment room, and strolling with him in the fresh air outside, her arm linked through his, their hands clasped, their fingers laced together. And again she was reliving that brief kiss. In 3 days' time she was going to be saying goodbye to him, her dear, dear friend, which was really a very foolish way of thinking about him when she had known him for less than 2 weeks and had not spent much longer than half an hour with him during any of those days. And when he was Viscount Whitleaf of all people. Friendship. It does not seem a strong enough word, does it? Are we not a little more than just friends? She could hear him speak those words just before he touched his forehead to hers and then kissed her. But she did not want to remember those words or that kiss. She did not want to believe that they were anything more than friends. There would be just too much pain to bear if... She turned over onto her side and slid one hand beneath the pillow. She drew up her knees and tucked the sheet beneath her chin. Once more she was twirling about the dance floor, enclosed in his arms and music and magic. Once more she was feeling his lips touch hers. Chapter 10. Peter could not think back upon the last hour or so of the assembly with any great pleasure. He remembered it with considerable discomfort, in fact. He had broken several of his own strict self-imposed rules. He had waltzed with Susanna Osborne, and then had supper with her, tête-à-tête when he might have joined other people at one of the larger tables, and then gone walking outside with her, also tête-à-tête. He had spent at least an hour exclusively with her, more than twice as long as he ever allowed himself to spend alone with any lady who was not his sister. He had not even been content to draw her arm through his as they walked. He had also held her hand, and actually laced his fingers with hers. It had bordered very closely on impropriety. No, actually, it had slipped beyond the border. Well beyond. And then, the pièce de résistance of atypical behaviour for him, he had kissed her. Honesty compelled him to admit that that brief meeting of lips could be called nothing less than a kiss. It was all enough to make him break out in a cold sweat, because of course he could not simply obliterate the memories. On the contrary, they kept poking accusing fingers into his conscious thoughts. He had trifled with her feelings. It was all very well to try telling himself that it was of no real significance, that he would forget within a week. Perhaps he would. But he also knew very well, good Lord, he had 5 sisters, that women remembered such things far longer than men did, and set far more store by them. He had always been aware of that, and he had always respected feminine sensibilities, except perhaps on one memorable occasion, and except on the evening of the assembly. He had the uneasy feeling that Susanna Osborne might just possibly be more hurt when they said the inevitable goodbye than she would otherwise have been, which was perhaps a conceited thought he was willing to admit, but even so, she was the last person he would ever want to hurt. And the worst of it, surely the very worst of it, was that that wretched apology for a kiss had surely been her first. Dash it all, he was not proud of himself. He was downright ashamed if the truth were told. And of course he could not court her even if he wanted to, which he did not. He liked her, that was all. There was an insurmountable gap between them socially. Such differences ought not to matter, but of course they did. He lived in a society in which titled gentlemen were expected to choose brides from their own select upper circles, and there were sensible reasons for such exclusivity beyond simple snobbery. The wives of titled men had duties to perform for which their upbringing must have prepared them, and they had social obligations in the fulfillment of which they must be adept and comfortable. It all sounded like weak enough reasoning when verbalized in his mind, but really it was not. It was all part of the fabric of society with which he had grown up, and in which he had lived since his majority. There was only one thing for it, he decided, during the largely sleepless night that followed the assembly. He must keep his distance from Miss Susanna Osborne for the 3 days that remained of her stay in Somerset. He was to leave the day after her. He must prevent himself from saying or doing anything that he might regret, or anything else, anyway. It was an eminently sensible resolve, and he kept it for 2 days. On the first, he was invited with the Raycrofts and a number of other neighbours to dine at Berkeley Court and play charades and cards afterward. He did not ignore Susanna Osborne. How could he? She was on the opposing team to his at charades, and she threw herself into the game with much the same energy and enthusiasm she had demonstrated at the boat races. She fairly sparkled with exuberant high spirits, and made him believe, to his relief, that he must not have seriously upset her on the night of the assembly after all. He certainly did not ignore her or avoid her. He spoke with her and laughed with her and competed against her, but they did it all in the setting of the larger group, and spent not even a minute alone together. The following day, as the result of a suggestion made by Miss Moss at the Berkeley Court dinner, a large party of young people drove into Taunton in 4 carriages for a look around the shops and a picnic on the banks of the River Tone. Peter deliberately did not ride in the same carriage as Susanna Osborne, and though they were often close enough during the few hours in Taunton to exchange a few remarks and smiles, they were never alone together. And then, on the 3rd day, he awoke with a start at least an hour earlier than usual, to the almost panicked realization that this was her last day at Berkeley Court, and that they had wasted 2 whole days when, with a little ingenuity, they might have contrived to spend some time enjoying each other's exclusive company. Dash it! He wished he had not kissed her, or walked along the village street with her, their hands clasped, their fingers laced together. It would be altogether wiser, he decided as he made his way down to breakfast some time later, to avoid being alone with her for 1 more day. Tomorrow she would be gone, and he would be getting ready to leave. Raycroft and his sister, he discovered at breakfast, were going to walk over to Berkeley Court during the morning to bid farewell to Miss Osborne. They were to call for the Calvert sisters on their way.
"You simply must come with us, Lord Whitleaf," Miss Raycroft said. "Is it not sad that Miss Osborne will be leaving so soon?"
Going with them would present him with the perfect opportunity to do the polite thing, take his own leave of her, but to do it from within the safety of a largish group. Yes, it would be eminently sensible, and he would have the congenial company of 4 young ladies for the walk to Berkeley Court and back again. But when he opened his mouth to reply, the words he spoke were not the ones he had intended to say. "I have promised to call upon Miss Honeydew this morning," he said, though in fact he had done no such thing. "It is almost my last day here too, you know, and I have grown fond of the lady. I will try to call at Berkeley Court sometime this afternoon." Miss Raycroft pulled a face, but she did not suggest, as he thought she might, that the planned walk to Berkeley Court be postponed until the afternoon, so that they might all go together after all. And so she and Raycroft set off without him, and he spent the morning chopping wood for Miss Honeydew, despite her vociferous protests, a task for which he was rewarded with effusive thanks, a few tears, and an insistence that he eat 6 of her housekeeper's special cakes, which this time were suspiciously black at the bottom and nearly rock-hard in the centre. He took the dog for a run before driving his curricle back to Hereford House. The morning had been cloudy, one of those days that could not make up its mind whether to dissolve into rain or open out into sunshine. If it had rained, he might have persuaded himself to remain at the house to play chess with Raycroft's father, who was always eager for a game with someone who could at least come close to beating him. But the sky cleared off instead, and the sun shone. The outdoors beckoned. Peter rode over to Berkeley Court. He left his horse in a groom's care at the stable and strode across the terrace and up one branch of the horseshoe steps. The butler was already in the open doorway and informed him that his lordship and the ladies had just finished luncheon and would surely be delighted to receive him in the drawing-room. He would, Peter decided as he followed the butler up the stairs, stay for 15 or 20 minutes and then leave. He would wish Susanna Osborne a pleasant journey and a happy autumn term at school. Perhaps he would kiss the back of her hand, or perhaps he would merely bow over it. Good Lord! Such self-conscious planning was quite uncharacteristic of him, he thought ruefully. The appropriate good manners normally came so naturally to him that he did not have to think them out in advance. The butler opened the double doors of the drawing-room with a flourish, as if he were about to announce the Prince of Wales himself, and then paused. Susanna Osborne was rising from a window-seat. The large room was otherwise empty.
"Oh, Mr. Smothers," she said, "the Earl and Countess went downstairs to the library. Did you not see them?"
The butler turned an almost comically mortified face to the guest, but Peter spoke up before him. "But it was Miss Osborne I came particularly to see, Smothers," he said. "If she will receive me, that is." The butler looked back to the lone occupant of the room.
"But of course," she said, walking halfway across the room before stopping. "It is quite all right, Mr. Smothers. How do you do, my lord?"
He was not doing very well at all, actually. He had been assaulted again by the rather foolish panic he had felt when he awoke. This was the last time he would see her. Tomorrow morning she would be gone. The day after, so would he. It was no comfort at the moment to try telling himself that by this time next week he would probably have forgotten her. He smiled and advanced into the room, and the butler closed the door behind him.
"Frances received an invitation this morning to sing at a series of concerts in London later in the autumn," she explained. "She and the Earl have gone down to the library to check on dates and make some plans, but they will not be long."
They would not be long. Suddenly, their absence seemed to him like a gift he had avoided but longed for. She was looking rather pale, he thought, until he looked more closely and realized that actually her face was slightly bronzed from exposure to the sun. But there was something. It was in her eyes, even though they smiled. No, the rest of her face smiled. Her eyes surely did not. Like him, he thought, she was not unaware that this was the last time they would be alone together, the last time they would see each other. Of course she was not unaware of it. Over the course of 10 days or so, they had developed a friendship that was rare in its warmth. How foolish of him to have deprived them both of 2 days. "I came to say goodbye," he said. "Yes." She spoke softly. "It has been a pleasure knowing you," he said, though it struck him that there was so much knowing yet to do. If only they had more time. "Yes," she said, "it has been a pleasure." "Yesterday's excursion was enjoyable," he said. "Yes," she agreed. "I have never been to Taunton before." "Nor I," he said. He saw her swallow, and she turned her head away for a moment before looking back at him. "I hope you have a pleasant journey the day after tomorrow," she said. "Yes, thank you." He clasped his hands at his back. "Shall I—" "Will you—" They spoke together and stopped together, and she gestured for him to proceed. "Will you come out for a stroll with me?" he asked her, abandoning without a thought his careful plan for a 15-minute formal call. "It has turned into a beautiful day out there." "I will fetch my bonnet," she said. She left him on the landing while she ran up to the next floor, and panic returned. What if they could not get out of the house and out of sight before Edgecombe and his lady emerged from the library? There was this one afternoon left. This was it. His last chance. This time tomorrow. His last chance for what, for God's sake? As they stepped through the stairway arch into the hall, Edgecombe and the Countess were coming out of the library, all hospitable smiles when they saw him. "Ah, there you are, Whitleaf," Edgecombe said. "Smothers came and told us you were here. Sorry about the misunderstanding, old chap. We were on our way up to join you. You are not leaving already, are you?" "Please do not," the Countess said. "Miss Osborne and I are going to take a stroll outside," Peter explained. "This sunshine is too lovely to miss." "You should go and see this end of the Wilderness Walk," Edgecombe suggested. "It is all very picturesque, deliberately so, of course. In fact, we will come with you, will we not, Frances?" Her hand came to rest on his sleeve. "You were concerned yesterday," she said, "that I had had too much exposure to the sun during the picnic. Remember?" "Eh?" He looked down at her with a frown. "I think I had better do the wise thing and stay indoors today," she said. Peter saw comprehension dawn in Edgecombe's eyes at the same time as it dawned in his own mind. "Oh, absolutely, my love," Edgecombe said. "I'll stay here with you. Will you mind, Susanna?" "No, of course not," she said. "A sunstroke can be a dangerous thing," Peter added. And so they stepped out of the house alone together, he and Susanna Osborne, with the blessing of the Countess of Edgecombe, it would seem. But blessing for what? She had not misunderstood, had she? She did not expect. But he would not torture his mind further or waste another moment of this suddenly precious chance to be alone one more time with Susanna Osborne, his friend. He offered her his arm without a word, and without looking up into his face she took it. There was suddenly a strange and potentially disturbing sense of completion. Chapter 11. Susanna's bags were almost completely packed. She had done the job herself after breakfast, though Frances had told her not to bother, that she would have a maid sent up later to do it for her, but she had come and watched anyway, and admitted while they chatted that she would still rather do many things for herself than rely upon servants to wait upon her hand and foot. Susanna had been feeling almost cheerful. She was genuinely looking forward to returning home, and that was what the school was to her. It was home, and the ladies and girls waiting there for her were her family. She had determinedly thrown off the depression that had weighed her down the night after the assembly. She had spent a wonderful 2 weeks of relaxation in lovely, luxurious surroundings, and in company with one of her dearest friends and a whole host of other amiable acquaintances. And if that were not enough, she had had her first ride in a gentleman's curricle, she had engaged in and won a boat race, she had attended her very first ball. The assembly did qualify for that name, she had decided, and she had danced all but 2 sets there, each with a different partner. She had even waltzed, and she had been kissed for the first time. That brief meeting of lips did qualify. She had decided that, too. Friends of opposite gender could occasionally kiss, even if the sentiment behind the gesture was affection rather than romance. She had decided very sensibly that she would remember everything about these 2 weeks down to the last little detail, and that she would enjoy the memories rather than allow them to oppress her. It had helped that Viscount Whitleaf had not singled her out for any particular attention during the past 2 days. They had been able to smile amicably at each other, and even speak with each other, but as part of a group of acquaintances. It had helped, too, that he had not come this morning with Mr. Raycroft and his sister and the Calverts. All 4 of the young ladies had hugged her when they were leaving, and Miss Raycroft and Miss Mary Calvert had actually shed a few tears. Mr. Raycroft had taken her hand in both of his and patted it kindly as he wished her a safe journey and a pleasant autumn term at school. Ah, yes, it had helped that he had not come too, that he had avoided actually saying goodbye to her. And yet it had been very hard at luncheon to maintain a cheerful flow of conversation with Francis and the Earl. It had been hard to swallow her food past the lump in her throat. It had been hard to avoid admitting to herself that she was hurt, both by his absence this morning and by the care with which he had avoided being alone with her yesterday and the day before. She knew it had been deliberate. It was as if that kiss, which had perhaps not been a real kiss at all, had destroyed their friendship. But now he had come after all, alone, and he had found her alone. Yet when the Earl had suggested that he and Francis join them on their walk outside, Viscount Whitleaf had conspicuously not grasped at the chance of having company. He had said nothing, and Francis seemed to have believed that Susanna wanted to spend a few minutes of this last afternoon alone with him. Did she? She and Francis had intended spending the afternoon walking all about the lake, just the 2 of them. The Earl had said at luncheon that he would leave them to enjoy each other's company, since they were soon going to be separated for a while again. Viscount Whitleaf's arm, Susanna noticed, was not quite relaxed beneath her hand. There was a certain tension in the muscles there. He did not speak for a while as she directed them across the terrace and diagonally across the lawn toward the woods where the wilderness walk began. She could not help remembering the silence in which they had walked more than halfway from Hereford House to Berkeley Court the day they met, not quite 2 weeks ago. But there was a different quality to this silence. It was almost impossible to believe that just 2 weeks ago she had not even met him, except once briefly when they were both children. "There it is," she said, breaking the silence at last, as she pointed ahead to where a clearly defined path disappeared among the trees. "The wilderness walk. It winds its way through the woods and over the hill to a small bridge across the river, and then it follows the river past the waterfall to the lake and continues all around it to approach the house from the other side." "A long hike," he said. "Yes." "Are you up to it?" he asked her.
"I have always loved walking," she told him. "I have too," he said. "I have been on walking tours of the Scottish Highlands and the Lake District. I intend to try North Wales one of these days." "Mount Snowdon is said to be quite breathtaking," she said, "and the whole country rugged and beautiful." "Yes," he said, "so I have heard." The path was well kept and allowed them to walk comfortably two abreast. There was an instant feeling of seclusion as tree branches offered shade overhead and tree trunks closed in around them like pillars in a cathedral. A number of birds were trilling out a summer song from their perches above. "I would be interested to hear about your walking tours," she said. He did not answer for a while, and she was aware that his head was turned toward her. She kept looking ahead. "We can do it this way if you wish," he said softly at last. "We can find topics upon which one or both of us is able to converse eloquently and at some length, and when we have reached the end of the walk and arrived back at the house, we can each congratulate ourselves on the fact that we allowed not a moment's silence to descend between us after the first few awkward minutes. We can take a cheerful farewell of each other, and that will be it. The end of the story." She did not know what she was supposed to say. He had asked no question. "Yes," she said. "It is what you wish." He bent his head closer to hers, and she risked turning her own to look into his eyes, darker than usual in the shade of the trees, only a few inches from her own. It was her undoing. "No," she said, not knowing exactly what she meant, but quite certain that she did not want to chatter politely with him about inconsequential matters when this was their last time alone together. Ever. "No," she said again, more firmly, and she smiled fleetingly and turned her head to look ahead along the path once more. "But in what way are we to do it, then?" "Let us simply enjoy the afternoon and each other's company. Let us laugh a little," he said, "but real enjoyment and real laughter. Let's be friends, shall we?" It was foolish to feel tragic. This time next week, next year, she would look back and wonder why she had not taken full advantage of every moment instead of living with the emptiness of what the future would hold. How did she know the future would be empty? How did she know there would even be a future? "What a good idea," she said, and laughed. "I think it quite brilliant." He laughed too, but though their laughter was about nothing at all, her comment and his retort could hardly be called witty, it felt very good. And suddenly she felt happy. She would not peer into the future. "Have you noticed how often the present moment slips by quite unnoticed?" "Until it becomes the past," he said. "Then it gets our attention. Yes, you are perfectly right. How many present moments will there be before we arrive back at the house, do you suppose? How long is a present moment, anyway? One could argue, perhaps, that it is endless, eternal." "Or more fleeting than a fraction of a second," she said. "I believe," he said, "we are dealing with the half-empty glass attitude versus the half-full glass attitude again. Are we by any chance talking philosophy? It is an alarming possibility. If we are not careful, we will be trying to decide next how many angels can dance on the head of a pin." "None at all, or an infinite number," she said. "I have never been sure which, if there is a correct answer." "Well," he said, chuckling, "shall we agree to live this particular endless moment strictly in the present tense? Or this myriad succession of present moments?" "Yes, we will so agree," she said, laughing with him again. And as they strolled onward, Susanna lifted her face to the changing patterns of light and shade, warmth and coolness, and was aware of the sounds of bird-song and insect whirrings and the scurrying of unseen wildlife,
and the smells of earth and greenery, and a masculine cologne. She felt every irregularity, every small stone on the path beneath her feet, the firm but relaxed muscles of his arm beneath her hand, warm through the sleeve of his coat. She turned her head again to smile at him, and found that he was smiling back, a lazy, genuine, happy smile. "I see a seat up ahead," he said. "It is my guess that it looks out on a pleasing prospect."
"It does," she said. "This path was very carefully constructed for the pleasure of the walker, as you observed yourself when we walked to the waterfall."
They stood behind the seat for a while, looking through what appeared to be a natural opening between trees, across wide lawns to the house and stables in the distance. An old oak tree in the middle of the lawn was perfectly framed in the view. And she was here now, looking at the view, Susanna thought, deliberately feeling the soft fabric of his coat sleeve, without actually moving her hand.
"The path moves up into that hill," she said, pointing ahead. "There are some lovely views from up there. The best, though, I think, is the one down onto the river and the little bridge."
They stopped a number of times before they came there, gazing alternately out onto the cultivated beauty of the park and over the rural peace and plenty of the surrounding farmland. "I wish you could see Sidley," he said, squinting off into the distance when they were looking across a patchwork of fields separated by low hedgerows. "You did say you had never been there, did you not? It always seems to me that there is nowhere to compare with it in beauty. I suppose I am partial. Undoubtedly I am partial, in fact. It smites me here." He tapped his heart, and then turned to her suddenly and smiled roguishly. "It smites this chest organ, this pump."
"The heart, the centre of our most tender sensibilities," she conceded, "even if only because we feel they must be centred somewhere. It must indeed be wonderful to have a home of your very own. I can well imagine that you would come to see it more with the emotions than with the eye or the intellect."
"I hope you will have a home of your own one day," he said, tapping her hand as it rested on his arm. They strolled onward, following the path down through the lower wooded slopes of the hill until it climbed again into the open, and they could see down to the river, narrower here than it was closer to the lake. And there was the little wooden footbridge that spanned it, so highly arched that the path across it formed actual steps up to the middle and down the other side. The water flowing beneath it was dark green from the reflections of trees growing thickly up the slopes from its banks. "Oh, yes," he said as they stopped walking. "You were quite right. This is the best view of all. Even better than the view from the waterfall. That is spectacular, but like most of the views here, it encompasses both the wilderness and the outside world. This is nothing but wilderness." Susanna let go of his arm and turned all about. The hill rose behind them to meet the sky. On the other three sides there was nothing to see but trees. Below were more trees and undergrowth and ferns, and the river and bridge.
"I had not really noticed that before," she said, "but it is true. That must be why I love being just here so much. It offers total—"
"Escape." But she frowned and shook her head.
"Retreat," she said. "It is a better word, I think."
"Shall we sit down for a while?" he suggested. "There is no seat just here, but I don't suppose the ground is damp. There has been no rain for several days, has there?" He stooped down on his haunches and rubbed his hand hard across the grass. He held the hand up, palm out, to show her that it was dry. She sat down, drawing her knees up before her and clasping her arms about them. He stretched out on his side beside her, lifting himself onto one elbow and propping his head on one hand while the other rubbed lightly over the grass. The sun beamed down warm on their heads.
"Oh, listen," she said after a few moments.
His hand fell still. The waterfall? Yes. They both listened for a while before he lifted his hand from the grass and set it lightly over one of hers about her knees. "Susanna," he said, "I am going to miss you." "We are not supposed to be thinking about the future," she said, but she had to draw a slow, steadying breath before she spoke. "No," he agreed. His hand slid from hers, and he tossed his hat aside and lay back on the grass, one leg bent at the knee with his booted foot flat on the ground, the back of one hand over his eyes to shield them from the sun. There was the rawness of threatened pain at the back of her throat. It was no easy thing to hold the future at bay. She concentrated her mind again upon the distant sound of the waterfall. "Do you ever wish," he asked after a couple of minutes, "that you were totally free?" "I dream of it all the time," she said. "So do I." 2 weeks ago, less, she would have assumed that such a man had all the freedom he could possibly want or need. Indeed, it had seemed to her that most men were essentially free. "What ungrateful wretches we are," he said with a low chuckle. "But it is not freedom from school or from relative poverty or from anything else in my circumstances that I yearn for," she said. "It is... Oh, I once heard it described as the yearning for God, though that is not quite it either. It is just... The longing for something beyond yourself, beyond anything you have ever known or dreamed of," he suggested. "Yes," she said with a sigh. "Are we talking philosophy again?" he asked, and he removed his hand from his eyes, turned his head and grinned up at her. "Twice in one afternoon. I think I must be sickening for something." She laughed and looked back at him, and something happened. Suddenly the moment was very present indeed, as if past and future had faded to nothingness, or else collapsed into the present. And the moment was simply magic, and unbearably tense. Their eyes held, and neither spoke as their smiles faded, until he lifted his hand and set the knuckles lightly against her cheek. "Susanna," he said softly. She could have said or done any number of things to cause time to tick back into motion, but she did none of them, did not even consider any of them, in fact. She was suspended in the wonder of the moment. She turned her head so that her lips were against his knuckles, and she gazed down into his eyes, violet and smoky and as deep as the ocean. He slid the hand down and pulled loose the ribbons of her bonnet. He brushed it backward and it fell to the grass behind her. She felt the air warm against her face and cool in her slightly damp hair. He cupped her face in both hands and drew it downward. She released her tight hold on her legs and turned so that she was kneeling beside him. And then their lips met again. It was a kiss as brief and as earth-shattering as the last one. He lifted her face away from his and gazed up into her eyes, his thumbs circling her cheeks. "Let me kiss you," he said. It was something of an absurd request, perhaps, in light of the fact that he had just done exactly that without asking permission. But despite her almost total lack of experience with kisses, she possessed enough woman's intuition to know exactly what he meant. "Yes," she whispered. She continued to kneel over him, one hand spread over his chest, the other bracing herself on the grass on the far side of him, while he kissed her again. But this time the kiss did not end after a brief moment. It did not end at all for a long, long time, and this time it was not a mere touching or brushing of lips. This time his lips were parted and warm and moist, and he nibbled at her lower lip with his teeth and touched both her lips with his tongue, and with its tip traced the seam between them, from one corner to the other and back again, but pressing a little more firmly this time, until it curled up behind her top lip to caress the soft, sensitive flesh inside. And then he feathered little kisses across her mouth and down to her chin, before kissing her fully again, his mouth pressed harder, more urgently to hers. His tongue pushed past her lips, past her teeth deep into her mouth. And then, finally, the kiss softened, and he lifted her head away from his again. His eyes were heavy-lidded as they gazed into hers. "Lie down beside me," he suggested. "You look uncomfortable." She was still crouched over him, her hands clutching one lapel of his coat and a clump of coarse grass. She stretched out beside him, lying on her side, his arm beneath her head. She rested her hand over his heart and closed her eyes. She did not want him to speak. She did not want to think. She was too busy feeling. Did people, men and women, really kiss like that? She had had no idea. She had imagined being kissed, and in her imagination she had been swept away by the sheer romance of the meeting of lips. In her naivety, she had not considered the possibility that a kiss, as a prelude to sexual activity, might have powerful effects on parts of her body other than just her lips. All parts of her body, in fact, even parts she had been only half aware of possessing. She ached and throbbed in all sorts of unfamiliar places. Neither had it ever occurred to her that a kiss might involve the mouth as well as just the lips. She could feel his heart beating heavily beneath her hand, and then, before she had even begun to recover her wits, he turned onto his side to face her, and his free hand touched her cheek again, and his fingers feathered through her hair, moving it away from her face. She both saw and heard him swallow. "The trouble with kisses," he said softly, "is that inevitably they make one want more." "Yes." "More? Kisses as a prelude to—" He kissed her again, softly and lazily, and they lay with their arms about each other, while she responded with moves of her own. She moved her lips over his, touched them with her tongue, stroked his tongue with her own when it came into her mouth again, sucked on it. When he made a low sound in his throat, she spread her hand over the back of his head, twining her fingers in his sun-warm hair. That was when he brought the rest of her body against his, and she felt all the unfamiliar thrill of being flush against the hard, muscled body of a man, from the lips to the toes. One of his Hessian boots hooked about her legs to hug her closer. "Susanna," he whispered into her mouth. "Yes." "Say my name," he murmured. "Peter." It was so much more personal, so much more intimate than his title. She had never even thought of him as Peter before now, but it was his name, his most personal possession. It was how she would remember him. The ache of wanting became almost unbearable. His hand was at her breast, exploring it lightly, caressing it, his palm lifting it, his thumb rubbing over her nipple, which was taut and tender. He hooked the same thumb beneath the fabric of her dress at the shoulder and eased it down her arm until her breast was exposed. His hand covered it again, warm and dark-skinned against its paleness, and then he lowered his head and, before she could guess his intent, took her nipple into his mouth and suckled her. Sensation stabbed like a knife up into her throat and behind her nose, down through her womb and along her inner thighs. It was the moment at which she abandoned self-deception. This was no ordinary innocent friendship. It never had been. She could not bear the thought of tomorrow. But it was not just because she would be losing a friend. She would also be leaving behind the man with whom she had tumbled headlong and hopelessly in love. Hopelessly being a key word. Hopelessly, without all hope, without any future. There was only now. He lifted his head and brought his mouth close to hers again. But instead of kissing her, he gazed deep into her eyes, his own heavy with a desire that clearly matched her own. It was not hard to interpret that look, even though she had not seen it on a man's face before. "Stop me now," he murmured. "Oh, heaven help us both." Stop? No. Oh, no. If there was no future, if there was only now, she would not have it snatched away from her forever. She would have the whole of it. It was not rational thought, of course, with which she considered his words. She was past rational thought, but had no experience with anything else. Her mind did not even touch upon virtue or morality. Even less did it touch upon consequences, or the very real dangers inherent in not stopping him. There was only now. Now he was here with her. Tomorrow she would be gone, and the day after so would he. "Susanna," he whispered again. "Don't stop," she said. "Please don't stop." He did not stop. He turned her onto her back, kissing her, baring her other breast and fondling her with expert hands and lips, while she lay beneath him, bewilderment and desire and sheer physical sensation tumbling together through every vein and bone and nerve ending in her body. And then he lifted the hem of her dress, drawing it all the way up to her hips and disposing of undergarments until she could feel the grass against her bare flesh. He fumbled with the waist flap of his pantaloons and brought himself over between her legs, which he parted with his own, before sliding his hands firmly beneath her to cushion her against the hardness of the ground. She knew what happened. With her intellect, she knew the process, or some of it anyway. She knew about penetration and the spilling of the seed. It had always seemed to her that it must be both painful and embarrassing, though she had always wanted to experience it anyway. There was pain. He came into her slowly but firmly, pressing past the barrier of her virginity until he was deeply embedded in her. There was no embarrassment. She had not known how large he would feel, how hard, how deep, and she had known nothing of what happened between penetration and the spilling of the seed. What happened was pain and pleasure and shock and satisfaction all rolled into one. Pain as he withdrew and thrust over and over again past the soreness of her newly opened womanhood. Pleasure, because it was more wonderful, more exhilarating than any other sensation she had ever experienced. Shock, because she had not expected such a deep and vigorous and prolonged invasion of her body. Satisfaction, because now, before it was too late, he was her lover. Because she would always be able to remember him as her lover. Despite the pain and the shock, she wanted it never to end. She braced her feet on the ground, feeling the supple leather of his boots along the insides of her legs as she did so, wrapped her arms about him, closed her eyes, and allowed herself to feel every painful, powerful, wonderful stroke of his body into hers, to hear every laboured breath they both drew, to smell his cologne and the very essence of his maleness, to understand that at last, for once in her life, she was celebrating her sexuality with a man she loved. She would not be sorry afterward. Surely she would not. She would not even think of afterward. But it came anyway. His rhythm quickened and his strokes deepened until he held still in her, every muscle tense, and then sighed and relaxed, even as she felt the gush of a greater heat deep inside. She swallowed against a moment's disappointment that now it was over. Forever. It did not matter. It would not matter. She would always remember. He drew free of her and rolled off her, careful to lower her skirt over her legs and lift her bodice over her breasts as he did so. He lay on his back beside her after setting his own clothing to rights, one arm flung over his eyes, the other hand palm down over the back of hers as it lay on the grass between them. It seemed to her that he slept for a few minutes. How could anyone possibly sleep after that? But he had, of course, expended a great deal of energy. Deep inside her she harboured his seed. The beginnings of rational thought niggled at the edges of her mind. "Susanna," he said sleepily, while she lay with closed eyes, reliving every moment of what had just happened. She turned her head to look at him. He was tousled, slightly flushed, impossibly handsome. "Come away with me," he said. "What?" An irrational hope blossomed for a moment. "Let's go away," he said. "Why say goodbye when neither of us wants it to happen? Let's go to North Wales. Let's see Mount Snowdon together and go walking over the hills and along the beaches. Let's do it. Let's run free." And the horrible thing was, she thought as she stared at him, that he meant it, and that for 2 pins she would have cast caution and good sense to the winds and agreed to go with him. "And afterward?" she said. "Afterward?" He laughed softly. "To the devil with afterward. We will think of that when the time comes. I won't ever leave you destitute, though, I promise. Come with me. Let's do it." Rational thought came crashing back from wherever it had been hiding and took up residence in her conscious mind again. She would be his mistress. They would have a wild, doubtless glorious fling together, and then he would pay her off. Because he was a basically decent and kind man, he would see to it that she did not starve after he discarded her. She could be his mistress, his whore. "I like my life as it is," she said. "I love the school, and my work there, and my pupils and my fellow teachers. I have to go back tomorrow." "You do not have to do anything," he said. "You are right." She sat up and straightened her dress as best she could with slightly shaking hands. "I do not. I do not have to go away with you." He sat up, too. "I cannot bear to let you go," he said as she reached for her bonnet and pulled it on over her dishevelled curls. "Can you bear to let me go?" "No," she admitted, pausing as she tied the ribbons beneath her chin. "But there are no alternatives that I can bear even as well as saying goodbye to you." "Susanna," he began. But she had got to her feet and stood looking down at him. She had even dredged up a half-cheerful smile from somewhere. "I will treasure the memory of this fortnight," she said. "Even the memory of this. But this is the end. It must be. Anything else would be sordid." "Sordid?" He frowned up at her, and then reached for his hat and got slowly to his feet to stand beside her. "Would it?" "Yes," she said. "I am a teacher, not a courtesan. I will remain a teacher." He looked at her for a long moment, his eyes unfathomable, and then he nodded. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I do beg your forgiveness for the insult." "It was not insulting," she said softly.
to let me know that you would prolong your acquaintance with me if you could. Shall we go back instead of walking farther? We must have been gone for some time, and Francis will wonder what we have been up to," he suggested. Slowly and ruefully they smiled at each other. When he offered his arm, she took it, and they resumed their walk, albeit in the opposite direction. She felt all the unreality of the past half hour or so, except that it was not unreal. Between her thighs she could feel the trembling aftermath of what they had done together. Inside, she felt an unmistakable soreness. Deep inside, she harboured his seed. Too late, she thought of consequences. Chapter 12. Peter returned home to Sidley Park in September after he could be sure that all his mother's houseguests had left. He wondered a little uneasily as his carriage approached the house if he was going to find it easy, or even possible, to share his home with his mother now that he had made a decision to settle here. He loved her dearly, but she had always ruled Sidley as though it were her own domain, and everyone in it as though she were a supreme deity who knew what was best for them. It was a good thing she had ruled her children with a loving as well as a firm hand, though that very fact, of course, would make it harder to exert his will against her now. But why anticipate problems when they did not even exist yet? When his carriage drew to a halt before the house, and the coachman opened the door, Peter did not even wait for the steps to be set down, but vaulted out onto the cobbled terrace like an eager boy home from a dreary term at school. It did not take him long to discover that problems did indeed exist. His mother had been alleviating the tedium of her days since the departure of the house-guests by having the drawing-room refurbished with a preponderance of pink colourings and frills. Most notably, there were frilly pink cushions everywhere, though even they were preferable to the pink curtains, which were pleated and ruched and frilled and scalloped in ways that made him feel slightly bilious. "This has always seemed such a plain, dark, gloomy room," she explained, her arm linked through her son's as she took him to inspect what had been done. "Now already it looks light and cheerful, would you not agree, my love? It will look even better when the portraits have been replaced with some pretty landscapes." "Where are the portraits going?" he asked her, masking the dismay he felt with a tone of polite interest. They were portraits of some of his ancestors, and he had always been proud of them, fascinated by them, and altogether rather fond of them. They were a link to his father, whom he could not remember, and to his heritage on his father's side, in which no one else but he had ever seemed interested. "To the attic," she said. "I have always hated them. One does not need such gloomy reminders of the past, would you not agree, my love?" He grunted non-committally. The drawing-room, he thought, though he did not say so aloud, looked like an oversized lady's boudoir. It would look even more so with different pictures. "Well, what do you think?" she asked, beaming up at him. It was time, perhaps, to play ruthless lord and master, but she looked so very happy, and so very sure that he would be pleased too, and it was a mere room when all was said and done. He could live with a pink room, provided it was not the library or his bedchamber. "It is very you, Mamma," he said. It really was a room suited to her. She had always been pretty. She still was, and delicate and very feminine. Pink had always been her favourite colour. "I knew you would adore it," she said, squeezing his arm. "It is so good to have you home again. But, my love, it was most provoking of the Raycrofts to insist that you remain in Somerset when they knew you wished to be here. Our guests were very disappointed, especially Lady Larchwell, who was hoping, I dare say, that her daughter would take your eye. Miss Larchwell is a pretty young lady, and modest, too, considering the fact that her maternal great-grandfather was a duke. You would like her.
You really ought to have asserted yourself with the Raycrofts, you know. You're just too kind-hearted for your own good."
"I must confess, Mamma," he said, "that I enjoyed my stay at Hereford House very much indeed."
"Well, of course you did," she said, seating herself on a chair and almost sinking out of sight amid a pile of cushions. "Though I dare say the company was not very distinguished. It is not so here either, now that all the house guests are gone. I will be glad of your company, my love."
"Well, there are the Markhams," he said. "I will certainly be happy to see Theo again. And there are the Harrises and the Mummets and the Poles."
But his mother pulled a face and made no reply. She had always behaved graciously enough toward their neighbours, but she had always treated them too with a condescension that spoke of the social distance she felt existed between them. The Markhams were a distinguished enough family, it was true, and had always been prominent in political circles. Theo's father had actually been a minister in the government for a number of years. But though there had been a time when his mother visited often at Fincham Manor, and occasionally took him and his sisters with her, the relationship had cooled long ago. It was a pity. Theo's mother still lived at Fincham during the winter months, and she was much of an age with his mother. They might have been friends.
"And speaking of the Markhams," he said, suddenly thinking of something, "do you remember Mr. Osborne?"
Her fingers stopped playing with the lace frill of one of the cushions, and she stared blankly at him.
"I cannot say I do," she said.
"He was the late Sir Charles Markham's secretary for a number of years," he explained.
"Was he?"
She gave the matter some thought, but then shrugged and shook her head.
"Then I would not have known him, would I?"
"You scolded me once," he said, "when he was teaching Theo and me to write in some fancy script in his study. You came dashing in, and then were very upset because you had thought we were up in Theo's room, when instead we were breathing in ink fumes and probably giving ourselves a headache."
"You had very delicate health, my love," she said. "I always feared for you, especially if I could not find you where I expected you to be. But I do not remember that particular incident."
"And then there was the time," he said, "when I was home from school for a week and went over to Fincham with you, without the girls, only to discover that Theo did not have a school holiday and Edith was away at a birthday party somewhere. I went riding off on one of the horses from the stable to run an errand with Mr. Osborne. I dare say I told him I had your permission, or else he thought that at my age I did not need it. You were so upset by the time we came back that I believe you were actually ill after we came home. It was the last time I saw him."
"Oh," she said. "Was he dismissed? I dare say he ought to have been."
"He died," he said, "suddenly, of a heart attack."
"Oh," she said. "That was unfortunate. But what can have put a mere secretary into your mind years after his death? Do be a love and ring for the tea-tray."
He did so without answering her question. It made perfect sense, of course, that she would not remember a man who had really been no more than a glorified servant. It was even less likely that she would remember Susanna Osborne, not that he had been about to mention her name to his mother. He was trying hard to forget it himself, or at least the guilt with which he remembered it. He called upon all his neighbours in the coming weeks. The Harrises told him about their recent stay at Tunbridge Wells. The Mummets wanted to know all about the latest fashions in London, since they were planning to spend a few weeks there in the spring, and the Poles regaled him with stories of the exploits of their numerous grandchildren. They were all perfectly amiable, but none of them issued any invitations to him to dine, or play cards, or join them at any other entertainment. It had never been done. He was Viscount Whitleaf, and as far above them in station as the stars. Everything in their manner during his visits demonstrated an almost awed respect. All of them assured him that they were deeply honoured that he had called, but he issued no invitations either. His mother would be uncomfortable, even upset about having her house invaded by inferior company.
Her house. It was his. Dash it all, it was harder than he thought to change his way of thinking. Sidley had been his mother's domain since her marriage, and though it had been his property for 23 years, for 18 of those he had been a minor, and it was only natural that his mother remain in charge. Why the devil had he not told his uncles and his mother when he turned 21 that he was far too young to think of marriage, but that he was at exactly the right age to take over the running of his own life and home and estate? It would have been easy then. It would have been the natural thing to do. It was what everyone had surely been prepared for. Or why, when he had decided not to marry, had he not told his mother quite firmly that she was going to have to find somewhere else to live than the main house at Sidley? But of course he had been too young for all of it. His life had been effectively lived for him for 21 years. How could he have developed the wisdom overnight to act as he ought? He called one day at Fincham and was delighted to find Theo at home. Edith was no longer there, of course. She had married Lawrence Morley 2 years ago and now lived in Gloucestershire with her husband. Lady Markham was currently there with her, lending her support after the recent birth of Edith's first child. Peter called several times after that first visit, and sometimes went riding with his long-time friend. On one of those occasions, he asked the same question he had raised with his mother. "Do you remember Osborne?" he asked. "William Osborne?" Theo asked. "My father's secretary, do you mean?" "I rather liked him," Peter said. "He always had time for us, if you remember. It was a pity about his death." Theo leaned forward out of his saddle to open a gate into a field so that they could ride across country instead of having to keep to the dusty lane. "It was a tragedy," he agreed. "Avoidable, too, as such deaths always are. Though I do not suppose he saw it that way, poor fellow." "He could have avoided it?" Peter asked. "Easily," Theo said dryly, as he shut the gate behind them. "By not putting that bullet through his brain." "He killed himself." Peter's hands tightened so suddenly upon the reins that his horse reared up, and he had to struggle to keep his seat and bring it back under control. "You did not know?" Theo was frowning when Peter finally looked back at him. "No one told you?" "Only that he had died," Peter said. Theo continued on his way across the field. "That makes sense, I suppose. You were always sheltered from any unpleasantness, weren't you? What put you in mind of him now, anyway?" "I ran into his daughter this summer," Peter said. "Susanna?" Theo said. "I was under the impression she had fallen off the ends of the earth, poor girl, though I suppose she is a woman now. Edith was inconsolable, apparently, when she ran off, and my mother was frantic. Fortunately, I was away at school and missed all the drama. I was sorry about Osborne, though. He was a decent fellow." "Why did he kill himself?" Peter asked. "All sorts of unlikely possibilities were suggested to me when I asked the same question at the time," Theo said. "Either no one knew the real reason, or else everyone was being very cagey about it. He had to be buried in unconsecrated ground, which probably did not matter much to him, but would have been hard on Susanna if she had stayed for the funeral. Apparently she did not. Anyway, should we change the subject?" They did not refer to it again either on that afternoon or on any subsequent occasion. But Peter was left wondering what the devil could have been so dire in Osborne's life that he had put an end to it, despite the fact that he had a daughter to support. Her running away was a little more understandable now, though. Her father had committed suicide, a nasty sin according to church doctrine. Poor child, running off to London and trying to find employment there. If Lady Holmere was indeed responsible for sending her to Miss Martin's school in Bath, then he would forever feel kindly toward her. But he still tried hard not even to think of Susanna Osborne, or of what he had done to her the day before she left Berkeley Court. He spent some time out on the home farm, though not as much as he would have liked. The harvest was almost all in, and it would have seemed mildly ridiculous to jump in to help now, all energy and enthusiasm, when there was very little left to do. He spent some time with his steward and went over all the books with him, despite the fact that he carefully examined each monthly report that was sent him. But Millingsworth had been appointed by Peter's guardians when he was a very young child. The man was organised, efficient, knowledgeable, and experienced, and looked upon Peter, or so it seemed, as if he was still a boy whose presence in his domain was a slight nuisance that had to be endured only because he was the official employer. When he was in the house, his mother hovered over him, worried that he was not eating properly, or dressing in a manner appropriate to the weather, or giving serious enough thought to his future, to marrying well and setting up his nursery, that was. She was careful to see to it that the servants answered his every summons promptly, that his every whim was catered to, that he was served the very best of everything at mealtimes, even if the portion in question had already been set on her plate. She came close to tears if he ever decided to set foot outdoors when it was raining or damp, or when the wind was blowing at any force above the merest breeze. She even appeared in the library doorway one night, well after midnight, when he was reading, to ask him if he did not think it was time he went to bed, as he knew how easily he got a headache the next day if he stayed up too late at night. It was all horribly irksome. Perhaps he would have faced it all and dealt with it all if he had not been so mortally depressed. But despite the enthusiasm with which he had jumped from his carriage on his arrival, he could not shake off the gloom he had carried with him from Hereford House. Everything seemed somehow ruined. Finally, after a few weeks, he thought to himself, and his reasoning seemed quite sound, that he might as well leave until the new year, when he could be present for all the upcoming spring planning. A new year would be a better time, the perfect time, for starting the new life he had promised himself. He might even go back for Christmas. Some of his sisters were sure to be there, and he was fond of them, and of his numerous nieces and nephews. And so he drifted off back to London, using as an excuse the fact that he needed to visit his tailor and his bootmaker. There he lived a life of increasingly busy idleness as he searched out one diversion after another. It was surprising how many could be found, even during such an unseasonable month as October. There was a comfortable familiarity about such a life, except the diversions did not always divert. Activities that had always amused him well enough before suddenly seemed to have lost their power to distract his mind from his overall dissatisfaction with the way his life was proceeding. His mother's letters informed him that the new paintings had arrived for the drawing-room, which was now looking so much lovelier than any other room in the house that she was considering making changes to the dining-room next. Good Lord, he was going to have to do something to stop her. Barbara, his eldest sister, who happened to spend a few days in London with her husband during the autumn, mentioned Christmas. "You will be at Sidley, I hope," she said. "Clarence and I will be there with the children, and it will be too dreary if you are not also there, Peter. Besides, Mamma is inviting other guests, and it is only right that you be there as host." "Other guests?" he grimaced. "Who is she this time?" Barbara clucked her tongue, while Clarence waggled his eyebrows at his brother-in-law and held his peace. "I have no idea," she said, "but there will be someone, of course. Mamma is concerned about you, Peter. She wants to see you well settled. It is foolish of you to be stubborn merely because you did not like Bertha Grantham 5 years ago, and did not admit it until the last possible moment." None of his sisters had any idea what had happened on that occasion, and he had no wish to enlighten any of them. Peter met his brother-in-law's eyes again, and watched one of them depress in a slow wink. "I'll choose my own bride in my own good time, Barb," he said. "I'll think about Christmas." But thinking about brides made him feel more wretched than ever. In the almost 2 months since he had left Somerset, he had still not recovered from his terrible sense of guilt. Good Lord, he had debauched an innocent. There were no excuses. None. He felt sick whenever he thought of that afternoon on the wilderness walk, and it was almost impossible not to think of it at least 12 times every day. It seemed somehow worse to have learned that her father had killed himself. Not that that sad event was in any way his fault, or linked to the events of the summer, but even so, he had liked Osborne. He liked the daughter. Whenever such thoughts threatened to cause his head to explode, he went out again in search of another entertainment to take his mind off things. Finally, at the end of October, he decided that a change of scenery might cheer him up, and headed off to spend a week or 2 with his cousin Lauren, Viscountess Ravensburg, at Alvesley Park in Wiltshire, where she lived with Kit, her husband, and their children, and with Kit's parents, the Earl and Countess of Redfield. He had a standing invitation to go there, and always enjoyed himself when he did. They were fond of each other, he and Lauren, perhaps because they had been kept apart until he reached adulthood, and discovered an invitation to her wedding among his pile of mail one day after he returned from one of his walking tours. His mail had never come directly to him until he turned 21, and he had never met Lauren, had hardly even heard of her, in fact, except as the possibly illegitimate daughter of a mother of loose morals, widow of his father's elder brother, a former Viscount Whitleaf. He had gone to the wedding, though he had arrived only just in time, and discovered that Lauren was lovely and charming, and most definitely not illegitimate. Her eyes were the exact same unusual colour and shade as his own. He went to Alvesley now to stay, and did indeed enjoy himself there, spending hours in company with Lauren and the Countess of Redfield, playing with the 3 children, riding and discussing farming business and politics with Kit and the Earl, visiting neighbours, including the Duke and Duchess of Bewcastle, playing with their baby, much to the amusement of the Duchess and her sister, Miss Thompson, who remarked with a laugh that the babe was habitually too cross to be anyone's favourite, except his mamma and papa's. And his grandmamma's, Mrs. Thompson added reproachfully, though enjoyment, of course, seemed to be a relative term these days. He still could not shrug off his underlying feeling of restlessness and dissatisfaction with himself. And then fate took a startlingly strange hand in his destiny. Perhaps it ought not to have startled him quite as much as it did. Already, soon after his arrival, he had discovered the almost incredibly coincidental fact that he had just missed seeing Sydenham Butler, Lauren's brother-in-law, who had been home for a week with his new bride, the former Miss Anne Jewell, a teacher at Miss Martin's School for Girls in Bath, and one of Susanna's particular friends, Peter remembered. And already, on visiting Bewcastle, he had remembered the connection Susanna had felt existed between the school and Lady Hallmere, Bewcastle's sister. But then, almost a week into his stay, he learned that Lauren and the Duchess between them had just finalised plans for a surprise wedding breakfast in honour of the newlyweds, who had married quietly and by special licence in Bath. Lauren was involved because Sydenham was her brother-in-law, the Duchess because he was the steward at Bewcastle's Welsh estate. Their plan was to gather as many relatives and friends in Bath as they could muster on short notice, lure the bride and groom there on some pretext, and then surprise them with a grand celebration of their marriage at the upper assembly rooms. "We are all going from here," Lauren explained one day during tea. "We would love for you to come with us, Peter, would we not, Kit? But I understand that a journey to Bath and a wedding breakfast may hold out no great allure for you. Perhaps you would prefer to go home, though if you do go, I will feel that I have driven you away." She laughed. "Oh, will you come, to please me?" She would never know the turmoil her words had set up within him. He was actually being invited, even urged, to go to Bath. But not just that. It seemed altogether probable that he would see Susanna there if he went, Surely, as a friend and former colleague of the bride, she would be invited to this wedding breakfast. He could see her again. She surely would not wish to see him, though, he reminded himself. By now she probably hated him as some sort of arch-villain, and how could he blame her if she did? Dash it all! First he had debauched her, then he had made her a most improper offer, and then he had escorted her back to Berkeley Court, bidden her a cheerful farewell in company with the Edgcombes, and gone riding off without a backward glance. At the time, he had convinced himself that it was because she had said it must be that way. But he had guessed something about the newlyweds, though neither Lauren nor the Duchess was indiscreet enough actually to put it into words. The new Mrs. Butler was probably with child, a fact that would explain both the haste and the secrecy of the nuptials. She had spent a month of the summer in Wales, he could recall Susanna saying, doubtless on the very estate where Sydenham was steward. She had gone there with the Hallmeres, had she not? And his suspicions led him suddenly to wonder if perhaps Susanna too. The very thought was enough to cause his stomach to lurch into a somersault and leave him feeling decidedly queasy. But surely if it were so she would have let him know. She would have written to him. Would she? He knew very well she would not. Good Lord! Damn it to hell! He should have thought of it sooner, and made an effort to discover the truth for himself. That would have been the gentlemanly thing to do, if there were a gentlemanly way to handle such a situation. Or had he thought of it and suppressed the ghastly possibility? He was not a total ignoramus after all, was he? He knew what frequently resulted when men slept with women. Perhaps he had assumed that if he suppressed the thought, the whole ghastly possibility would just go away. All these jumbled thoughts and counterthoughts flashed through his head in a mere second or two, while he smiled cheerfully back at Lauren. "I have nothing better to do with myself," he said, "and I would like to see Sydenham again and wish him happy. Yes, I would be delighted to go with you." He had thought he would never see Susanna Osborne again. He had even thought that within a week or two he might forget how badly he had treated her. Perhaps it was to his credit that he had not done so, though he certainly did not congratulate himself too highly on that score. But now he was going to Bath, and he almost certainly was going to see her once more. It was necessary that he do so, he told himself. He would far rather go somewhere else. But he did need to discover if he had done her any lasting harm, and it really was too bad of him that he had left it so long. Oh, dash it all! What if? Yes, indeed. What if? Chapter 13. Susanna returned to Bath in the Earl of Edgcombe's well-sprung travelling carriage. By the time it rocked to a halt outside the school on Daniel Street, she had tugged away all her raw, bruised emotions deep inside herself, and was able to smile as the door opened and Mr. Keble peered out. Almost immediately, Claudia and then Anne came hurrying past him out onto the pavement, both beaming happily as they waited to hug her. All her emotions were generally happy ones for the next little while, as she assured her friends and then the girls, whom she joined in the middle of their tea, that she was very delighted to be back, even though she had had an absolutely marvellous time in Somerset. And they all looked delighted to see her. She felt enveloped in familiarity and love. She was home. And from this moment on, she would have plenty with which to occupy her mind. There was a whole busy school term to plan for and look forward to. The journey, comfortable as the Earl's carriage undoubtedly was, had been dreadful. With only herself for company, she had been unable to stop the memories of the past 2 weeks from churning around and around in her head, particularly, of course, the memory of that last afternoon. She could still scarcely believe that it had actually happened, that she had allowed it to happen. But it had, and she had. She had been aware with every turn of the carriage wheels that she was moving farther and farther from him, which was a foolish thought indeed, when they had always been universes apart. Even when they were children, his sister had been horrified to see them playing together and had dragged him away. She had had her great adventure, her grand romance of a lifetime, Susanna decided, with great good sense once she was back home, and now it was time to get back to reality. And yet her determination to be cheerful was tested the very evening of her return. Claudia had gone out to dine with the parents of one of the new pupils, and Anne had invited Susanna to come and sit in her room for a while after all the girls had gone to their dormitory. Susanna sat on the bed, always her favourite perch, her arms clasped about her raised knees, while Anne sat on the chair beside her desk. They talked about Francis for a while, until Anne broke a short, not uncomfortable silence with a question. "And what of you?" she asked. "Did you really have a lovely time? Did you meet anyone interesting?" For one moment, Susanna considered pouring out the whole sorry story to her friend, but it was just too intensely personal, especially its ending. Maybe later, when the memories were not quite so raw, she would confide in Anne. But not now. Not yet. "Like a duke to sweep me off my feet and bear me off to his castle as his bride." She laughed at the old joke. "No, not quite, alas. But Francis and Lord Edgecombe were very obliging, Anne, and made sure that there was some entertainment for me to attend almost every day, even though I am sure they would have been just as happy to relax and be quiet together after being away for so long. I met some amiable and interesting people, most of whom I knew from before, of course." "But no one special?" Anne asked. Susanna's heart felt like a leaden weight in her chest. "No," she said. "Not really." Anne raised her eyebrows. "Only one gentleman," Susanna said reluctantly, "who made his intentions very clear, and they were not honourable ones. It was the old story, Anne. Yet he was very handsome and very amiable. Never mind. And you? You told us a great deal about your Welsh holiday the evening before I left, but nothing that was very personal. Did you meet anyone interesting?" Anne and her son David had gone to Wales to spend a month with the Bedwin family on the Duke of Bewcastle's estate. "The Bedwins," Anne said, smiling, "are all quite fascinating, Susanna, and that is actually an understatement. The Duke of Bewcastle is every bit as formidable as he is reputed to be. He has cold silver eyes and long fingers that are forever curling about the handle of his quizzing glass. He is quite terrifying, and yet he was unfailingly courteous to me. The Duchess is a delight and not at all high in the instep, and it is quite clear that he adores her, though he is never ever demonstrative in public. He also adores their son, who is a cross, demanding little baby, except when his father is holding him, and he holds him rather often. He is a strange, mysterious, fascinating man." Susanna rested her chin on her knees. She was thinking of how words could be true, and yet a massive lie at the same time. It was the old story, Anne. Yet he was very handsome and very amiable. Just as if the whole relationship with Viscount Whitleaf had been that trivial, that unimportant. "All this talk of married dukes is depressing me," she said, smiling, as if her heart were not breaking. "Was there no one who was unmarried?" "No dukes." Anne smiled too. Something in her tone alerted Susanna. "Oh, Anne," she said. "Who?" "No one, really," Anne said quickly, shifting position on the chair. "Oh, what a dreadful thing to say of another human being. He very definitely is someone. He is the Duke's steward at Grandeur. He was alone, and I was alone, and so it was natural enough that occasionally we walk out together or sit together on evenings when he was invited to dine. That is all." "All?" Susanna repeated. "And was he tall, dark, and handsome, Anne?" "Yes," Anne said. "All three." Susanna continued to gaze at her.
"We were merely friends," Anne said. "Were you?"
Susanna spoke softly.
We were very dear friends,"
Anne said. But Susanna knew something as clearly as if they had both poured out their hearts to each other. They had both met someone very special indeed during their holidays, and they had both returned with bruised, perhaps even broken hearts.
"But he did not make an offer," she said. "Anne, I am so sorry."
There was a lengthy silence, during which Anne did not contradict her.
"Do you think," Susanna asked at last, "life would be easier, Anne, if one had parents and family to take one about, to make sure one met suitable people, to arrange for one to meet eligible suitors? Would it be easier than living at a girls' school as one of the teachers?"
It seemed absurd, she thought, to miss her mother so very much, even now when she was 23, her mother whom she had never known.
"I am not sure," Anne said, closing the curtains again, "that life is ever easy. Very often, girls and women make disastrous marriages, even while surrounded by family to help guide their choice or make it for them. I think, given the choice between a bad marriage and life here, I would choose being here every time. In fact, I am certain I would." "It was so ungrateful of me," Susanna said, "even to ask that question. Good fortune was smiling on me when I was sent here to school, and I was blessed beyond belief when Claudia offered me a position on the staff, and I have such very good friends here. What more could I ask of life?"
"Ah, but we are women as well as teachers, Susanna," Anne said as she resumed her seat. "We have needs that nature has given us for the very preservation of our species." Ah, and that was the trouble. That was the whole trouble. Without those needs, Susanna thought, she might have escaped unscathed from her summer holiday. She might have gone through the rest of her life convincing herself that Viscount Whitleaf had been just a temporary, though dear friend whom she missed.
"And sometimes," she said, "they are very hard to ignore. I was very tempted this summer, Anne, to be a man's mistress. Part of me is still not convinced that I made the right choice. And will I be able to make the same choice next time? And the next?"
As if there ever would or could be a next time. And she had been tempted in more than one way, hadn't she? And had certainly not resisted one of those temptations.
"I don't know,"
Anne said.
"What poor, sad spinsters we are," Susanna said, laughing and getting up from her perch on the bed. "I am for my lonely bed. The journey has tired me out. Good night, Anne."
3 days later, all the boarders returned to school, and with them several new girls, including 2 charity pupils who needed a great deal of care and attention. And the day after that, the day girls returned and classes started. It was a relief to be busy again. It was even more of a relief, and that was a massive understatement, to discover 2 weeks later that she was not with child, that her great indiscretion had had no lasting consequences, none that would be observable to anyone else anyway. And yet, perversely, the discovery left her feeling freshly bereft. Now it was all definitely and finally over. Her heart, her very life, had never felt more frighteningly empty. It was not finally over for Anne. One Saturday morning, late in September, a sudden deluge of rain sent Susanna and a class of girls under her supervision dashing back inside the school from the open meadows beyond Daniel Street, where they always went for their games lessons. Susanna sent the girls up to their dormitories to dry off, and would have taken her own wet cloak and bonnet up to her room before meeting them in the grand hall for indoor games. But Mr. Keeble informed her that she was wanted in the office, that he had already asked Miss Walton to supervise the hall. She found Claudia and Anne waiting for her, and smiled when she saw a nice warm fire crackling in the grate. It was a chilly day outside. "We are to lose Anne, Susanna," Claudia said sternly and without preamble. "She is to marry Mr. Sydenham Butler, son of the Earl of Redfield, and steward at the Welsh estate of the Duke of Bewcastle." Poor Claudia could never utter that last name without some venom in her voice. Her final position as a governess, which had been with Lady Freya Bedwin as her pupil and the Duke of Bewcastle as her employer, had left her with a lasting antipathy toward both. She heartily despised them, though she did concede that without that more than unpleasant experience, she might never have summoned the courage to open her own school. But Susanna did not spare much thought for Claudia. She had looked into Anne's ashen face, and she instantly knew. "Oh, Anne," she said, closing the distance between them and hugging her friend tightly. "I have told her that she need not do it," Claudia said. "I have told her we will find some alternative, but she insists." "Of course I do." Anne stepped back from Susanna's arms and smiled with ghastly cheerfulness at both of them. "I want to marry Mr. Butler. I am fond of him. I am not marrying him just because I am with child. I am with child, Susanna." "We are all going to have a nice cup of tea," Claudia said with iron calm. "And we are all going to sit down. Not necessarily in that order." Susanna was glad of the chair. She could guess exactly the way it was. Anne was more than fond of Mr. Butler, but Mr. Butler was the son of an earl. He had allowed Anne to return to Bath without offering her marriage. Yet now he was doing the honourable thing and marrying her after all, but only because he must. Poor Anne. What a dreadful thing it was for her to be facing a marriage in which her feelings were engaged when she would always know that his were not. And it could so easily have happened to her too, Susanna thought, a chill about her heart even while the fire warmed her toes and her face. Except that she would never have let Viscount Whitleaf know if she had shared Anne's fate, and she doubted he would have offered marriage even if she had. Oh, but she did not know, did she, what she would have done if it really had happened? Or what he might have done if he had found out? Her knees turned weak at the thought of how close she had come to disaster. Anne had not had her fortunate escape. Susanna did not meet Mr. Butler until the day, 2 weeks later, when the wedding took place by special licence in Claudia's private sitting-room. He had been badly maimed as a soldier during the Peninsular Wars. He had lost an arm and an eye, and was badly burned all down the right side of his face. He was also, as Anne had told Susanna on the evening after her return from Somerset, tall, dark, and handsome. Susanna told him so with a twinkle in her eye after the brief service, when Anne was already his wife, but she said it only because it seemed to her that he was a good-humoured man, and she thought it altogether possible that he did care for Anne. She hoped so. Oh, she hoped so. And she tried very hard not to be envious. But how very foolish to even think of being envious when she had been pitying Anne so deeply for the past fortnight. Sometimes human emotions made no sense at all. She did dare to hope, though, that Anne had found her happily ever after despite everything. It appeared that Mr. Butler was even going to be kind to David, though it was not equally obvious that David was going to take kindly to the existence in his life of a new stepfather. Susanna and Claudia stood on the pavement outside the school after the small reception they had given for the newlyweds, waving the three of them on their way back to Wales. "Susanna," Claudia said as the carriage turned the corner onto Sutton Street and moved out of sight, "I expected that my heart would break today. But maybe it does not have to after all. What do you think?" "I believe," Susanna said, "there is fondness on one side and honour on the other, and even that would offer promise for the future. But I think there is also a little bit of love on both sides." "Ah," Claudia said with a sigh, "it is my thought too. Let us hope we are right and not just a couple of hopeless romantics."
Oh, Anne. I suppose we will not see her again for a long time. I do object to losing my friends, not to mention my teachers. I will have to look about for her replacement, though Leela is coming along quite nicely, would you not agree? Leela Walton was a junior teacher, promoted at the end of the summer term from the ranks of the senior girls. Like Susanna before her, she had been a charity girl. "She shows great promise, as I knew she would," Susanna agreed, as Claudia linked an arm through hers and they stepped back inside the school. But they were to see Anne again far sooner than Claudia had expected. She and Mr. Butler did not go directly home to Wales, as it turned out, but instead went first to Alvesley Park in Wiltshire, family home of Mr. Butler, and then to Gloucestershire to visit Anne's estranged family. The day after a letter arrived at the school from Anne at her father's home, another letter came from Viscountess Ravensburg at Alvesley Park. Claudia held it open in one hand when Susanna answered a summons to her study at the end of a composition class, a subject she had taken over from Francis 2 years before. "There is to be a surprise wedding breakfast for Anne and Mr. Butler at the upper assembly rooms next week," Claudia said. "The Viscountess Ravensburg and the Duchess of Bewcastle have arranged it, and have devised some sort of devious plot for luring the couple back here. We are invited, as well as Mr. Huckaby and Mr. Upton." They stared at each other. The strange coincidence of Mr. Butler's being a brother-in-law of Viscountess Ravensburg, cousin to Viscount Whitleaf, had not escaped Susanna's notice at the time of Anne's wedding. Now she would have an unexpected opportunity to meet the lady, the very cousin, she believed, who had the same colour eyes as he. Certain wounds, healed over nicely but still tender to the touch, were going to be in danger of being ripped open again, she thought. She would just have to make very certain they were not. Claudia was tight-lipped. "You know what this means, Susanna, do you not?" she said, folding the letter and tapping it against her leg. "If the Duchess of Bewcastle has had a hand in organising this breakfast, then undoubtedly the Duke will be in attendance. And since Lady Potford on Great Pulteney Street is a friend of Anne's, and grandmother to the Marquess of Holmere, it is altogether possible that the Marquis and that woman will come to Bath and be there too. I would rather have every fingernail on both my hands pulled out than be in company with those two people. But some things cannot be avoided. This is for Anne. I will go. You will come too." She stood ramrod straight and spoke as if she were inviting Susanna to accompany her to a funeral. "I will come and hold your hand," Susanna promised. Claudia snorted and then laughed. "I do not suppose," she said, "that either one of them will even recognise me or care if they do. Though Lady Holmere did come here a few years ago to look down her nose at me and my school and ask if there was anything I needed. The nerve of the woman. But, Susanna, we will see our beloved Anne again after all, and our dear David. I miss them both very much indeed." "Yes," Susanna smiled, "we will see them again." And Viscountess Ravensburg. How absurd to think that seeing her would somehow bring Viscount Whitleaf closer, or that it would be a desirable thing even if it did. Yes, that healed wound was very tender to the touch. Chapter 14. The Duchess of Bewcastle had reserved the ballroom as well as the tea-room at the upper assembly rooms in Bath, in order to give the children somewhere to run and be noisy, while the adults conversed in civilized fashion over tea and listened to a few speeches. But she had engaged the services of an orchestra too, Peter discovered, when he arrived early on the appointed afternoon with Lauren and Kit. After all, she explained with a laugh, while the Duke looked on with a supercilious air and incongruously fond silver eyes resting upon his lady, it would be a tragic thing indeed if the presence of the ballroom aroused in anyone a desire to dance, but there was no music to make dancing possible. "What do you mean, Christine?" Bewcastle said, his long fingers curling about the handle of his quizzing glass
and raising it halfway to his eye, "is that you are quite determined to dance if only Sydenham and Mrs. Butler can be persuaded to lead the way."
"You know me all too well, Wulfric," the Duchess said with a laugh.
Peter was looking forward to the social gathering with uncharacteristic unease. He probably ought not to have come. If he suddenly, after several months of inaction, felt it necessary to check on Susanna's health, marvellous euphemism, then he ought to have done it by writing to her or calling at the school. He ought, at the very least, to have somehow let her know that he was going to be here today. He was almost certain that she was. Lauren had told him that 4 teachers were coming from the school, as well as the former teacher who was now married to the Earl of Edgecombe. And yet it struck Peter, even as he entertained these troubled thoughts, that the chance to meet Susanna again this afternoon ought to have been a cause of pleasure to both of them. They really had been friends, until the very end. How he kicked himself now for not having stayed in the drawing-room with her that last afternoon, or for not taking Edgecombe up on his suggestion that he and the Countess accompany them on their walk. Then they would have been meeting today with shared pleasure, as friends who had not expected to see each other again so soon. Other guests began to arrive. Peter was introduced to Mrs. Butler's parents and siblings and their spouses from Gloucestershire, and to Lord and Lady Aidan Bedwin, whom he had not met before. He hailed Lord and Lady Alan Bedwin and a number of Kit and Sydenham's cousins, whom he had met on various occasions at Alvesley. Normally he would have been in his element. But his uneasiness was growing by the minute, and he found himself glancing at the door every few seconds, instead of concentrating upon making himself agreeable to those with whom he conversed. A dozen or more times he thought about making his escape before it was too late. But escape might well be impossible, he realized as time went on. Even if he dashed out now, he had a long hall to traverse, and a largish courtyard outside to cross, before he could hope to slink out of sight of someone who would surely be arriving at any moment. He wandered in the direction of the ballroom, and forgot his woes for a while, after Andrew and Sophia, 2 of Lauren's children, grabbed a hand each, dragged him triumphantly inside the large room, and demanded that he play with them. A whole host of other children gathered hopefully about him, and he proceeded to play blind man's buff with them, with a great deal of noise and energy and good humour. It was only when he heard a loud burst of applause, and even cheering coming from the tea-room, that he realised the guests of honour must have arrived, and that therefore all the other guests must now be gathered there too. Even then he was tempted to slip out, and hope no one would notice his absence. But he would not add arrant cowardice to his other shortcomings, which were legion. He extricated himself from the children's game and went to stand in the shadowed half of the doorway into the tea-room, so that he could peer cautiously about him. Like a thief in the night, he thought with some disgust. Sydenham Butler and a lady dressed in rose-pink, who was presumably his bride, stood in a pool of red rose petals inside the door at the far side of the room, looking startled and bewildered. The Duchess of Bewcastle was clapping her hands for silence.
"Well, Mr. and Mrs. Butler," she said, her voice warm and cheerful, "you may have thought yourselves very clever indeed when you married in great secrecy a few weeks ago, but your relatives and friends have caught up with you after all. Welcome to your wedding breakfast."
The children, without the distraction of an adult to play with them in the ballroom, had left it and were streaming past Peter to see what all the fuss was about. They were soon adding to the cheerful mayhem that ensued for a few minutes, while everyone attempted to get close to the bride and groom and pump the hand of the one and kiss the cheek of the other. But Peter, still and silent in the doorway, took no part in the collective merriment. He had seen her. She was dressed neatly in pale blue, her short curls vibrantly auburn in contrast. She was bending down to hug a little boy, who, he guessed, must be Mrs. Butler's son, and then she was reaching for Mrs. Butler herself and holding her in a close embrace for several seconds. She was laughing and tearful and bright-eyed and dazzling. For several moments he simply gazed at her, His reluctance to see her again vanished without a trace. By Jove, he had missed her. He drank in the sight of her, more lovely and more vibrant than any other lady he had ever met. She stepped aside so that the ladies with her, the Countess of Edgecombe, and a brown-haired, severe-looking though not unhandsome woman, who was probably Miss Martin, could take their turns greeting the bride. Susanna was waiting to pay her respects to Butler, and was looking around at the other guests as she did so with bright, happy eyes. And then those same eyes met his across the room, and her smile froze and then died altogether. Peter was instantly conscious of himself again, and of the dashed uncomfortable fact that he had ruined her, made her a dishonourable offer, and left her without a backward glance, all within the space of one afternoon, and that now he was reappearing in her life without any warning, and at just the time when she